And the story begins with a person saying, "Gum, listen closely, you might just die tomorrow." And the guy who said that, with a worried look in his eyes, is named Hugo Otters, the saint of Sagittarius. Meanwhile, the other person shot back, "Huh? What do you mean, man? What the hell are you talking about? Taisu, why are you so eager for me to die?" And Taisu is Hugo's Korean name. "Oh, is it because I'm eating 2 fried chicken legs?" And the one who just said that is the 13th awakened one, Ligum, our main character, who doesn't look very healthy, looking pretty beat up. Then the conversation continues and Hugo says, "My name isn't Taisu, it's Hugo Otters. Hey, I get why you're worried, but I'm not gonna die, my friend. The number of calamities I've destroyed is way bigger than the total number all the other saints have defeated combined. You really think I'm going to lose tomorrow?" And Hugo just stood there, lost in thought. But then the scene shifts to the Demon Tower, a place that's completely desolate, also known as the place where the greatest calamity destroyed countless lives. It all started on the last day of the 20th century, and a giant monster with glowing red eyes appeared, staring down at them, while the narrator continues to explain that the calamities suddenly appeared one day and cornered humanity with their overwhelming power. Just when all of humanity was engulfed in chaos and horror, 12 gods, who called themselves the Supreme Beings, appeared, and they promised mankind that they would grant them the power capable of subjugating all these calamities. They chose 12 people to awaken and receive that full power. But something unexpected happened. A 13th awakened one suddenly appeared, and this person hadn't received the blessing of any of the 12 gods. And then our main character appears, completely disfigured, the poor guy, looking absolutely pitiful. And on top of all that, this awakened one was overwhelmingly and extraordinarily powerful compared to the other 12 saints. All of them stared in terror at our main character. As he spoke, "You guys want to know who that 13th awakened one is? That's me." And then the image shows countless monsters he just annihilated, their bodies crushed and burning in blue flames. After that, our main character smiles, even though he looks like he needs plastic surgery because his face is so messed up, and his name is Ligum. Then, the blonde guy from the beginning, who was eating fried chicken with him, says, "Thanks, Gum. Because of you, we conquered the Demon Tower this time. Ah, Taisu, don't flatter me. Just treat me to fried chicken, at least for the next 5 years. Geez, you're not sick of fried chicken? And how many times have I told you, my name's not Taisu, it's Hugo Otters?" The silver-haired guy just looks at him with a, "Whatever, dude, I don't care," expression as he replies, "Sigh. I just can't get used to that name." But then, a woman from behind appears with a look of disbelief and says, "If we get rid of Red Eye this time, we'll probably get some insane rewards, right?" While a fat guy says, "No matter what anyone says, since this is the worst calamity, we have to demand at least 100 million S as a reward." But then, from behind, someone speaks up, "How about we ask for a 10-year free pass to a 7-star hotel in Hawaii?" The fat guy gets pissed and turns to glare, because the one who said that was our main character. He goes on to say that many countries are on the verge of bankruptcy because of Red Eye. But the fat guy cuts him off and says, "Hey Ligum, you need to make a ton of money to make a deal with us. Only then can you fix that ugly mug and your body to get them back to normal, right?" And as they walk away, our main character thinks to himself, "These idiots call themselves saints, but they're really just a bunch of arrogant thugs. Whatever." But then the two of them turn back to the main character and say, "Don't go running to the disaster scene immediately just because they summon you. We need a certain number of casualties, so they'll pay us more money." The two of them said that with an incredibly creepy gaze directed at the main character, who just replied, "Yeah, whatever." Then thought to himself, "Keep talking, you disgusting bastards. As soon as we defeat Red Eye, I'm cutting all ties with every single one of you." But then, the scene shifts to a fiery cave, and all of them exclaim in terror, "What is this?" As they looked up, it was the boss of the Demon Tower, also known as Red Eye, and that monster was horrifyingly gigantic compared to them. Then our main character speaks up. "To think we'd feel this much pressure just from its stare?" The giant monster opened its mouth, and its roar shook the entire place, while many cracks started appearing on the ground, spewing lava and fire, beginning to incinerate the whole place. While our protagonist defends himself, but just then, the entire ground began to crumble, and a massive pillar of fire erupted, striking all 12 saints and launching them from the castle high into the clouds. And afterward, they were all stunned by the devastation, because the place where they stood had been completely annihilated, while Blood Eye calmly sat on his throne, staring them down. And the terrified woman began to scream, "Everyone, run, run for your lives," and they began to flee for their lives. But our protagonist just said, "You're trying to run away? Ha, what a bunch of useless cowards. And you dare to call yourselves saints, don't you? Well, it doesn't matter. In any case, the one who will defeat Blood-Eye is me, Ligum." And with that, he leaped forward, charging toward the monster. But then, everything faded to black, and he realized it was all just a dream. After all, I was backstabbed by my own comrades and thrown into a trap. How long has it been? What's it even like outside anymore? The flow of time inside this tower is completely different from the outside world, but I'm too tired to even think about it. All I want right now is to keep killing monsters. And he charged out, slicing through several monsters with his sword, but in the process, he lost an arm. And then our protagonist appeared, a dagger clenched between his teeth, while he stared with an incredibly serious gaze. Dark shadows emerged before him as he explained that this place was a special trap that summoned calamities infinitely. And countless monsters appeared, facing our protagonist, who was now left with only a stump for an arm, but still hadn't given up on his will to survive. He began to power up again, an aura flaring around his body as he charged into a few more monsters, shouting, "You think this times, is enough to defeat me? Just you wait. I will survive this, and I'll snap the neck of every single bastard who abandoned me in here." And a long time passed. 20 years later, our protagonist was now walking toward a monster, which said in fear, "Impossible." How? How did you get here? But our protagonist, now old and grizzled with a long beard, simply said, "You're the last one." And the monster there begged, "Save me, please, help. Is anyone there? Help me." But our hero just kept staring it down, saying, "Scream all you want." Then he lifted his foot and stomped the monster into a bloody pulp, and he exclaimed, "Ha, it's finally over." But as soon as he said it, the entire place began to collapse. And so our protagonist started to run, saying, Can I finally get out of here?" And as he kept running, countless boulders began to fall, crashing right on top of him, and everything went dark. The scene then cuts to the outside of the tower, showing that the entire city had been completely destroyed by calamities, while two young men screamed from a distance, "Run, run faster, man. Didn't I tell you not to go this way?" While the other replied in frustration, "How was I supposed to know? Today was supposed to be a safe day. How could I have imagined that a high-level calamity like this would show up?" And a massive horned dog-like monster and many others were chasing them. One of the two cried, saying, "Man, we're so dead." A fortune teller said, "I'd meet an unimaginable monster today. I should have listened to him." And then one of the monster dogs leaped right between the two of them as they frantically tried to escape. But then the young man fell to the ground, crying, while the other was surrounded by the monsters, and he said, "Damn it, if only the Saint Ligum had survived after entering the demon tower, a calamity like this would have been no problem at all." And he looked towards the demon tower, the very same one our protagonist and the other 12 saints had entered at the beginning of the story. But then, its gate began to open, and a colossal beam of light appeared before the two of them. Suddenly, that light engulfed the entire scene, and a massive explosion occurred, wiping out the whole area, forcing them to take cover to avoid getting hit. A moment later, we're shown the utter devastation caused by the explosion from the demon tower. Whoa, what just happened? I don't know, Jimmy, but there's a person walking out of the ruined tower. What? A person? And then his broad, muscular back came into view. And as they looked on from afar, a lone figure appeared in the distance, amidst all the destruction. Grr, how dare those bastards stab me in the back and throw me into a trap? Arg, you sons of bitches, you better get ready, because I'm coming for every single one of you. And then, amid the rubble of destruction, the two young men who were buried underneath it said, "Hey man, what happened? Who is that guy?" And while they were still trying to process what was happening, our protagonist had already punched one of the dogs into a pulp. He then stomped on another one's head, and the other guys exclaimed, "I can't believe it. Those are orange-level disasters. Even high-rank awakeners struggle against them, but that guy is taking them down like they're nothing. To him, they're like ants." And then, our main character appeared, effortlessly lifting the rest of the monsters, smiling while standing on the corpses of the others he'd already defeated. But then, he glanced to the side, and vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of them and scaring them stiff. Immediately, they backed away and yelled, "Whoa, whoa, hold on. Why are you attacking us, man? Please, just let us go. Oh, wait, you're human. Ah, right. We're all clear now, right?" They finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we're saved. Hey Jews, did you see that guy come out of the tower? That's impossible. Jimmy, what are you talking about? There's no way anyone could have survived coming out of that tower. It must have just been an accident. He was probably just in the area when the tower collapsed. But as they were talking, a shadow appeared behind them, and they froze in terror as another monster glared down at them. But our main character just calmly turned to face it. No way. It's the pack leader. It's here. Jung, run. The other guy screamed and started to run, but our main character remained completely unfazed, looking at the little dog. The monster started shooting lightning from its mouth, forming a massive energy beam aimed right at them, and the two guys could only brace for impact. The beam destroyed everything in its path, until a moment later. When it was all over, they wondered in a daze. What? He protected us. You damn mutt. And with that, our protagonist simply leaped up, delivered a strike straight to the pack leader's head, and said, "You're nothing but a filthy stray dog. Sit." He threw a single punch, and the sheer pressure from it was enough to completely overwhelm the pack leader. The two young men were speechless as they witnessed it, and our main character landed on the ground with a huge grin. The scene was one of total devastation. The boss had been defeated, and he calmly faced the two men while they thanked God for being alive. Now then, I hope that's all of it. Hey, you two? Yes, sir. We'll be going. Go buy me some food. I'm starving. The two of them just stared at him as he looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, and some clothes too. I could use a new set. Later, the scene shifts to a small shop where our protagonist is devouring food while the others stare blankly at the bill. He'd eaten 10,000 real worth of food. That's enough to feed 120 people. Well, since you said you didn't have much money, I tried to eat in moderation. His moderation was a mountain of empty pots and pans and a stomach that looked ready to burst. Huh? What do you mean in moderation? Didn't you say you'd pay for whatever I wanted to eat as thanks for saving your lives? Bring me another serving of lab. And the two poor guys froze, having no money to pay. Hey Rung, who are you anyway? An apostle or a divine captain? What were you doing near the tower? What do you mean? I just got out of the tower when I ran into you two. What? You came out of the tower? Never mind that. There's something else I want to ask. You look like a normal person, so why can I feel magical power radiating from you? One of them then explained that it was because he was an apostle. He then asked our protagonist if he was an apostle who had awakened thanks to the blessing of some god. But upon hearing this, our main character said, "Oh, you mean those bastard gods? Why the hell would I be grateful to them? Those sons of bitches." But, wait a second. And when he saw the reflection of his body in a spoon, he froze. A mirror. Somebody get me a mirror. Is there a mirror here? A girl said. There's one over there. And he quickly shot up, knocking everything off the table, then ripped off his shirt and stared at his reflection. Wait, what? My entire body. It's healed. The young man just stared at his own powerful reflection in the mirror, but then he remembered that, back inside the tower, he had been utterly defeated. Limbs torn off, covered in scars, half his head missing, and yet, there he stood. Those kinds of wounds are extremely hard to recover from without risking your power. And now, suddenly, I'm even realizing my left arm grew back. And what's this strange symbol? Looking closer, he saw a symbol of a coiled serpent on his arm. Suddenly, the symbol began to glow brighter, and he felt a searing pain, forcing him to clutch his arm as veins popped out all over his body. And then, a series of system windows began to appear. Announcement: you have experienced death. You have achieved an impossible feat. Your old stats will be transferred to your new body. All achievements in the tower will be converted into experience points. You have obtained a divine skill. All unique skills and attributes you possessed in your past life have been inherited and converted. You can now use the power of Ophiuchus. An emblem of a snake appeared behind our main character as he continued to feel excruciating pain. But then suddenly, his consciousness was pulled to another place, and he saw his sea of souls amidst countless galaxies, and before him was a giant, staring serpent. And then our main character reached his hand out towards that snake, and as he touched it, a burst of light began to radiate from them both. And suddenly, he was back in the diner, wondering, what the hell? What just happened? One of his young friends came closer and asked, "Young, you good, man?" Hey everyone, just to explain the context, Rung seems to be the name they're calling our main character, but his real name is actually Ligum. Still in shock, he said, "What's wrong? Didn't you guys just see that snake?" And they looked at each other wondering, what the hell is he talking about? I didn't see any snake. All I saw was you standing up, starting to take your clothes off, and admiring yourself in the mirror. Then you started clenching your fists and screaming like a lunatic. What? Does that mean other people can't see it? And as he was staring at his hands, wondering about it. His friends just stared back, thinking, the more I look at him, the weirder he gets. But then, once again, our main character felt that energy, and the system window popped up again, announcing, "You have become the master of Ophiuchus," and countless windows appeared before him. Ligum, the 13th seat of the gods, master of the Ophiuchus throne, awakened title, crusher of all creation, and tons of other windows appeared, explaining our main character's skills. And then another window popped up, explaining that one of the skills he received was F-rank super regeneration. All damage to the body will be restored. Your body has been refreshed. There is a short penalty, 50% reduction in physical abilities. Time remaining, 1,032 hours. So, my physical change was thanks to this skill. I've never heard the other saints talk about this. Besides, I can't feel the presence of any god. Whatever happened to my body, it's already recovered. Well, that's not so bad. So, what should I do now? And then he remembered the ones who pushed him down the mountain and left him there to be defeated by the boss. Now I have to deal with all those bastard saints who backstabbed me. Just thinking about what I'm going to do to those scumbags when I see them again, it's getting me excited. His friend stood there, terrified by the expression on our main character's face, but then the scene cuts to where the explosion happened, and a few people were taking pictures, while others watched the medics and talked amongst themselves. Is it true? The impregnable demon tower collapsed? Yeah, the whole world is going to go crazy over this. It used to be the symbol of this place. But could this be the work of Ligum's followers? What if it was done by disciples who hate each other? Is that possible? Man, look at those monsters. Even high-ranking saints would have trouble with just one of them. Who could possibly defeat all of them and destroy the demon tower? So you think Ligum survived and came back? I don't know, man, but this whole situation is just bizarre. And then the scene cuts to a building with a lot of people holding a press conference, filming and taking pictures and shouting. Young Wei, please tell us what you think about what happened. Do you believe there's any chance Ligum survived? And then the fat guy from the beginning of the story was there, just standing silently, observing everyone. And his name is Young Wei, the saint of the Aries constellation. And he just said, "I have no comment," then turned and walked away with his bodyguards, while everyone shouted, "Please, just say something. How can you have no comment?" And the scene cut to a car, with the fat guy smashing things in a rage, yelling, "Damn it. Ligum, 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 Ligum. Everyone wants to know about that bastard. How many times have I heard his name just today? Could he really still be alive?" And he remembered our main character, completely devastated, in his past life. Could he have survived for 20 years in that tower? No, impossible. There should have been thousands of demonic beasts in there. Besides, they were all dark class. It was a miracle we even got out without him knowing we killed Blood-Eye. So how could he have possibly survived in that place? His body was already severely damaged by the backlash from his own skills, and it's not like he received, protected by the gods like us. But what if he came back to life? There's no use thinking about it too much. If he really did return, then it's all over. At the same time, the scene shifts to our main character, who's looking at a phone and says, "So, it's just as I predicted, huh? And I'll start by crushing this bastard first, won't I?" The scene cuts to an airport. As one of the planes lands, a man starts to walk down the steps as someone says, "Welcome, sir. It is an honor to meet one of the 12 Zodiacs, Mr. Hugo Otters." And he is the same blonde guy from the beginning of the story, the one who ate fried chicken with our main character. And let me tell you, he looks cool as hell. Once again, he's introduced as the Sagittarius Zodiac, Hugo Otters. Where is the Prime Minister? He is waiting for you at the residence. Your car is ready right over there. All right, let's go. Wow, he's so majestic. Now that's what a true chosen one looks like. And once inside the car, Hugo sits lost in thought. Suddenly, he glances to the side and sees his phone vibrating. As it does, he says, "Is it those reporters again? I can't believe there are stories going around that Li Jian is still alive." But then an unknown number appears, after more than 20 years. He picks up the phone, only to flip it face down and continue thinking. He recalls a conversation between them where he'd said, "Tomorrow, you will die." And our main character, with his disfigured face, just smiled and replied, "Ha, Taesok. Why so little faith in me, my friend? When we attacked the demon tower, I left the tower to fight the calamities from the outside, just as Li Jian requested. I had hoped my gut feeling was wrong, and that Jian would return safely. But then an image of him, heavily injured, appears as he says, What happened to Jian? The saints who went in with Jian abandoned him and returned with only the head of the red eye. And because that feat was recognized, the 12 saints, including me, were hailed as heroes and received our powers from it. But then a scene of him in the hospital appears, as he thinks. I, who couldn't believe Jian was dead, requested a search for him time and time again. But a man with a greedy look on his face said, Hugo, it's too late. And this was Jean-Louis Morang, the saint of the Cancer Zodiac. You of all people should know how many calamities escaped from that tower. It's foolish to think Li Jian could have possibly survived in there. If you're so worried about him, go look for him yourself. I won't stop you. But if you do, the number of saints will drop to 11, and Hugo just stood there with a look of despair, unable to do anything. Then, back in the present, he's still brooding, saying, yes, no matter how strong Jian was, it's just impossible. And now, it's far too late. Bam. But then someone speaks. Sir Hugo, there's a call from the Prime Minister. The call appears on the screen and he answers. Hugo, can you hear me? Yes, what is it? You've heard the news, haven't you? It seems the Demon Tower has collapsed. Ah, that story again? My apologies, Prime Minister, but if you're going to ask me to search for Jian, I refuse. Jian died in the Demon Tower that day. What's happening at the tower now is probably the work of Jian's fanatics. But if you're using this situation to get more votes, but the other man cuts him off. No, my friend, it's not like that. If the intelligence the South Korean government just received is true, then a short while ago, that line received a call. What? What line? The exclusive hotline for Li Jian. And when Hugo hears that, he's completely shocked and says, is that true? Is that really true? He starts pounding on the poor, uninvolved driver. Stop the car. Stop it now. And as the driver slams on the brakes, Hugo gasps. Then, could the call I got earlier have been? And then the screen shows 30 missed calls. He freezes in utter despair. He then hits redial, and when the other end picks up, a voice rings out. Ahem. I will find you, and I will kill you. And the poor guy is left stunned in place. Good luck. Huh. That tone of voice. Could it be? It really is you. Jian, turn the car around now. We're going back to the airport. Yes, Sir Hugo. But what about your business with Mr. L.A.? Ah, screw it. Just get to the airport, you idiot. Yes, yes, sir. And the scene shifts back to the convenience store with our main character, saying, Sai, Taesok, you've gotten pretty bold, ignoring my calls like that. And then one of the boys asks, Uncle Jian, who are you calling? Ah, just some guy. But you guys said this is a mobile phone? How interesting. I entered the tower in 2005, so it must be 2025 now. The world has changed so much. Whoa, is this your first time using a cell phone? You can browse the internet with this and even watch news and videos. News? Well, can you search for news related to Li Jian? Yes, we can. Are still the most talked about topics right now. If he did that, tons of windows and news articles would pop up. He just stood there. Wow. And the kid just kept staring at him while he was glued to his phone. What the hell? And what's up with all these comments? A flood of comments popped up. This is about Ligum. Honestly, if Ligum were here, wouldn't we have conquered the entire world by now? This guy's insane. Then someone else commented, cut the crap. Even if he's like the 12 saints, he's still a good-for-nothing. Another person fired back, who are you calling a good-for-nothing? These lunatics started tearing into each other right there in the comments. At that, he got so pissed, he wanted to smash the phone. Hey, my phone. My phone. Please. Who was it that defeated Blood Eye? Those sons of bleep. Those damn cowards were scared shitless, and they still tried to pin it all on me. Ah, screw it. This isn't going to change anything in my life. But wait, the will. I just remembered something. And so he searches for another news story with the headline, Special Report. Another side of the will revealed after Ligum's death. A report by Libum Mieng. I have decided that I will donate all of my assets to orphanages and school foundations if I die. Will everything be all right? Then he grabbed the phone, started searching, and the articles appeared. The 12 saints, having returned from the Demon Tower, are mourning the death of Ligum and speaking of his sacrifice. Ligum has donated his entire fortune, including his holy relics, to the 12 saints, with the hope that they will carry on his will to save the world. The 12 saints, with the exception of the Sagittarius saint, Hugo, have decided to honor Ligum's last will and accept his assets. In other words, folks, these bastards, they're absolute scum, and our main character smashed the kid's phone, leaving him in shock as he said, I will destroy every last one of them, even those damn gods. And the poor kid is crying his eyes out over his broken phone. He collapses to the ground, completely devastated. My phone. My phone. And then the beautiful phone appears in the sky and says, thank you so much for everything up until now. It's a good thing the history was erased. The poor kid is devastated, guys. But what am I supposed to do? Even if I wanted them to know I was back, my appearance now is completely different from 20 years ago. And even if I went around telling everyone that I'm Ligum, they'd just treat me like a madman. Until I can make every single one of those saints suffer, I'd better just lay low for now. And the poor kid was still crying over his phone. But then, a system window popped up with a notification. Warning. Someone is watching you. A red mist started to form around him. He grabbed at it and said, "This energy is..." And just as he stood up, the kid asked, "Ryung, where are you going?" "Just getting some fresh air." And when he stepped outside, a herd of flaming goats appeared, and bizarre creatures were flying all over the place. And he immediately said, "Avatars, are these the minions of the Ares temple?" And the system immediately confirmed it. The avatars are creating a barrier in the name of the Ares temple. The influence of other constellations has been weakened. The avatars demand a tribute from you, these bastards. They're the ones sucking up to the gods, but we're the ones who have to pay the price. And he started cracking his knuckles, getting ready for a fight. I should probably, when someone shouted from behind, "Oh, come on, Ligum, him again? There's so much news about that guy. I think I'm gonna die from hearing so much crap." You see that, guys? They're talking trash about our main character, right to his face. And the woman with the guy continued, "That's what I'm saying. The news is just full of it. I'm getting sick of it." And our main character just stood there, taking it all in. He's just a ghost from the past, so why does the media hype him up so much, right? And a brooch appeared on the jerk's shirt, as one of the kids said, "Those guys are from the Gemini temple." But then the other kid yelled, "Bro, get over here. What if we get into a fight with them?" But our main character just faced them head on. And that jerk said, "What are you looking at? Get lost." We're so screwed. Meanwhile, the jerk takes a drag from his cigarette and blows smoke right in our main character's face. "Well, this guy's just asking for it." "What? Got a problem with my face? Huh, you punk? If you don't like it, do something about it." But then the woman said, "Babe, let's just go. He's probably about to piss his pants in fear." And the guy even puts his hand on our main character's head and says, "You little brat. There are always idiots like Ligum hanging around." That's right. Why do they even like that weak-ass saint so much? Don't you think it's a load of crap that he was a saint in the first place? And with that, our main character starts to lose his cool. But then, the kid says, "Rum, you did a great job holding back. Those guys are Gemini Knights, way above A rank." Then he turns back around and says, "Hey, you yellow-bellied." The kid says, "I give up." "Are you talking to me? I'm not calling you a coward, sweetie. I'm talking to the old hag who gave birth to you, you son of a bleep. Damn it." And with that, the madman started walking toward our protagonist, getting right up in his face before speaking. "Say that garbage you just said again. A commoner? I can't feel a single drop of mana on you." But our hero simply flicked the psycho on the forehead, sending him flying backward and knocking him out instantly. And as he fell, a massive explosion erupted, destroying everything, while the woman was left in complete shock. The two boys couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, and our protagonist just stood there, facing the whole situation. Now, the woman was truly terrified. "Hey, you think I didn't notice what you were doing behind my back?" And she lunged at him with fire magic in her hands, trying to sneak attack him from behind. That phrase, "attack from behind," sounds a little weird, doesn't it? But all it took was another flick of his finger, and she went flying too, crashing through everything. "You're nothing." And she too collapsed to the ground. The two boys still couldn't process the scene before them. "Hey mister, how could you use your powers in the middle of the street? What are you guys talking about? They'd be dead for sure if I actually used my powers." So, he had taken down A-rank believers with his bare hands. But then he bent down, approached the guy, stared at his necklace, and snatched it right off, saying, "I knew something felt weird when I hit him. Isn't this a divine artifact? But why would these scumbags have a divine artifact? Only saints are supposed to possess them." And someone spoke up. "You really don't know anything, do you? Decades ago, humanity was nearly driven to extinction by various disasters. Mankind was able to survive thanks to the supreme beings and the saints they chose. But since the world couldn't be protected by just 12 people, the saints gathered followers and created the holy temples. Those who received power through the saints and awakened are called believers. And here, a group of people appeared, showing off their powers, as he continued to explain that they were ranked according to the power bestowed by the saints. The saints, chosen by the supreme beings, are the leaders and hold the 10-star SS rank. The 10-star rank is considered a candidate for the position of a saint. The S rank are the divine captains, the strongest believers who command the others, followed by A rank, B rank, and so on. The Supreme Being's power comes from the faith of their believers. So, they organize all sorts of competitions to attract people to their holy temples, and the chosen believers are given gifts from the Supreme Beings. And here we see piles of jewels, gold, and silver, and countless other things in the background as he keeps explaining, and our protagonist thinks to himself, so, this is what happened during the 20 years I was gone, huh? And then someone called out Ryung's name, look, over there. When our protagonist looked over, those eyes appeared again, staring at him as the system announced. The Palace of Wealth, the greed of Ares, is enjoying this situation. They want you to kill the woman and the man. They want to see blood. They say they'll give you a useful gift if you take them both down. And the kid panicked, saying, oh no, he's caught the attention of the divine palace. They're like the shadows of the supreme beings. If he goes against them, it's the same as going against the supreme beings themselves. Hurry, just do what they say. But our protagonist just smirked and kept walking. I was wondering why you Yang family fools were in a place like this. Turns out you're trying to stuff your own damn pig bellies. For the God's sake, he hasn't changed a bit. And he began to channel his power, slamming his foot into the ground. A massive wave of blue energy devastated the entire area and shot straight towards the floating eyes. The two boys quickly shielded themselves from the blast, and then the entire red haze was completely dissolved. How dare you oppose me? The divine palace of Ares has fled. The barrier has also disappeared. That Ryung is definitely no ordinary person. Handim. Ah, right. About this bum, you said he was a believer of the Gemini Temple, right? Yes, they belong to the most influential holy temple in the country and are an elite force made up of many influential figures. So they've got a ton of money, right? The kid just stood there, confused. Everything he's wearing is designer brand, isn't it? Then he rushed over and said, it's loot time. Looting is the best part. The scene shifts to the evening, as he says, finally made it. Man, what a long day. Meanwhile, the two kids explained, the apartment I live in is the one with the light on the second floor, and I live in the building next to it. Got it. Thank you so much for saving us and bringing us home safely. And then he just stood there waiting, but our protagonist let out a big yawn and said, aren't you gonna go inside? I'm getting sleepy. Is teasing me. And then the scene cuts to them entering the house. The main character takes off his coat and starts cutting his hair, saying as he does, that looks good. This should do. And let me tell you, the guy was looking sharp. Dominio immediately gives him a thumbs up and says, awesome. Did you cut your own hair? That's so cool. And so, Ligum stands there with an embarrassed look on his face. Really? In the past, because of my power's side effects, every single strand of hair was precious, since just one strong gust of wind would make me go bald. And he remembers his past, standing there in despair, half bald. Huh, I really hit the jackpot. I can't believe even my hair grew back to normal. Huh? What is that? Why is there a calamity in your house? And then he instantly crushes the small fly, and it turns to ash. Whoa, you killed a bug with your bare hands? Not even the pros can do that. And there isn't just one of them coming. What do these bugs see in me? And then the guy starts swatting a whole swarm of flies with his hands. Or are you emitting some kind of aura that attracts calamities? Huh, no way. Usually, it just means something in this house is attracting them. The kid just stands there staring at him as our main character speaks up. It's probably because of those cursed relics you have in your house. Cursed relics? But they were a gift from a saintess, from the Gemini saint, you know? Even if they're not mine, they're still items blessed by a saintess. As soon as he finishes talking, our main character walks right over and shatters the statue. Ugh, how disgusting. And once again, the boy collapses to the floor in despair. Listen up. This mask is a divine relic used to spy on whoever owns it. This music box is a divine relic for stealing personal information. And this clock is what's attracting the calamities. And the poor kid breaks down again. Those damn saints aren't just taking people's money, they're selling cursed relics to everyone. And they sell their information too. Just thinking about it pisses me off. The kid stands there, impressed by his anger. Get rid of all of them. But outside, someone has just arrived at the house and starts hearing screams, while our main character is inside, with the poor kid crying and clinging to him. The guy walks into the apartment, taking in the scene, completely confused about what's going on. But Ligum speaks up, asking, who the hell are you? The boy panics and says, Sungijai, and the guy gets pissed. I'm the landlord of this house, you idiot. He starts unleashing his power too. Ah, I see. The scene shifts to the Ares sanctuary, the residence of Young Wei. The fat guy is standing there stunned. What? The avatars in Korea have disappeared? Yes, the Korean headquarters is in total chaos. Ah, I wonder who could have done this. An avatar is a direct subordinate of the gods. Only an extremely powerful awakened being could push them back. Contact the other saints. Ask them if they had anything to do with this. Got it? Understood. But we still haven't been able to contact the sanctuary. Hugo? Don't worry about it. I'm sure he's off in the UK playing mercenary. I heard that as soon as Hugo arrived in the UK, he went in a different direction. Oh, really? Where to? He's heading to Korea, and when the fat guy hears this, he starts to get nervous. Hugo is Ligum's best friend. Could this be related to the rumor that Ligum is still alive? That would mean. And then he remembers the main character from his past life, with his disfigured face, that he had actually returned. Ah, damn it. No, it can't be. He then hurls a candlestick at a poor, uninvolved servant. Hey, give me more details. Damn it. Anything at all. At the site where one of the avatars disappeared, a disciple of Gemini was found unconscious. They say he collapsed in the middle of the road, and according to the report, he had picked a fight with a very handsome guy. A handsome guy? Ah, then it can't be Ligum. That bastard's face was a complete mess. Anyway, things aren't looking good lately. There's a chance Ligum is still alive and has returned. For some reason, the avatars in Korea have vanished. To make matters worse, we also recently failed to defeat the Spider Queen. If things keep going like this, I could lose my position. Get my private jet ready. Are you planning to go yourself, sir? Yes, I need to see this with my own eyes. And so, the fat guy leaves with his subordinate, saying, I have to see what's happening in Korea. And the scene cuts to Korea, at a hospital affiliated with Gemini, where the psycho who picked a fight with our main character is lying unconscious, with an old man looking down at him and saying, But which bastard did this to my grandson? The psycho lies there in his hospital bed. Hey, don't you worry, this is precisely why the Gemini Sanctuary sent me, Guildmaster. And he is none other than Gemini's frozen S-rank knight, Min Sung-hum. And then the scene cuts back to the psycho in the apartment. So, let me get this straight. You two met at the Demon Tower today? And he took care of all the disasters by himself. Bare-handed? And the kid just stood there. Yep, that's right. And the man continued. And he even knocked out an A-ranker. And the boy could only nod in agreement. Yes, exactly. But the psycho was still fuming, saying, and does any of that make a lick of sense? He even destroyed all the holy relics I had at home. But our main character just replied, well, they were all fakes anyway, including this one. And the red-headed kid, about to explode with anger, demanded, what guild is our MC from? And he just replied nonchalantly, why would I need a guild? That psycho is about to blow a fuse, everyone. As for the gods, which one do you serve? Oh, I don't serve any of those idiot gods. I only serve myself. Then, they continued. So, what's your awakened class? Awakened class? A laborer, I guess? Aha. And your name? My name is Ligum. The moment the psycho heard that, he began to channel his power. The other guy tried to de-escalate the situation, but the psycho ignored him and said, you barge into someone else's house, destroy all their relics, and then dare to say your name is Ligum? And the monster started summoning his aura, Megazord, behind him, and continued to scream, how dare you impersonate the great Ligum? Hey, we're in our own house, you psycho. Are you trying to destroy everything? But then, a system notification appeared for our MC, saying, the magical energy of the Gemini Temple is being released. Oh, cool. Looks like you're planning to blow this whole house up. And another window appeared, announcing the activation of the skill, God's Eye. Tun Sunjai. Gemini House. Awakened Class. Awakener Title. The Punisher. Skills owned. Witch's Stake, S rank, and Ice Capsule Seal, A rank. Traits. Genius. Violent. Obsessive, and an idol worshipper. Genius skill. Learning efficiency increased by 200%. This kid is so young, yet he can already use high-level summoning magic. And that genius's trait probably isn't just for show. And the psycho continued to summon his Megazord and scream. Meanwhile, the other kid in the house yelled, Young, run. Sunjai is an A-rank awakener from the Gemini Sanctuary. On top of that, he's a die-hard Ligum fanboy. Hey, are you deaf, Jimmy? Get your ass out of this dump now if you don't want to get your face bashed in too. But while the psycho was still talking, our MC suddenly appeared behind him and said, if you keep playing with fire, you're gonna wet your pants, kiddo. And he prepared to unleash his deadly forehead flick. Huh? Since when was he? And just as he turned around, Ligum flicked his forehead, sending the guy flying. If this idiot keeps this up, not just the house, but the entire building will go up in flames. and the other boy in the back was just rambling, and the red-headed kid had fallen unconscious on the floor. Young, is Sunjai dead? Nah, of course not. He's fine. Well, I guess so. The other guy was still worried, but then our red-headed kid appears, folks, with a huge bump on his forehead from the flick. Well, I'm heading to bed. He'll wake up when he wakes up. And the other guy, Sunjai, are you alive? Hey buddy, answer me, answer me. And the red-headed kid was foaming at the mouth. Afterwards, our MC walked into a room, and when he looked, folks, there was a whole pile of statues of himself. He just stared at all of it and asked, "Hey, what the hell is this? What is all this stuff?" Well, I warned you he was a hardcore Ligum fan, and the red-headed kid had even woken up and said, "Hey, don't you dare touch those with your filthy hands." He has a Ligum collection that's more precious to him than his own life. But our MC just walked over, snapped the head off a poor doll and said, "Ugh, this is just disgusting. I might as well break all their heads." And the psycho was in utter shock, yelling, "Ah, my dolls, my dolls. No, stop it, you damn lunatic." And our MC just kept smashing the poor kid's dolls. I told you, I'm not a lunatic. I'm Ligum. And the poor boy was in such shock, he couldn't even cry. No. Then, the scene shifts to a coffee shop where someone is watching the news, and the anchorman is saying, "And now for yesterday's news. 2 members of the Gemini house were attacked by a suspicious, unidentified man. According to witnesses, the assailant robbed the victims of their possessions." But then the scene cuts to Hugo, who is watching the broadcast and says, "Ah, this was definitely Ligum's doing, that bastard. What the hell is he up to? This is the kind of news I hear the second I arrive in Korea." Then a girl approaches and says, "Sir, what would you like to order?" But as soon as Hugo looked at her, his face darkened, and he said, "Drop the act and get out of my sight." And the woman's expression immediately changed as she smiled and said, "Ah, damn it, you saw right through me? How boring. It's been a while, Hugo." And there he is, the fat guy, possessing some poor woman's body. And he says, "I haven't been able to get in touch with you. Looks like you're also interested in Ligum, which is why you crawled your way to Korea. You'd better tell me everything you know about him." But then, Hugo quickly speaks up, "This is why I hate you, you body-snatching bastard." And with a snap of his fingers, the woman quickly comes to her senses, wondering, what am I doing here? Damn it, that young Wei is up to his ridiculous tricks again. I have to find Ligum before anyone else does. Ligum, where are you? Then, the scene shifts to a supermarket, where the red-haired kid and his friend are shopping and talking. Sundia, maybe that Ryung guy really is Ligum. Ah, are you kidding me? He looks completely different. Ligum is a hero who saved mankind. You really think he's that punk? But I'm sure I saw him come out of the demon tower, and his power is no joke. If he really is. But Rui cuts him off, saying, "No, I'm sure of it, because my own father told me." "Oh, right, your dad is." But just as he's about to finish, the redhead says, "Let's hurry up and check out." And then, from behind them, a woman screams, "Ah, a thief." They wonder who screamed, but this maniac just zips right between them at high speed, knocking over everything and everyone in his path. And he's the thief. Huh? That speed? He's a Scorpio constellator. He's using his power to steal everything and everyone's wallets in the supermarket. And the lunatic is moving like the Flash, cleaning out the whole store. Then he thinks, "You idiots, you'll never catch me at this speed, not even if you're constellators too. I've grabbed just about everything. Now, time to hit the next spot." And just as he finishes that thought, he gets clocked right in the ribs. And who is it? None other than our platinum-haired guy. He calmly says, "Gotcha, you idiot." The maniac is in shock. "Ugh, I can't believe it." Meanwhile, Jimin asks, "Ryung, what are you doing here?" And our protagonist replies, "Oh, I came because I forgot to ask you guys to buy a chicken." The maniac is in shock, writhing on the floor in agony, while someone from behind speaks up. "You're pretty good, you know? It's tough to catch a Scorpio constellator since they're so agile. You seem to be just a normal person, judging by your energy. So, next time, call the police first." Huh? Who does this idiot think he is? But then, something quickly catches the guy's attention. He turns, and as he looks, the whole supermarket begins to shake, and the thief wonders, "What? What is this? An earthquake? I don't know what it is, but this is perfect. I'll use this chance to escape." And just like that, folks, the maniac makes a run for it. And as he's running, he says, "I thought I was going to get caught by that weirdo, but this earthquake gave me the perfect chance to escape." But then the ground in front of him starts to crack open, and from inside, a giant centipede bursts out, while he says, "Huh? A disaster? Why is there a disaster in a green zone? Damn it, I should have gotten out of here before I got mixed up in this. And he tries to escape the situation, telling himself that even if it's a powerful disaster, it'll never catch him at this speed. But folks, while he's laughing smugly, the giant monster opens its massive jaws right above his head. And you all know what happens next. And then we get a full view of the monster. It's the very same one the fat guy said they couldn't capture. And it glares down at everyone there with a menacing look while they all panic at the situation. It just keeps staring them down with its cold eyes. As an announcement declares, this is not a drill, and everyone starts to freak out while someone says, a disaster has occurred inside the supermarket. All civilians in the supermarket, please evacuate outside as soon as possible. Due to the appearance of the Spider Queen, the danger level of this supermarket has been classified as a red zone. And then the monster starts spawning countless other monsters. Some look like flies, others are centipedes, all of them chasing after the people who are running for their lives in a panic. Meanwhile, in the back, a child is crying, and suddenly, the monster lunges to try and grab the kid, who's distracted, crying and looking for their parents. And just at that moment, it ends. You probably remember the last video ended with the red-haired kid, after getting his head patted by our protagonist, going to the supermarket with his friend. And, while they were there, the thief showed up, followed immediately by the giant centipede, throwing the whole place into chaos. And in the middle of everyone screaming and running away, a child is standing there crying as the monster closes in, trying to grab the little girl. But just then, a green light started to appear, and our main character arrived, smashing that monster to pieces and sending it flying, while the other boy looked back in terror. But then, Ligum spoke to him. Hey kid, you need to be more careful. Are you all right? But the moment the boy saw him, the poor kid got the scare of his life and took off running without so much as a thank you. Sigh, kids these days. He stood there thinking, well, at least he seems okay. But wait, what the hell kind of market has more calamities than people? Well, after all this time, I guess I should warm up a bit, and he began to summon his green, snake-like aura. Just then, the scene cuts to a car speeding down the road, and inside, a fat guy is talking. What? Say that again? A calamity appeared in the Bucheon City Market? I don't give a damn about that. What kind of calamity did you say it was? Well, they said it's the Spider Queen, and as soon as the fat guy heard that, he was shocked and yelled, damn it, we already failed the last subjugation. I had to go through hell just to seal it. Could it have escaped? Damn it, I can't handle a red-level calamity on my own. Then, it's explained to us that after the calamities appeared, humanity divided them into 6 different danger levels. Blue, a pure demon of God. Green, safe. Yellow, warning. Orange, evacuation and danger. Red, a place completely dominated by the calamity. And black, impossible for humans to survive. So, if the Spider Queen has appeared, that market must have already become a red zone. And then the driver asks, Sir Youngwei, what should we do about the market? The fat guy thinks for a moment and then says, tell them to bury it all. Excuse me, sir, what did you just say? No one can know about this. It'll be a huge pain in the ass if people find out the damage is even worse because we hid the fact that we failed the subjugation. Just say everyone inside is dead and send the grunts to bury the entire building alive. The scene cuts back to the supermarket with all the monsters running wild and destroying everything, while a crazy bald guy yells, you damned insects. Ice prison. And he begins to use his ice powers, freezing all the insects and monsters there and saying, don't you underestimate an S-ranker. And guys, I think this bald dude is the one that old geezer sent to capture our main character. Just a guess though. The scene shows all the monsters frozen solid, but then they shatter his ice and start charging again. The bald guy says in fear, how could they break my ice magic so easily? But just then, our main character appears right in front of him and says, move aside and let a real man handle this, while casually holding a bunch of soda cans. The bald guy wonders where he even came from. You bastards, are you so hungry, you decided you want a piece of me? And then, he takes one of the cans he's holding, tosses it into the air, catches it with lightning speed, and yells, eat this, and starts throwing the cans at the monsters, hitting every single one dead on. The monsters begin to scream, but then one of them is sliced in half as our main character charges in to slaughter them, saying, who the hell do you think you're messing with, you scum? Meanwhile, he cleans up the market with his insane smile and says, you weak little chicks, you should know your place. And the other guys just stand there terrified, witnessing the speed at which our MC annihilates all the monsters. But then, the system panel appears next to him, announcing, you have annihilated the calamities. your zodiac experience has increased. You have obtained new materials for crafting. Huh, materials? What the hell is this system talking about? And then a small crystal appears in the main character's hand, along with the system notification. Using the materials you've obtained, you can create skills and holy relics. Skill creation? Huh. Well, I'll have to try this out later. But anyway, my movements aren't too bad, considering my physical body is only at 50% due to the restoration penalty. Maybe now I can use even more power than before. Meanwhile, the bald guy looks at Ligum with a terrified expression and says, "What? I can't believe it. He took care of S-rank calamities that even I couldn't stop, as if they were nothing." And up front, the little boy is talking to Ligum. "Huh? When did you get that?" And he replies, "Hey, check out this dagger I got from your house." The boy is completely astonished. Where did this guy even come from? Meanwhile, our main character stands there, perfectly calm. The bald guy speaks up. "Huh, hey, you, I knew there was something weird about you, so it was you who attacked our men." And when the main character hears this, he's shocked. And then Jimin remembers the two idiots that our main character beat the crap out of in the last video. He just said, "Shut your mouth." Then he smacked the bald guy right across the cheek. Damn it, how did he find me? It seems you know far too much. The poor guy collapsed to the ground in despair. Ha, how could I not times know? You idiot. You beat one of our members half to death and stole this uniform and emblem from him. Alright guys, the outfit our protagonist is wearing actually belongs to that fat dude. He stole the clothes right off him. And this emblem is an S-rank holy relic that only members of Gemini possess. With that said, I stared daggers at the emblem. And the bald guy just kept yelling, "I bet the reason you're so unbelievably strong is because you're holding that holy relic. Am I right? Huh? Why is this piece of crap in my possession? Ugh, it's disgusting." Then he crushed it in his hand. The other guy was in shock. I said, "You crazy son of a bitch. That thing times is times garbage. At best, this thing is just a decoration. You've all been tricked by that witch." And the guy just froze, stammering, What blasphemy? Wow, I can't believe you and that guy from the bar are still thugs, even after 20 years. And while our main character was talking to the bald guy, the giant monster charged at them. And then he looked on with an incredibly serious expression, while Demon and his red-headed friend pointed at the monster in terror, because now, it was the Spider Queen. And that monster charged forward, destroying everything in its path as people screamed and ran for their lives. The bald guy exclaimed, The Queen. And our protagonist began to unleash his own aura before charging straight for the monster. "Hey, Queen, I've got a gift for you." He then threw a full power punch at the Queen, sending the monster flying as everyone stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Huh, what the hell just happened? He attacked the Spider Queen without any holy relic, and then a voice rang out. "All Gemini members in the supermarket, listen up." What the? That's Bishop Choi's voice, telepathy. The bald guy immediately replied, "Yes, Bishop, this is Sungo." "It's you, isn't it? Sundia, Sung. Get out of the building immediately. He's the Bishop of Gemini. Choi, Sung, Ryuki, the people from Aries are about to completely destroy this building." And those guys had already started unleashing a purple aura to try and destroy the building. While he continued to speak, and Yangwei is on his way here personally. We can't stop him. And the Spider Queen in the supermarket is a monster that not even Yangwei can kill. That's why they want to bury this place at all costs. It'll get messy for them if their mistake is exposed. "Sunghan, you acquired a teleportation skill, right? Take Sundia with you and get out of there now." "What? Just the two of us?" But then something caught the bald guy's attention, and when he looked back, all the injured people came into view, and he saw all the destruction happening in the supermarket, while Ligum was still fighting his heart out against it. He stood there, lost in thought, and the bishop asked, "Why the delay? Is there a problem?" "No, sir, there's no problem." Meanwhile, the red-headed friend yelled, "So it's useless for us to even ask for help? What are you trying to say? Can't you see the chaos that's happening right now? You're just saying that everyone here is going to be buried alive." Meanwhile, the bald guy thought for a moment and said, "I know, but thinking about it, if we say the Spider Queen appeared in the middle of the city, what will people think of us?" "Huh? What?" And the bald guy continued, "The citizens will definitely criticize the holy sanctuary. Their faith will be shaken, and the power of the gods will weaken. Humanity's faith must be unshakable so that we can receive divine protection from the gods. We have 2 teleports left, so that's only enough for 2 people. Sundaya, you're the only one coming with me. This is an order, so I'm getting you out of here. But what about my friend? I can't leave him here. And there are still so many people who haven't been evacuated." You idiot. This is no time to be a coward. I have no intention of dying here for a useless piece of trash like you. And that guy began to unleash his ice power and continued speaking, I can't go against the Saint's orders, so I'll just get rid of the extra baggage. And then you'll have no other choice. As soon as the red-haired kid heard that, he also began to summon his power and said, You despicable bastard. Sandhya, are you really going to face me? You and I are on completely different levels. Forget your useless conscience and make a smart decision, you piece of. And just as he was about to finish his sentence, a giant centipede struck him from above, slamming him face first into the ground. But then Ligum appeared and said, What? You guys are still here? It's dangerous. Get out of here now. Ah, Hyung. Alright guys, and just to clarify, you've commented that Hyung is actually a way of calling an older brother. So that explains why Dimon calls Ligum Hyung, and the red-headed friend immediately said, Because of this disaster, the exit is blocked and we can't escape. Our only choice is to either teleport or defeat all the calamities. And the Spider Lord is here, still staring everyone down, and a lot of people are injured. Meanwhile, some crazy guys in suits are chanting outside, creating a purple energy field. He continues, saying the Ares sect is sealing this place off. The scene cuts to Ligum. He says, Sigh, what a headache. The bald guy is flat on the ground. But then, he jumps up furiously, screaming and saying, You son of a bitch, you dare crush me? What? Huh? What the hell is this, buddy? I thought you abandoned everyone to escape by yourself. The bald guy roars in anger. Shut your mouths, you damn fools. Try surviving on your own. I'm at least getting out of here. But just as he was about to teleport, a spider web whipped right into his back, and the Spider Lord had caught him in its silk. What? No way. And the monster pulls him straight into its gaping maw. You guys already know what happened next to the bald guy. Only his sandal was left, falling to the ground, and everyone looked at it with extremely grim expressions. Hey, you two, I'll handle this. Take care of the injured and get out of here when you can. The red-haired kid and Dynan just look at each other. Ligum says, I'll make this quick, so get going. The barrier outside continues to be erected. The fat guy walks up and asks, Hey, what's the situation? Sir, we've erected the barrier around the store and put the entire building on high alert. Humph. For something you guys started before I even got here, this is nothing special. Don't you think? Huh? Why isn't the barrier working properly? That's right, it seems to be blocked by something. And then a green light begins to appear, shattering the entire barrier while knocking them all back. And the symbol of a giant snake appears, surrounding the area. Huh? What is that? A snake? And everyone starts running out of the supermarket in a panic. As they run, they scream, Please, help us. The calamity is in there. There are still people trapped inside. And a guy in a suit is trying to hold back the crowd. While they say, Someone took care of the spiders. The fat guy stands behind them, just observing the whole situation and thinking to himself, Took care of the spiders? No, that's impossible. Even I can't handle a single one. So how did they do it? I have to go see for myself. And he begins to emit his red aura, while the guard says, Sir Yangwei, there might still be calamities inside. It's fine. Everyone on high alert. He leaps from building to building until he gets inside the supermarket and says, My God, how could someone kill it? Who? Who did this? Traces of a battle. What happened here? Was someone actually hunting the Spider Lord? Huh, things are getting more and more troublesome. Another bunch of things to worry about, but this energy source is. He immediately runs off, and when he looks down below, he says, Wait a minute, that bastard. Why is this son of a bitch here? And it's Hugo down below, in the middle of the crowd, while the fat guy wonders, could he be the one behind all this? It's Hugo. I guess that makes sense. But then someone speaks up. Hey, you doing okay without me? And when the fat guy hears it, he's shocked. What's wrong, fatty? Something bothering you? And it's Ligum speaking. Long time no see, but why the long face? The fat guy is shocked, exclaiming, You are here? The scene changes to a blue siren wailing, and everyone is being helped by rescue teams and firefighters, while they all scream, Anyone injured, please come over here quickly. Come on, please move away from the front of the building. It's dangerous. Meanwhile, Dinan and the red-haired kid are deep in thought. Was that really Ligum? He looked so different, but those movements were definitely his. But then someone calls his name, Sandhya. It's Hugo talking to him. Sandhya, why are you here? Dinan is shocked, saying, the Sagittarius Saint. But the red-haired kid just replies, What? When did you get back? What? Is that how you talk to your father? Yep, you guys. It turns out the red-haired kid is Hugo's son. What a shocking reveal. Dinan is snickering while the red-haired kid is fuming. But then Hugo looks at them and says, All right, At least it seems like you two aren't hurt. A little support from the medical team should be enough. But more importantly, you were inside that supermarket, weren't you? I heard the Calamity was eliminated. Who was it that did that? But the red-haired kid just ignored him, which pissed the guy off, and he muttered, seriously, who's he gonna look for next? But just then, Dynan spoke up. But Gum's probably okay, right? And as soon as Hugo heard that, he rushed over to the person and bombarded them with questions. Did you just say Gum? Where is he? You know him? And the poor guy, completely stunned, said sorry. Sorry. Are you talking about the saint? He's in the supermarket. He's the one who defeated the Spider Queen. He said his name was Gum. Hey, tell me more about what happened inside. But right as he finished his sentence, a massive explosion erupted from inside the supermarket, and when the guy turned back to look, the scene had changed. Cut to the fat guy, heavily shocked and covered in bruises, roaring, "Ah, you bastard." But our MC just smiled. You're overdoing it. It's been 20 years since we first met, and you attack me out of the blue like this. Huh? Who the hell are you? He looks a little like Lee Gum, but his face isn't covered in scars, and his voice is different. There's no way he's this young, that bastard. How dare you impersonate Lee Gum? You really had me going for a second. Huh? What? Impersonate? And the fat guy continued gathering his energy, yelling, how dare you not know your place? Get ready for what's coming, right? But our MC just looked at him and said, what the hell are you barking about, you moron? Then he landed a devastating punch to the fat guy's chest, caving it in. You think I'm kidding? Then he sent the fat guy flying. But our MC didn't stop there, folks. He immediately dashed to the other side and, my God, this madman is playing ping pong with the fat guy. And as he crashed to the ground, battered and bruised, our MC casually walked over with his hands in his pockets and said, you guys really need a beating before you'll listen to anyone, huh? Life must have been pretty good after getting rid of me in the tower. You goddamn bastards. You stole my holy relic, and from what I hear, you even faked my testimony, didn't you? The fat guy was horrified. Well that's fine. I was planning on sending you all to heaven anyway, starting with teaching you a lesson. The fat guy was still in shock as our MC continued. After that, I'm coming for your house, your temple, your holy relic, and all the other trashy saints too. I'm going to destroy it all. I can't let that happen. The way he acts and talks, he's not kidding. I couldn't even see his movements just now. He really is Lee Gum. He survived and came back from the tower. No way. If you're really Lee Gum, then. And the fat guy started channeling his reddish-purple power, roaring, prove it to me. And this monster began to summon a demonic symbol on the ground, as something appeared behind him, and he emerged with a crown on his head. The system announced, Master of the Ares Temple, the Jade Emperor God, has manifested. Only a fraction of the god's power has appeared, and the fat guy went right back to being arrogant. He launched a barrage of chains to capture Lee Gum, and after tying him up securely, he said, do we look weak to you now? I don't know how you came back from the tower, but I'm going to make you regret it. Embodiment skill, divine weapon armament. Countless chains continued to tighten around our MC, while rows and rows of sharp stakes appeared in front of him. Wow, pretty impressive, huh? And the fat guy? Shut up, you bastard. And all of those stakes shot towards our MC, starting to destroy the entire area. And then, a scene appeared with countless blades piled on top of each other. This time, he's really gone to heaven, right? I was surprised he managed to return from the demon tower, but he's as stupid as ever. To think he'd dare to face me head on. Someone who's leveled up countless times with experience points. What an idiot. Did you really think I spent the last 20 years just messing around? But then, a green light started to emerge from within the pile of stakes, and the fat guy began to panic. No way! And then an explosion occurred, blowing all those blades back, as our MC emerged and immediately landed a devastating punch to the fat guy's face, sending him flying backward. How could he have survived that attack? Hey, are you really Lee Gum? Finally figured it out, you fat bastard? And then he stomped hard on the fat guy's big belly while continuing to speak. Yeah, that's right. I'm really back. How could he have survived and escaped from there? But what the hell happened to you? So much so that your weapon smells like a pile of shit. This kind of recovery ability is impossible, even for the healers of the Aquarius Temple, and a series of system notifications appeared. You have experienced a near-death state. Conditions have been met. The 13th sense skill has been unlocked. Oh, thanks. I got stronger because of you. Now then, shall we test it out? Hey, wait. How dare you not know your place? Just what kind of stunt are you trying to pull? Just face it, Are you prepared for what's coming, right? But our hero just looks at him and says, yeah, what the hell, wait, please. And the system kept spamming notifications. The god Ares was flabbergasted by Ligum. He roared, demanding to know how Ligum was still alive. The god Ares trembled, screaming that it was impossible. Then, with one last curse, Ares vanished. And the fat guy just stood there, stunned. Huh? What? What the hell was that? Why did a god just disappear? Then Brazen Peg answered him, probably because he knew it was pointless to face me. I'm feeling generous, so I'll only make you suffer exactly as much as I did, he said, a look of twisted pity on his face. He began to tenderize the fat guy's flesh, and a moment later, Hugo and the fat guy's henchman arrived and asked, what the hell happened here? Before them was a scene of complete and utter devastation. Hugo observed the area and said, this energy, it's Yang Wei's. This has to be Ligum's doing. A mess like this could only be him. And one of the fat guy's henchmen said, something's not right. I can feel Yang Wei's energy from here. But isn't this energy way too faint to say he's alive? What on earth happened? Huh? Suddenly, Hugo flared his own aura and said, could you all back up a bit? And as soon as the other guy looked back, Hugo had vanished, appearing right in front of the fat guy, who looked up and gasped, Ligum. That bastard had written a message right in front of him. Damn it. What kind of mess are you going to cause next? The scene then shifts to Ares' home, where our MC appears out front. Sylvian calmly says, so, the divine artifact that Yang Wei stole from me is here, isn't it? And as he arrived, a statue of the fat guy came into view, with many people passing by, while our MC muttered to himself, that bastard, he's so obsessed with looking rich that he'd show off his wealth like this. I can smell my divine artifact from here. But what's with all these fake relics? It looks like he took clothes from my house, but all these weapons are fakes. Huh? And as he looked, an item appeared with a label, toothpick, used by Ligum. Ah, I found it, my treasure. But then the scene immediately changed. People screamed in terror as red sirens blared, and the crowd shouted, it's a thief, there's a thief. Hurry up and run, all guards to Sector B. And when they arrived, our MC was holding the toothpick in his hand. And then, holy crap, an entire army surrounded our MC, all of them shouting, hands up, drop the item, and surrender peacefully. Yeah, I don't think so. And he started swinging the tiny toothpick, destroying everything and sending the small fry flying everywhere. He casually remarked, a man really should use something he's familiar with. Don't you all agree? And then, it changed. What was once a toothpick had now turned into a slime. And it said, it's good to see you again, Lima. And then the system announced, you have unlocked a divine artifact. Slime of universal creation, a creation-oriented divine artifact, S rank, attribute, shapeshifting, S rank. You have met the conditions to unlock a skill. Workshop. A 1.5 meter workshop has been created. The standard workshop range has been unlocked. Production, repair, and reinforcement, and dismantling workshops. With the inscribed creation skill, the attributes of the slime of universal creation can be bestowed. Shall we go now? And another system window appeared. The energy of the divine artifact Ares can be felt clearly. It'd be a little disappointing to just leave empty-handed. The tiny creature looked at him in amazement as he walked over, opened the door, and said, time to farm some items. But the scene then cuts to Hugo saying, damn it, I'm too late, as the fat guy's mansion was now completely destroyed, a total mess with people running around in a panic. Gum, please stop. And people were still frantically fleeing in the background, but the scene changes to our MC saying, I'm starting to get hungry. And Hugo screamed, Gum! Taisu! And he charged toward Ligum, sobbing. But guys, he ran straight past him, leaving our MC confused, and grabbed some random, unrelated grunt. If you were alive, you should have come to see me right away. What have you been doing since you got back? And our MC just stood there, staring at him with a dumbfounded look. And he continued, are your legs okay? Your body's not in good shape. Where were you rushing off to, you idiot? He said, still crying. At this point, Ligum was furious and yelled, can't you even recognize your own best friend's face, you moron? Then landed a swift kick to Hugo's face, sending him sprawling. You want me to knock some sense into you? There are other things you should be confused about. And the poor guy thought, I'm out of here. This is a disaster. As for Hugo, this is the divine artifact of, boom, a slime. Wait a minute, you really want me to knock some sense into you, Taisu? And before the poor guy could even get a word out, the creature rushed forward and emotionally tackled our main character in a hug. and Limo was grinning from ear to ear. So, you're still alive. Ah, you really are, Gun, aren't you? But just then, Gun landed a punch right in his gut, stunning the poor guy. Ow, why the hell are you hugging me all of a sudden? Are you really Gun? Yeah, it's definitely you. And then the system window popped up. The god of the Sagittarius constellation, Apollo, has appeared. Huh? And then some crazy guy appeared behind them with a golden aura, blonde hair, and handsome looks, while Taisu could only stare in fear. And then the guy, oh my, gives this seductive glance. Is he trying to seduce our main character or something? His friend just stood there, terrified, but Gun remained perfectly calm, as the crazy guy materialized in a giant form right in front of them. Why did he show up here? But the crazy guy just stared intently at him, without saying a word. Gun finally spoke up. What the hell is this? And then a system notification appeared, stating, God Apollo is suspicious of Gun's survival. God Apollo suggests that you confirm whether or not this is the real Gun. Hugo stood there. But how am I supposed to check? God Apollo aimed his bow and arrow at Gun, saying, something will probably happen if I shoot a fire arrow at him. But just then, Hugo rushed out and grabbed him, crying, no, you can't do that. Our main character thought to himself, maybe I should just get rid of this bastard god right now. The guy points an arrow at someone the moment he meets them. And as for Hugo? No, stop it. Just stop. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Well, I think it's best we clear a few things up right now. Huh? What things? And then he remembered the voice message our main character had sent him. He froze as Gun continued. I just got out of the tower and found out my house was sold. My reputation is ruined and all my holy relics are gone. Wait, hold on. For now I'm just gonna punch you once. And folks, he really did it. Ow, you're definitely Gun. Awesome. This bastard's punch really hurts. Just then, the fat guy's soldiers appeared, shouting, there, we found him. He's over there. Get him. That's the guy who stole the holy relic. Huh? What? Ah, right. I'm being chased, aren't I? Gun, what did you steal? Oh, I didn't steal anything major. Then he showed him the bag full of stuff. You stole the holy relics from Young Wei's warehouse? Good stuff, right? And the poor guy just stood there crying, look what you've done, you psycho. Captain, let's capture him immediately. No, wait. That guy is way out of our league. We couldn't do a damn thing to that bastard, even if we called in someone as strong as me. You just... Then a strong gust of wind blew past, and as he wondered what it was, the scene changed. It looked like a cat jumping, folks. And the other guy spoke up, he's here. And then, giant legs came crashing down. It was the incarnation of Ares, the divine beast of wealth, and the monster let out a huge roar right in front of Hugo and Gun. As they looked up, a terrified Hugo said, oh no, the incarnation of Ares. Gun, let's just dump the stuff you took from Young Wei and run. Ah, Taisu, calm down. I have a plan. Limo, do it. And then, Limo started to glow. Its eyes lit up and began to emit a bright light. The slime began to spit out what looked like our main character's weapon. It'll be hard to use this against an incarnation in its current state, but show me your true form, the one that has been dormant for so long. And then, a green aura began to appear on our MC's paring knife. Meanwhile, Hugo wondered what that power was. Then, a bolt of lightning struck the spot, and a new, giant sword appeared as our MC spoke. All right, now it's finally something useful. And the system began to explain. The holy relic has awakened thanks to the power of the Ophiuchus constellation and the Snake Hunter trait. From this constellation, the sword has been granted the Fatal Strike trait. The blade has become sharper, and its power has increased. Enhanced skill, 13th sense. You can now see your opponent's weak points. You can see the path to destruction. So this is my new skill. Let's test it out. 13th sense. Whoa, I can really see it. So that's this monster's weak point. Well then, time to let these legs dance. And he charged straight for the monster, while behind him, Hugo watched the situation unfold and said, that's right. Always taking the lead and charging straight at the enemy. That's always been his style. He'll always charge forward, no matter how dangerous it is. Finish it quickly. Gun. But the giant monster slammed its hand down on the ground, right as our MC was closing in, and a horrified Hugo screamed, gun. But then, something, while toying with the monster's leg, saying, what are you screaming so loud for, you damn pig? The stench from your feet almost suffocated me. Ah, but now, it's my turn. The monster was instantly terrified as its leg was obliterated after our main character slashed it off. It began to scream in despair as a system notification appeared. Warning: the divine beast of fortune, Tichu, has used its skill and is continuing to roar and destroy everything. But Gun just watched it calmly and said, if you'd just stayed quiet, you wouldn't have been punished. Now, I'll start off slow. And a system notification popped up. The trait of the constellation Ophiuchus is being activated. Trait: Serpent Hunter. And Gun unleashed an attack that swept across the ground, hurtling towards the monster. In that moment, the entire surrounding landscape was destroyed, flattening several houses in the distance. Everyone watched in horror at the whole scene while our main character remained cool as ever. And then, the trail of destruction his attack left in the area became visible. This was the same power Gun possessed at his peak, and the monster was utterly defeated. A system notification announced, you have defeated an avatar. Your divinity score has increased. You will acquire the divine beast of fortune, Pichu, as your avatar. Huh, what? An avatar that only the 12 gods should be able to control. How could this be happening? And he approached the small beast, stroking it, and then his main character aura completely enveloped it. Instantly, the beast sprouted a pair of wings, and the system announced, the divine beast of fortune, Pichu, has become the avatar of Ophiuchus. Current number of avatars, 1. And it immediately became incredibly adorable with Gun. The divine beast of fortune, Pichu, had shrunk in size to embrace its new master. The beast became super cute, guys. It nestled into Gun's arms and he picked it up, saying, you'll make a great little treasure chest, living up to your title as the divine beast of fortune. The egg in the background thought, oh, this guy's completely nuts. He turned another temple's avatar into his own. What in the world happened for him to get a skill like that? And now Gun is having a great time with his little lion folks. But then the system announced, you may give the avatar Pichu a name. Gun thought for a moment. A name? I know. Piggy Bank. Afterwards, the scene shifts to Hugo's house, with Gun calling him a traitor, while Hugo continues. Huh? A traitor? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Gun calmly replied, if I'm wrong, then how come you got married, built a family, and enjoyed your life, while I, your friend, was stuck rotting in that goddamn tower? The other guy continued to get pissed off, and Gun made a point that I'll just skip. Guys, it's way too long. Then he said, I guess I won't be able to steal anything from your own house. But Hugo replied, don't worry, you can stay as long as you want. I live here alone. I just said something unnecessary, my old friend. But Hugo looked confused and said, wait, buddy, I'm not divorced. My wife, never mind. Let's not talk about that. Tell me about you. What the hell actually happened in the tower, huh? Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, I'm not going to tell Sunday and Yura about Lee Gun, cause they're his diehard fans. I was fighting the Calamities outside at the time, so I don't know what happened inside the tower, or why the other saints brought back Red Eye's head instead of you. And Gun answered him that there was a really sad story behind it. I was backstabbed and thrown into a trap in a place swarming with calamities. Besides the countless calamities that appeared, Red Eye had also been resurrected. Hugo was shocked when he heard this and asked, Red Eye was resurrected? Yup. And the Red Eye we saw wasn't his real body. The real Red Eye was much deeper inside the tower. And then his true form appeared. It was a giant fire dragon. Well, I took care of that bastard, but the real problem wasn't Red Eye. It was the tower's true manager. That guy could resurrect dead calamities. No matter how many times I defeated them, I somehow managed to get out, but I really thought I'd never escape. That sadistic son of a bitch really put me through hell. And here's the scene of our poor protagonist torn to pieces, while that psycho laughs his head off in the background. Finally, in a fight to the death, I defeated the manager after using every last ounce of my strength. If I remember correctly, I was definitely buried underground at that point. But when I woke up, those hellish monsters were no longer in the cave. And I don't know why, but I ended up with the skills I have now. One thing's for sure, that bastard must have stabbed me in the back because he knew the layout of the demon tower. The proof is that the bastard trapped me in a cave full of calamities, as if he knew its location beforehand. You bet I am. I'm going to beat the living daylights out of the ones who stole my stuff and spread all those lies about me. But for the one who betrayed me, I'll have some special treatment saved just for him. I need to get ready. All right. Meanwhile, Hugo, still in shock after hearing everything, could only ask, so, what am I supposed to do? I need to craft some equipment to use against them. and he began to channel his power into the wooden horse he was assembling, and his skill window appeared. Creation Workshop, Level 1. Summons a workshop that can create anything, searching for materials you can use for crafting. Would you like to use materials for a sacred treasure? Materials. List of usable materials. The Spider Queen's corrupted essence. Accumulated magical energy that can be absorbed. Calamity Fragment. You can increase the success rate and power of the sacred treasure. Additionally, many sacred treasures of Ares have been detected, and a whole array of sacred treasures he had obtained from the Ares sanctuary appeared. Let's just try throwing them all in and see what happens. The crafting process began, and then the entire house was enveloped in a green light as several system messages popped up. Sacred treasure, crafting complete. A soul has been generated. Mocking wooden horse, B rank. If you write a name on the sacred treasure, the owner of that name will be able to absorb the magic of anyone they touch. You can absorb 10% of another person's magic for 1 hour. Possesses absolute loyalty to its master. This is awesome. A sacred treasure with a soul can grow on its own. And Hugo stood by, clapping. Wow. But for a high-level item with a soul, it doesn't look very cool. And the horse immediately got angry at Hugo. Are you serious right now? Do you have any idea how many materials I used to make that? Now I'm wondering if I should even use the remaining materials to make your gear. Better save them for later. But then Hugo chimed in. This design is amazing, Gun. You're a genius for being able to create a sacred treasure. A moment ago, he was complaining it wasn't cool, and now he's saying one should treat sacred treasures with respect. Did you learn design in the Demon Tower? And then Gun thought for a moment before saying, that'll depend on how you perform from now on. We need to start dealing with those fake saints. And poor Hugo got another smack on the head. Folks, how are you going to do that? It won't be easy to make the other saints leave their territory. Will this be enough to lure them out? Oh, this is the royal sacred treasure of the House of Ares, the Golden Fleece Chest. And the system description appeared. Golden Fleece Chest, SS rank. Can store anything, and can also duplicate items inside if you pay a price. This is one of the best royal sacred treasures. Why did you bring it out if you can't use it? I heard the Sagittarius Saint is broke, so I brought this out to raise funds for us. And the Sagittarius Saint stood there and said angrily, hey, I'm not poor. Then Tyson asked, but the higher the rank of the sacred treasure, the more materials it consumes, right? We'll use it to duplicate materials and craft sacred treasures that can destroy them. So, how are we going to do that? Is there no one here who can activate it? And Gun asked him, you can't even use this? Ah, I'm not the Ares Saint. I'm the Sagittarius Saint. Didn't you realize? And the other two looked on in despair. Ah, right, but I thought you could use it. No, I can't. Sorry about that. We need to find another way. Except Gun just continued. Damn it. But I already sent the challenge to the TV station. And Hugo was shocked to hear that, saying, what? You sent it where? I guess I have no choice but to find another way. Wait, what did you send to the TV station? Ah, this crazy son of a bitch. And then the scene shifts to the Blue House in South Korea, where the higher-ups are having a meeting. Everything was going smoothly until one of them spoke up. You useless bunch. Not only could you not defeat a single measly spider, you even got humiliated by it. You all should have just stuck to selling talismans. Why even get involved in a fight against Calamities? And that was the Leo Saint, Oliver. But then another person interrupted him. Leo Saint, please watch your words. Oh, I heard some guy defeated the Spider Queen. Don't tell me Lee Gun's corpse came back to life? But then another person spoke up. Don't cross the line, Leo Saint. It seems you're a bit too obsessed with Lee Gun's hero stories. And that was the Gemini Saint, Choi Sung-jae, the very same person who ordered the bald guy and the redhead to flee from the supermarket. What's the big deal? If it was Ligun, he would have crushed that spider easily. Didn't you see that viral video of the Russian dude overpowering one? But then Diaculos shot back. That's only because he got buffed by the other saints, and his weapons were gifts from them too. With that kind of support, We Times could have done even better, while the bald guy in glasses just retorted, I'm guessing you guys just didn't have enough time support, which is why you couldn't take down the Spider Queen, am I right? And that psycho immediately flew off the handle at him. I'm setting the record straight here. It was times us *, the Ares Temple, who defeated the Spider Queen, and it cost us the life of an S-rank disciple. Oh, the Ares Temple has someone that strong? I'd love to meet him. Guess I'll have to go looking for him inside the Spider Queen's stomach. And as they kept bickering, an old man in the back muttered, damn it, since when did the Blue House become a nest for a bunch of thugs? But just then, some random guy burst in, slamming the door open and yelling, "Mr. Chairman, something huge just happened. Please, turn on the news, right now." And on the screen, a news anchor was saying, "We have breaking news. Our station has just received a mysterious package." Inside were photos of a man claiming to be someone named Yang Wei, along with a short message. And then, a picture of the bruised and battered fat guy flashed on screen with a single note, "I'm back." Handwriting analysis has confirmed a 99% probability that this is the handwriting of the late Li Gun. The scene then cuts to Gun screaming, "Hey, what the hell were you thinking, sending that thing in? Oh, you know, a declaration of war. I'm letting them know to get ready, 'cause I'm coming to rip their heads off, one by one." But Hugo just kept yelling, "Hey, you crazy bastard, listen to me. You beating Yang Wei was already a huge problem. Why did you have to go and announce it?" "No, he's not dead." "Huh? What?" "Well, technically, he's alive, but not times alive." While Hugo just stood there, completely stunned, Gun said, "Ta-da, meet Yang Wei." He then held up a teddy bear, which was sweating bullets as it said, What the hell? Li Gun, you bastard. Asterisk this times is Yang Wei?" And from inside the bear, a voice screamed, let me out, please. My skill has leveled up like crazy thanks to the experience from that fight. I can now completely suppress Yang Wei's soul. What the hell are you even talking about? This damn bear." And the poor guy just kept sweating profusely. Hugo then asked him if something like that was even possible. That doesn't matter, but check this out." And he handed Hugo an orange peeler. Hugo had no idea what he was looking at. Our protagonist replied that it was the very same peeler they used to carve up his back in the demon tower. What? The person who tried to kill you is used times this asterisk? Look at this engraving. This isn't the work of some random person. Gun, do you have any idea who it was? But Gun wasn't even listening. He was too busy yanking on the head of the poor fatty trapped inside the teddy bear. "Well, I'm gonna swing by the Divine Item Shop for a bit." "The Divine Item Shop? What do you want to go there for?" "Well, maybe the guy who works there has seen an engraving like this before." Then, in a surprisingly sweet moment between the two, Gun said, "All right, let me borrow some clothes." And Hugo replied, "Take anything you want from the closet." The scene then cuts to a very dapper-looking Gun, who says, "Well, I'm leaving you on house-sitting duty this time. Servant number 2. And Hugo just wondered, "Number 2? Then, is there a number 1? But then Gun called out, "I'll be back, servant number 1. Talking right to Hugo. He instantly blew a gasket, while Yang Wei, still in the teddy bear, just laughed his ass off at him. The scene then shifts to the site of our protagonist's battle with Pichu. A couple of cool-looking women in stylish suits and sunglasses are there, and one says, "Saintess, the saint of Ares, isn't here either. I can't feel the divine energy of his god, either." The scene then cuts to a woman relaxing in a luxurious bath, who says, "I wonder where on earth he could have gone." And this is the saint of the Aquarius temple, Sophie Marty. Perhaps he took all his riches and just vanished. What a pain. It'll be a real problem if he strikes a deal with another saint behind my back. Where did that fat bastard run off to? But her attendant continued, "Saintess, there's a chance that Li Gun, who recently returned, might have abducted Yang Wei." Hearing this, the bitch just started smirking. She says coolly, "Little sister, your jokes aren't very funny." And then, the psycho calmly shoves the other woman's head underwater. This woman is seriously unhinged. The attendant sputtered in fear, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. It's fine. Just head to the Advivine Divine Item Shop as planned. And be prepared. We need to sell off the divine items to raise funds for the auction. This auction is critical, but just then, another one of her bodyguards rushes over, shouting, "Holy Maiden, we have a huge problem. The other saints have also registered for the drachma auction." She's completely stunned, exclaiming, "What?" And with that, the scene shifts to the Lion Academy, where a bunch of beefy guys are staring wide-eyed, because right in front of them is another dude who looks like a freaking lion. He's repping some seriously heavy squats before slamming the weight down. One of the guys approaches him from behind and says, "Rumor is, Ligum's divine item is going to be at the drachma auction." Hearing this, the lion man pauses, drops the barbell to the floor, and says, So it's finally surfaced. Ligum's divine item will be ours. And this man is none other than the Lion Saint, Stephen Marker. The scene shifts again as a portal opens up with countless bolts of lightning. From inside, our main character steps out with Hugo's son and says, "Teleportation is seriously convenient. The red-haired kid replies that it's normally super expensive, but it's free for those affiliated with the Gemini Saint. And then, the divine item shop complex comes into view. Anyway, thanks. I was looking for an appraiser, and you introduced me to an SS rank 1. It was nothing. But then he remembers what that four-eyed guy told him. You've met the man who defeated the Spider Queen, haven't you? Good. I want you to keep an eye on him. No matter what happens, I'll support you with everything you need. The red-haired kid looks at his phone and sighs. But just then, Gun speaks up. Is your boss giving you a hard time about that incident? The kid immediately gets flustered. No, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway, here, take this. It was really effective for dealing with those insects. And then, the attribute, window for that paring knife pops up. Its name is Janice's Wish, an A-rank item with the skill to summon two-faced soldiers, both red and blue. It also activates a random skill. The red-haired kid immediately says, wasn't this all rusted when you took it from my place? Gun replies, oh, I fixed it up, and the effect is a little different now, so don't be surprised later. Thank you so much. Whoa. So, this is the place, the one with the SS rank appraiser. The scene cuts to a man who flinches as all. The people around him start freaking out, whispering, oh my god, what's someone like that doing in a place like this? Good lord, she's beautiful. And then, all the female bodyguards from before appear, protecting the Aquarius Holy Maiden. As she steps out looking incredibly gorgeous and full of pride, she approaches and tells the man, I'd like to submit a few divine items to the appraiser before the auction. The man stammers awkwardly, telling her, Holy Maiden, I'm so sorry, but the appraiser is currently with a client. She instantly fumes to herself. How dare he see another client when I'm here? But on the outside, she remains graceful and says, oh, that's fine. I'll just wait around the area. But she can't help but wonder who could possibly be inside. And inside, who do you think it is? It's our main character, who's saying, whoa, an SS rank appraiser runs this place. The prices are, no joke, either. He's browsing the items on the shelves, while the other man asks, Sundia, who made this? Our main character replies from behind, oh, that was me. What is it? The man asks again. You made this? Could you have some connection to Ligum? And this man is the affiliate of the Virgo Saint, the SS rank appraiser, Jin Myung. The red-haired kid introduces our main character, saying he is Ligum's successor, but the man thinks he's joking and says, Sundia, we're having an important conversation, so stop messing around. You there, what is your relationship with Ligum? What do you mean? Most people don't know this, since he was famous simply for his combat skills, but he was also a legendary craftsman. This divine item you've brought. I've seen countless fakes in my life, but this is different. I can feel Ligum's work in it. And as he says this, our main character gets cocky, saying, ho, seems you know quite a bit about Ligum. The man says yes, because he is, after all, his master's disciple. He even blushes a little as he says it. Wait, what the hell is this? What in the world just happened? And our main character has the exact same reaction, wondering, what? What the hell is this guy talking about? But I don't remember ever taking a disciple. The appraiser keeps going with his analysis. Considering your age, there's no way you could be a direct student. Your skills are quite impressive, though. You almost had me fooled. Ligum is absolutely fuming at this point. Should I just punch this smooth-brained idiot? But then the man takes a small notebook from his pocket and says, look here, this is the item I received from Ligum after he acknowledged me as his student. See? This notebook. Isn't this the one I lost? Wait a minute. Hold on. Could this guy be that rookie who was tailing me back in China? He was so damn annoying that I just figured, you're just getting on my nerves, but you've definitely gotten a lot older in the last 20 years. And he compared pictures of the guy from back then to now. Then he said, moved. He truly had a phenomenal eye for items. He even gave me a lot of useful information, but one day, he suddenly left his belongings behind, and all that was left was these crafting notes. Oog grabbed it and said, I thought I lost this, but it turns out this crazy old geezer swiped it from me, didn't he? The old man continued. His handwriting is pretty bad, so I couldn't read a thing, but this must be a notebook where he jotted down his ideas. You've received a precious item. And Gunpeg said, no, you crazy old man, this is my target list. After reawakening, I can extract information from anyone I touch. But since you're an S-rank appraiser, I figured I could get some juicy info out of you, right? But the old man took it and said, However, this notebook will probably be more useful to a talented young man like yourself. Please, take this as well. Damn, nice. It has some of my old drawings in it, so I was a little sad when I lost it. And then a system message appeared. The dormant notebook is reacting to its master's mana. The notebook will evolve into a divine artifact under the influence of Ophiuchus's mana. And as soon as the old man saw that, he gasped in astonishment. My God, it's a memory-storing divine artifact. It seems you possess a skill I've never seen in my entire life. And the notebook, which had been old and tattered, completely changed its form, becoming brand new and green. But then someone grabbed him and said, Dim Jung, we have a problem. The old man turned and asked what was wrong, while his assistant pointed to the door and he asked what the issue was. The assistant replied that the saintess was outside, and he thought to himself, Aish, damn it. Why are they making such a big fuss over a single saintess? And Gum grabbed it and asked, a saintess? The scene then shifts outside, with the saintess of Aquarius still waiting for the man to open the door, and she thought to herself, why do these vulgar people keep staring? This always happens whenever I go out in public. And behind her, the red-haired guy was totally relaxed, sipping juice and saying, Sophie Marty, a saintess who doesn't just appear at official events. I heard that her just leaving the church is a very complicated affair, while she said, losing her patience, waiting any longer is just a waste of time. I'll go inside and speak with him directly. That appraiser has to buy our divine artifact at a high price, so we have money for the auctions. But how long is he going to make us wait? Saintess, please be patient. He still has a guest inside. But she grabbed the handle and said, what kind of guest makes him dare to treat me like this? I'll go see for myself. And as soon as she opened the door and saw our protagonist, she froze and let out a gasp. Ing. And she saw him shining brilliantly, incredibly handsome and charming, and thought, oh my God, this man is gorgeous. I have to get a closer look. Bam. Do you all remember how the last video ended with the saintess walking into the room? And when she saw our protagonist, she was in shock, thinking, hey, this man is gorgeous. I have to get closer. And the moment she approached our protagonist, she flinched, sensing a completely terrifying aura. She immediately collapsed to the floor, while her guards asked if she was all right. But she could only think, what? What is this? This mana. It feels as if thousands of snakes are coiling around me. I have to get out of here, now. And she fled in a panic, while our protagonist and the old man just stood there watching. And then the bearded old man asked our protagonist, why would she run off like that? Who knows, maybe she's sick or something. And then the system notification appeared. A member of the Zodiac has approached Ophiuchus without any fear. Your divine power has been strengthened. Current divine power, 35%. What? Divine power? Is that different from mana? And the system continued to explain. Divine power is formed from the strength of the gods. You can steal divine power from the gods and take it from others. If your divine power drops to 0%, your zodiac will lose its strength. And if this state continues, you will be weakened. I just keep getting more and more stuff. But anyway, that girl who just ran out of here was a saintess. What? You didn't recognize her face? Even though it's all over the papers? That's the saintess of Aquarius, Sophie Marty. You really don't know? And our protagonist just stood there. Sophie Marty. I was wondering what this whole saintess thing was about. But the saintess is times girl? Talk about a complete makeover. No wonder I didn't recognize her. Her original appearance wasn't bad, but now she's even more beautiful. Even if she had plastic surgery to change her face. She can fix her face, but she can't fix that rotten heart of hers. If I had to sort the things I hate into categories like fish, bones, insects, and trash, Sophie would definitely be an insect. I can't even consider her human. She thinks her skincare routine is more important than human lives. But then, the bearded old man spoke up. I don't understand why they see her as the pinnacle of compassion and selflessness, when in reality, she's just a wicked and selfish brat. Oh, so you know a thing or two about her, huh? And meanwhile, outside, the saintess was speaking to her guard. Go back to the pawn shop and find out who that man is. Yes, understood, my lady saintess. And what about the appraiser? Forget about him. I've changed my mind. Kill them all. See, folks, this woman doesn't mess around. This saintess is definitely not going to be endgame for our main character. But Sir Virgim is fond of that appraiser, and we have to sell our items. It just ruins my mood, putting me in such an awkward position. And that man who brought up my trauma. Both of them are just shameless fools. I'll even grant you my holy relic. Lend you the power of the gods. But Miss Sophie, using your power in a neutral zone. Are you saying you don't want to follow my orders? And with that, the scene shifts to the Holy Relic commercial complex in the Central District. And strolling around there is the red-headed kid, Hugo's son, casually sipping on some juice while wondering, huh? What's this? Why is there water when it's not even raining? This amount is weak, but I can feel a little bit of magic from it. Wait a minute. And suddenly, a hand began to rise from the puddle, shocking him, and from within it, a copy of himself started to emerge, as he wondered what the hell was going on. Looking over, he saw many others in a state of panic as countless water clones appeared, while, from high above, the Saintess simply observed it all and said, "Mirror of replication. Right now, these things are merely A-rank holy knights, but if countless ants attack at once, they can easily take down even an elephant. Ma'am, why are you using a combat skill in a neutral zone? Cancel it immediately. Kid, this is all the Saintess's command, so don't complain. It is all for the will of the gods. Activate the holy relic." And a huge pillar of light began to appear on the scene, while Sundia tried to stop her, but it was too late. She had activated the chalice of oblivion. Everyone started to get enveloped by spheres of water, while countless clones appeared behind her, and she said, "Good. From now on, I will handle the man in the appraisal building. In the meantime, you will capture all the holy relic appraisers." And all those water clones vanished from behind her, while Sundia wondered, "Damn it, since when? Ugh, I have to get out of here quickly before I lose consciousness, no matter what it takes." And then the scene cuts to our main character, who was just watching water flow from the roof. The bearded man said something was happening outside, but suddenly, he was engulfed by all that water magic, and someone appeared right behind our MC and said, "Don't move. It's nothing personal, but the Saintess is displeased with you. Don't even think about doing anything. If you want to avoid a bloodbath, the Saintess has ordered the elimination of you both. But if you apologize for your contempt towards the Saintess and buy our holy relic at a high price, I might show you mercy." Meanwhile, the bearded old man was still inside the water bubble, but something caught his attention, and he was shocked to see our main character had grabbed the woman's dagger and crushed it like it was nothing. "Hey, Dinmung, make them pay for the damages." And the woman standing there had no idea what just happened, while the bearded man wondered, that dagger was a water-type holy relic. How could he break it so easily? "I thought I told you not to move." And she summoned a water dragon that lunged at Ligum at high speed, but he simply destroyed it like it was nothing. "So, what else you got? This is kind of fun." "Huh? Impossible. He dealt with my A-rank clone in a single move. I knew it." "So, this is how the Saintess felt? This man, he's dangerous. I have to eliminate him so he doesn't cause trouble for the Saintess. Let's see you block this." This power is created from the Saintess's highest purity magic. Orange rank summon, wolves of the water. And countless water wolves began to appear in front of her, while our main character simply said, "Oh, look at you, trying so hard. Hey Demung, you said I could take whatever I like, right? Well then, I'll take care of these two." And he instantly vanished from the bearded man's sight, rushing at incredible speed towards the woman and her wolves, before swiftly cutting them all down and saying, "Model. Damn, this dagger is something else. It feels like I'm cutting through butter while taking down these wolves. The materials for this thing must be way beyond A rank. I only came to get an item appraised, but I ended up finding something way better." And with that, he destroyed all the wolves as the system notifications popped up. Data acquired, mirror fragment, and a series of messages began to appear before our main character, while he just said, "How beautiful." The woman, however, couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, "I can't believe it. All of the Saintess's summons were defeated this easily. You can't possibly be. And this can't be the end, can it? He's on a completely different level. If I attack, I'll definitely be defeated." And so that witch just turned around and bolted, folks. Our MC just scoffs as he watches her go, while the bearded old man wonders, well now, this guy, is he really? But just then, the red-haired guy runs up in a panic, asking if our MC is okay and saying he was just attacked. However, when he saw that all the wolves were already defeated, he wondered what on earth happened here. And this mana, isn't this the Saintess's summons? Yeah, looks like it. If she keeps sending me stuff like this, she's basically just asking me to use them as materials. Anyway, Hung, we need to go before the next wave of attacks comes. However, the bearded old man looked at them and said, "Wait a moment. 20 years ago, I followed Ligum everywhere and observed his creations. I remember very clearly how he would harvest materials from his enemies. After his battles, that demonic appearance and that crazed fighting style. Could it be that you are Ligum himself?" And our MC just put a finger to his lips. "Hey, keep it down." Immediately, the old man understood, while our main character walked away and said, "I'll be back for these materials, so keep them safe. I also have a few things I want to ask you." "Ah, thank you so much, sir. Please, do come back again." And he just stood there, watching our main character leave in style. The scene then shifts to him talking with Sundia, as his buddy asks, "Rung, what's going on? Why is the Saintess targeting you? I wonder if you did something to piss her off. Did you make an enemy out of her? Ah, just you wait. I'm about to show you something really interesting." But then, the scene changes again, and they're in a fast food joint with tons of sweets, cupcakes, and cakes, and our main character is just scarfing it all down, while saying, "Hey Sia, this ice cream is amazing, right? Eat as much as you want. I'm fine, but this place is pretty expensive." But then our MC remembers that when the woman fled, she dropped her item on the ground, and he picked it up and said, "It's fine. After looking this over, it'll be a huge help." A badge, huh? It can be used as a credit card and even store other skills. But wait, right now it looks like an aquarium badge. If it still works as a credit card, we might have some trouble later on. But in the meantime, our MC just sat there, devouring food like there was no tomorrow. "Hey, Sundia, you like the ice cream here too?" And his poor friend was shocked when Carlo said that. And when he turned around, the man said, "Divine Captain Toy. Do you mind if I join you?" Our main character immediately glared at him, thinking to himself, "Isn't this Sung's boss? The bastard who was talking trash to him? A pleasure to meet you. I am the Divine Captain of Gemini, Choi Sung Rook. Please excuse the intrusion. But are you the one Sundia mentioned earlier?" "Yeah, I am. What about it?" "I heard he met an acquaintance who single-handedly defeated the Spider Queen that even Young Wei couldn't beat before." "Humph. And what does that have to do with you?" "Well, I recruit outstanding talents. It's my job as a divine captain." "What? Recruit me? How do you plan on doing that? Bribing me? One of Ligum's 8 holy relics will soon be up for auction. There's no need to rush. So, then, why don't we discuss this while I manage the auction?" And when our MC heard this, he slammed his ice cream spoon on the table and thought, "They're auctioning times my time stuff? If that's the case, I don't have time to waste. I'll go with you. Where's the auction house?" But then Sundia appeared with a cute look on his face and said, "You should at least wipe the ice cream off your mouth first." The man in the glasses smiled, extending a hand to our main character and said, "As this is one of Ligum's famous holy relics, it will be auctioned at a suitable location. The world's largest auction house, flying 16,000 feet in the sky. The wealthy fortress city of Drachma." And then it reveals the massive city with a futuristic landscape and many floating islands around it, with a giant tower and a breathtaking view surrounding it. And then the scene cuts to the Saintess, who is absolutely terrified, trembling in her chair. "Hey, if you're just gonna tremble in the corner, then get lost. You're making the booze taste like crap. This guy never learned any manners. What a complete meathead, but I'll have to put up with him for now." This is the man who stands even above Ligum. There's nowhere safer than by his side. And he is the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker. Anyway, Ligum's weapon being auctioned today is mine, so don't even think about bidding on it. "Huh? Where are you going?" "None of your business. Just sit still and wait." And with that, he walked off as the girl glared after him, fuming. "All right, I just need to stay calm. This is Drachma. No matter who that guy is, there's no way he could get in here." "Huh. Is that Hugo Waters?" Perfect timing for a VIP client to show up, and Hugo stood there, scratching his head, wondering, "Man, where the hell did Gun go? I thought for sure he'd be here, since they've got so many expensive holy relics." But just then, the Saintess appeared behind him with a creepy-ass smile. She looked just like a nun from a horror movie, guys. And she said, "Hello, long time no see. How have you been, Hugo?" "Huh, Marty, you're a hard person to track down. Looks like you couldn't beat the Holy Temple either, huh? You used to be the pretty boy face of the Saints for a long time, but you've changed so much. Or maybe it's because, unlike us, you have so few disciples." And the guy just thought, "Oh God, this woman. Get lost. Just disappear. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, what a shame. Are you going to ignore me and do whatever you want again? Well, if you do, you might just lose your children. The same way you lost your wife." And when she said this, guys, Hugo's face darkened, but she just kept going. She's not dead yet, is she? However, she could pass away at any moment. What can you do when your family is falling apart because of an incompetent leader, right? And Hugo started flaming on like the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Then a huge explosion erupted, and he glared at her, saying, "I told you to get lost." But she just stood there, completely unfazed, and said, "Please, calm down. You have to. Anyway." and that witch blocked Hugo's attack with just one hand. Guys, I really thought this chick was weak. Shouldn't you, of all saints, be the most aware of your status as a half-saint? And she started summoning a ton of water magic, just as someone yelled, "Hey, you walking disaster." And when she turned to look, our MC gave her a finger flick to the ear, guys, which knocked her out cold. And then she crumpled to the ground, and Hugo quickly turned to our MC and said, "Gun, what's going on, Otas? What are you doing here?" "Aha, I was worried about you, old man, because you might have gotten yourself into another mess." "Oh, so you were worried about me? You actually like me, huh?" "Cut it out, old man. Stop joking around. But forget that. Why is this bitch showing up everywhere I go?" Then we see a shot of the unconscious saintess foaming at the mouth, while our adorable MC stands there wondering, "I wonder if she's into me?" And a totally shocked Hugo says, "Geez, there's something wrong with this kid." And then the scene shifts to the saintess's thoughts, with a monologue. Ligum, the 13th saint, the one known as the strongest. And then we see her trembling in fear, saying, "I always hated Ligum. No, I was afraid of him. His terrifying, scar-covered face, his aggressive personality that forgave no one in his way, and his cold eyes that always looked down on me." And 20 years ago, one day, a huge mansion appeared, while inside, people started screaming, "It's Ligum! Stop him! Stop him! Hurry! This is the holy land of the Aquarius Saint. Get out of here at once." However, the MC just looked at the woman seriously and said, "Get the hell out of my way," and the woman was shocked. While she was running for her life in the background, someone asked what the meaning of this was, and it was the younger saintess who said, "How dare you trespass here? Please, leave." But the MC scared the daylights out of her, just to see if her heart was still beating, while he simply grabbed her hand and said, "Lately, we've been dealing with a heap of trouble for being called useless, so let's get a move on." But she just replied that she had no intention of helping anyone. When the MC heard this, he gave her a very serious look, while she said, "Oh, leaving already? You reek of sweat, and I still have to put on makeup for an interview. Let go of me. Look how tight you're grabbing me with that filthy hand." And when she said this, our MC lost all his patience and gave her a slap that lit up her cheek. And they started arguing in there until she began to speak. In the end, I was dragged there to take care of the wounded until I passed out. Ligum, that rude, unreasonable man. I truly hated him. And when she finally opened her eyes, our main character was looking at her calmly and said, "You're a noisy sleeper." And the camera pans over to show the saintess drooling, guys. And did you all notice the saintess has had a little development in the chest department? The poor thing was flat as a board before. Then she just stared at him, and they kept looking at each other like that, until she started screaming in desperation, "What are you doing here? Let me go this instant!" How dare you do this to a saintess? She hasn't changed one bit in the last 20 years. How can she still be spouting the same nonsense as always? She's a lost cause. You think it's going to end like this? Don't think for a second things are the same as they were 20 years ago. I'll use the acid fluid in my hands to melt these ropes binding me. A restraint of this level is useless against me. If I can just escape and get to Steven. However, our main character just gives her a little flick while saying, "Ha, seriously? Your little scheme is written all over your face. But what is this? Ah, you truly are an idiot. I have an acid protection skill. It activates the moment someone touches my body. Now, the acid magic will start corroding your entire body, starting with your hand." And she fantasized about our main character's whole body melting as he screamed in agony. But he just held up his finger, pointed at her, and said, "Is that so? Then this must be the strongest attack you've got. Full recovery." Huh? What the hell is this? The melted part healed in an instant. This isn't recovery. This skill is too overpowered. Hey, let's go over everything that happened between us. I heard you've been running around telling everyone that you were my doctor. Well, how pathetic. Was it you who sent that stupid mate of yours to the appraisal shop? If so, that's 5 forehead flicks. Now, what should I do? Please wait. Huh? Wait? And he just readied his hand and said, "Your time is up." And then a rain of forehead flicks poured down, while Hugo sat there calmly, sipping his coffee and thinking. Gum treats everyone the same, whether they're men or women. Although they all gave him a reason to do so. But, am I imagining things? It's as if his divinity is increasing with every flick, and a series of system notifications popped up. Acquiring divinity. Divinity, 40%. You have dealt a powerful blow to the Aquarius Saintess. You have acquired special data, Saint rank. And a moment later, our main character stopped, revealing the pitiful sight of the Saintess, who had been beaten to a pulp by our MC. And the system notified him again. Divinity has been unlocked. Current divinity. 50% of requirement has been filled. What? Divinity. What is that? Explain it to me again. And the system began to explain. Divinity is a power of the gods, used to manifest and maintain a god's authority. You can plunder divinity from apostles and other gods. When divinity drops to 0%, the corresponding zodiac will lose their power, which could lead to their own death if it remains at 0%. So, I can also get divinity by hitting other people. I didn't get any divinity when I fought you. Could it be because I hadn't unlocked it back then? Hey Gun, where did you get this phone? Oh, I borrowed it from an acquaintance. The acquaintance he was talking about was Hugo's son, Taisu. I have to get to the auction house right now. So I'm leaving the rest to you. You can just toss her in a dumpster somewhere. And poor Tarson just froze on the spot. Our main character casually left and said, I'll contact you when the auction is over. Hey, what am I supposed to do with her? A moment later, someone opened the door, and thinking it was Gun coming back, he asked, What's up? Did you forget something? But when he looked again, he realized it wasn't him, but was, in fact, Stephen Marker. That guy stood there, staring at the whole scene, seeing the Saintess tied up, and Hugo looked at him with a serious expression as he spoke. Hugo, what are you doing here? Well, it's been a while since we last met, but I don't think we're in a situation where we can exchange pleasantries. And Hugo asked why he was here, at the auction house. And Stephen explained that the Aquarius Saintess had formed an alliance with him. As he looked at her beaten and tied to a chair, he said, All right, now it's your turn. My question, why are you here? And Hugo simply answered him, I'm here on business at the auction house, but that's none of your concern. Aha, you're also here for Lee Gun's holy item, the one that appeared in this auction house, aren't you? And stunned, Hugo asked, Gun's holy item. Is at this auction house? What? You really didn't know? Well, I imagine it'll be at a price you couldn't afford even in your wildest dreams, so it doesn't matter if you knew or not. And Hugo smirked at him, saying, Leo, are you still collecting holy items? A divine artifact created by Gun? All this time, you've never acknowledged his power and have always felt inferior to him, but you still continue to collect the divine artifacts he makes. Do you really think that's going to make you as strong as him? Leo stood there, stunned, not knowing how to answer, but he could feel the draconic energy as Hugo began to summon his flames. The monster charged forward, but then the man grabbed Hugo's arm and said, Hey Hugo, don't get arrogant. You're nothing but a worthless maggot to me. And he snapped poor Hugo's arm, continuing, I'm stronger than him now. But then, a low-ranking soldier ran up, shouting, God-class captain, God-class captain, we have a problem. Those bastards from the Gemini Temple are buying up all of Ligum's items. Huh? What did you say? Looks like I don't have any more time to waste on you. And he let go of Hugo and walked away, saying, Do whatever you want with Aquarius. You didn't come here to take her away, so get lost. The auction is my top priority. I'm leaving. And hey, Sagittarius, this is some advice from your old comrade. Get that temper of yours under control and keep your head down if you still want to live. I'm so grateful I could just cry. After they left, Hugo stood there thinking, Damn it, look at my arm. What am I supposed to do now? And the scene changes to the Drachman auction house. Inside, in the Gemini Temple's VIP room, the auctioneer began to speak. This round of divine artifacts also goes to the Gemini Temple. With that, the first auction session has concluded. We will begin the second session shortly after a break. And Gun stood there celebrating, saying, Yeah, they're mine again. Oh, congratulations, sir. You can buy as many as you like. Thanks for that. Not only did you invite me to the VIP room, but you're also letting me buy whatever I want. It's only natural, as we want a talent like you, God-class captain. But, is this really okay? It looks like the total value of these divine artifacts will exceed billions of WS. That's fine. More importantly, Sundia, I'm sorry, but could you take care of the alcohol bill? I didn't bring the company card. He's already borrowed so much money, but I can't say anything since he's my superior. Very well. But then Gun pulled out a black card and said, Don't worry about it. I've already paid for everything. Huh, isn't that my unlimited card? When did he take it? Ah, you looked a little drunk, so I paid in advance. You shouldn't let your subordinate pay, even by mistake, right? Ah, you're right. You're right. I was just about to give her my personal card. Thanks for helping me pay with it. This kid, he looks young, but he's trying to read me. Still, this is the super rookie who defeated the Spider Queen. If I use him right, no amount of money is too much. All right, we've had enough to drink, so let's get down to business. I've been thinking a lot about you. I'm certain you have the potential to become an S rank, or even higher. if you also receive the blessing of our Aries saint, then. But our main character started to notice a purple mist and thought to himself, domination mist. A normal person wouldn't be able to notice it. It doesn't force anyone to do anything, but it's a type of magic that makes someone trust the user more, just by breathing in a little bit. You could even become one of the 10 saints. And that's not all. You'll gain the wealth, fame, and the immense power of the great Aries saint. All of it. For free. Just shake my hand, and you'll become one of the disciples of the great Aries saint. And then our protagonist began to act like a clown, bursting into laughter that left everyone confused as he said, "Wow, today is just a really fun day, isn't it?" So, to sum it up, it's like, you're telling me to become a servant for some second-rate god? Huh? He was so polite just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly snap? I need to change the subject first. And I think you're mistaken about one thing. Someone from behind spoke up. Excuse me, but I've brought the purchased auction items. You've come at the perfect time. Come in. The woman entered with the items and said, "Pardon the intrusion. Congratulations. Here is the item purchased at the auction and the certificate of ownership proving it is a divine artifact of Ligum." A certificate of ownership. Huh. They really know how to fleece a bunch of idiots. But when Diaculos saw it, he asked in a panic, "Don't tell me you bought Ligum's divine artifact. You said I could buy anything I wanted. I wasn't specifically looking for it, but it's a pretty useful divine artifact." What? Steven is obsessed with Zuligan's divine artifacts, so we shouldn't provoke him by buying one. And I'm very sorry, but this artifact already has another owner, so we'd like to issue a refund. But just then, the door exploded with a myriad of lightning bolts appeared, and they all looked to see what had happened, while Steven angrily growled, "Which bastard? Which one of you bastards dared to touch my property?" Steven. He's the one you said was after my holy relic. Sir Steven, I am so sorry. The newcomer made a mistake because he didn't know any better. I'll return it to you immediately. Fine. Then he just needs to admit it and hand it over. Oh. Thank you so much, sir. You can take your time with the payment. What? You didn't think you could get away with touching my stuff, did you? Is that clear, Captain Shoy? And with that, the guy grabbed the man with glasses by the head, while he thought, damn it, he's trying to save billions by using this petty mistake as an excuse. Cut the crap. I bought it. So why the hell is it yours, huh? If you want it, I can sell it back to you. For 20 billion. The guy stood there in silence, then suddenly started yelling. It seems the Gemini Temple isn't entirely full of cowards. There's at least one brave bastard in the mix. This is bad. This lunatic. Does he have a death wish? Doesn't he know who Steven is? I'm starting to like you. A man should at least have that much courage. Then threw the poor guy with glasses to the ground, walked right up to our main character and said, "For us to meet like this, it must be fate. So then, why don't we introduce ourselves? Whenever I meet someone I like, I give them a very gentle introduction. Things are about to get fiery. What the hell are you talking about, Steven? You bastard? Looks like your skills have improved a little. Just as expected from a Leo who specializes in combat, your battle aura can't even compare to an Aries or an Aquarius. Once you show your claws, you aren't satisfied until you've torn someone in two, right? Such a terrible temper." And that guy swung his hand toward our main character, who remained perfectly calm as countless bolts of lightning began to erupt from his body. The others, terrified, screamed our protagonist's name. And Steven, full of confidence, said, "This is pretty fun. You can live the rest of your life comfortably, in a wheelchair." Huh? But wait a second. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to brush the dust off my shoulder? Yeah. Huh? What was that? That skill definitely hit him. You redirected my attack using teleportation. You couldn't see it, could you? It seems you're still just a meathead with a tiny brain. The stone wall break skill. Did you really think a skill that I created myself would work on me? You begged me to teach you that skill, saying you would use it to save people, but it looks like you only use it to show off your own power. Who are you? But just then, a woman walked up and said, "Thank you all for waiting. We will begin the most exciting part of the auction in just a moment." Oh, is it time already? What? Could it be another one of my holy relics? I have a few things to ask you, but this auction is far more important to me. Take good care of that pendant. I'll be back when the auction is over. And as he walked away, Sundus immediately asked our main character, "Are you okay, my friend? You're not hurt, are you?" Meanwhile, the man with glasses wondered how he managed to dodge that attack, redirecting the attack of a saint-level being. This is practically impossible, even for me. This person, who on earth is he? And during that time, Stephen was thinking, finally, it's within my grasp. This was an incident involving an unidentified disaster that appeared on an island in Germany about 20 years ago. A completely destroyed landscape appeared on an island, while a helicopter flew over the area, and one of the reporters on board said, "Hello, we are currently over the island where the disaster appeared. Although 4 days have passed since the 13th Awakened Ligum entered this place, we still haven't been able to confirm what's happening inside, as he has yet to come out. Although many saints have tried to enter the place, none have succeeded because of a giant poison barrier surrounding the island. We will return with more news as soon as there are any updates on the situation." And then a man approached a younger Stephen, saying, "Saint, this is as far as we can go." While he wondered to himself, how did Ryzulig even get into this place? And how is he fighting, that bastard? We can't even get inside. Why do I have to feel this way because of some bastard who would have been dead without a god's patronage? What's the difference between me and him? Is it power, subordinates, or skills? What am I lacking? Saint Ligon is finally coming out of the entrance. What? And everyone stared, saying, "Everyone, it's Ligum. Ligum has returned safely." Ah, Ligum has succeeded in clearing the disaster. Our main character, however, was very casual, only saying, "Ah, it's hot as hell." While everyone was saying the hero had returned, someone muttered, "Saint, it seems he's taken all the credit." Ligum's name is brought up again. "Ah, all right, now I get it. Saint, where are you headed? Prepare to withdraw." You're not taking your weapon with you? I don't need it anymore. You can have it. I've found something much better. This is what I was missing compared to Ligum. A divine artifact. And then the scene cuts back to the auction, where the host says, "And now, for one of the 8 great sacred treasures of Ligum, we will now reveal the most powerful holy relic ever wielded by the Wolf of Berlin." And everyone stared in amazement while he thought to himself, "Just as I thought. That's it. I finally get to see it again. Ligum's holy relic, the one that will make me stronger." And there it was, the most powerful bone mace, also known as the Great Bone. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing it. I've only read about it in history books. This is now the greatest divine artifact, both historically and functionally. Who will be the master of the Great Bone? And people began to scream in desperation, wanting to buy the holy relic, while our main character remembered, this is really what I used before, but hey, Sunday. That thing is just... Poor Sunday was in such shock she was speechless. "I'm busy right now." "Later. Talk to me later. Sanctuary captain. Do something." I'll speak with the sanctuary headquarters. We can't let it be taken just like that." And the main character stood there, angry that they were ignoring him, thinking, these people, we will now begin the bidding for this item. The starting price is $1 million, $5 million, $10 million, $30 million, $50 million. And a series of notifications appeared before our main character, saying, "Your reputation has increased. Your reputation has increased." And he just stood there like, what's wrong with this system? Calm down. Good lord. Why are people spending so much money on that thing? Besides, isn't it obvious? It's because it's a legendary weapon of Ligum, crafted by Ligum himself. You get it? And Gunn was getting pissed while the guy continued talking. "You may not know this, but there's a reason people are acting this way. Jewelry, amulets, tools, magic tools. All of them. Every single divine artifact he created is considered a masterpiece among masterpieces. Anyone interested in divine artifacts would do anything to own one of them, especially the Lion Saint, Stephen Markin. That guy is a serious case. He's traveled the world, collecting Ligum's divine artifacts. This dude possesses overwhelming power for a saint, so everyone is too scared to mess with him when it comes to Ligum's holy relics. But it's a damn shame that Ligum's holy relics end up just becoming a part of his collection. I have to stay calm, because all the profits will be transferred into my government-managed bank account." And so the main character stood there thinking, profits, into my bank account. That means no matter who buys it, this is too good to be true. Whoever wants to buy it, go ahead. And then, people continued to bid. 80 million, 90 million, I'll pay 100 million. And Stephen let out a roar. 1 billion, I'll pay 1 billion. And everyone was stunned. And he walked forward saying, "Didn't you hear me? I will buy this holy relic for $1 billion. If that's not enough, I can buy it for 10 billion. And the female host stuttered, "Oh, 1 billion. An overwhelming price has been offered, 1 billion. And everyone was crying their eyes out, unable to compete with that price. And Sunday and the guy with glasses stood there in despair. "Hey, do something. Damn it, what can we do? and the main character just casually enjoyed the drama unfolding, while she yelled, "Sold. The great bone has been sold for the unbelievable price of $1 billion. And then the scene cuts to the janitors there talking, one of them saying, "Did you hear? They said it was sold for $1 billion. That's right, my friend. $1 billion isn't the kind of money you can just throw around. People like us can't even dream of those numbers. I hope someone comes and deals with that guy." Just then, something caught their attention, and when they looked back, a giant ice dragon was in front of them, and the man said, "Ah, I take back what I said. I take it back." And the scene cuts back to the auction with Steven celebrating, raising his bone club high. Well, I don't know about you guys, but to me, this bone club is just a normal piece of bone that everyone thinks is a holy relic, and that's all there is to it. And he's, I got it. I got it. With this, the lion has taken a giant leap forward, and the crowd chanted, "Congratulations, Sir Stephen. You are the greatest." However, at that very moment, a massive explosion went off right in front of him. While he wondered what was happening, that giant ice dragon appeared, and everyone started running for their lives in desperation, screaming, "Ah, help, a calamity has appeared." And she simply said, "I have found Ligum's sacred treasure." And that beast began to stare daggers at Stephen and let out a massive roar, charging towards him at high speed. However, he just smirked and started chanting a spell, model, his aura, and unleashes a devastating strike, sending the dragon flying and destroying everything in its path. "This is the first time I've ever been grateful for a disaster. You've allowed me to experience the power of this divine weapon immediately." And that monster over there is looking confident as hell, shooting out lightning bolts while clutching that bone of his. I've got a bad feeling about this, guys. And then the scene reveals the utter devastation his attack caused. Oh my god, this is bad. The teleportation district's magic tower is collapsing. The scene shows the tower being destroyed because Stephen threw the dragon into it, and everyone starts to panic. If all that debris falls, the floating island will collapse. Hurry, disciples, combine your strength to stop it. We'll lend a hand too. You can count on us. Yeah, let's go. And so everyone begins to channel their power, releasing their mana until all their strength gathers into a single sphere that they launch into the sky, shouting, "Fire! Fire!" And the mana blast hits the tower, stopping it from crushing everyone below, while they say, "Oh no, this isn't working. It's so massive that at this rate, we won't be able to destroy it in time. Ah, help! Somebody help! Run!" However, someone suddenly shouted, "Apollo's wrath," and a giant vortex of fire begins to engulf the entire area, preventing the debris from falling on the people. It's unbelievable. The fragments turn to ash in an instant. That skill belongs to the Saint Archer, Hugo Tees. And then Hugo appears, looking like a cross between a cat and a human torch, bow in hand. That stupid lion. He needs to learn to control his power. That was too dangerous, and everyone is thanking Hugo. But then, something catches his attention, and when he looks to the side, another giant monster appears, staring right at him. And now, a creature that's a cross between a dog and a dinosaur is facing him, drooling something from its mouth as Hugo thinks, "Oh no, there's another one?" And the monster just stands there staring at him until fleshy tentacles start shooting out towards everyone on the ground. The tentacles begin to latch onto them as they scream for help. And Hugo shouts, "You bastard, how dare you!" And just as he draws his bow to attack, a roar echoes out. He quickly turns around to see the blue dragon that Stephen hit, charging with its mouth wide open, ready to devour Hugo. Just as Hugo realizes it, and you all remember the last chapter ended in chaos, when the giant monster appeared behind Hugo, and the moment he turned, it lunged with its jaws open to attack him. And just when all seemed lost, our main character flies in and delivers a flying kick to the monster, while a startled Hugo shouts his name. "Gum, watch out," and he sends that monster flying. "Damn, thank you so much, Gum. You saved me, buddy. Aren't you supposed to be the saint of combat? Why the hell am I the one saving you? How are you, a saint, weaker than a saint of crafting? Huh? I can't leave you alone for a second without worrying myself sick." And Hugo just stands there, dejected, as the two start bickering and playfully insulting each other in the most adorable way, until something catches their attention. And when they look back, it's the Lion Saint, screaming as he runs over, holding his bone and yelling, "You bastards, stay out of this. I'm trying out my new weapon." And the giant monster roars at him, while our protagonist says, "Right, I almost forgot about that pain in the ass over there, but wait a second." And from above, the Lion Saint starts summoning his lightning bolts, screaming as he says, "Don't you dare step onto the stage prepared for me and this great bone." Huh, what's with his pants? But wait, is that and the monster continues to growl at our protagonist and unleashes its ultimate skill, Victor's Battlefield, creating a massive lightning shield around the area. Wait a minute. Inside, an unbreakable thunderstorm. Before, I was caught off guard and had to counter you, using only my magic. But now, witness the true power of this great bone, and the crowd starts to cheer. It's Stephen Marker. The strongest saint is here. Not even Ligum is a match for him, and the cheered-on monster is dragging his bone along. I've got a bad feeling about this, guys. That bone looks kinda useless. Prepare to face my wrath. And the monster smacks the bone right on the head of the other monster, which is just standing there dumbfounded. Then Stephen glares at it, and everyone is confused about what's happening. Then Stephen steps back, staring intently at the monster, and the monster just stares back at him. Then he scratches his head, and the monster is still completely clueless. After that, he gets ready again and charges with a furious look, unleashing a barrage of blows on the monster, but it finally loses patience with him and punches him square in the face, sending him flying, while he wonders, huh? That's strange. Those attacks were supposed to be direct hits. You monster. So then, why isn't Ligu's weapon working? The scene shifts to our protagonist, touching the lightning barrier he'd erected, trapping them inside as he says, I swear to God, when we get out of here, I'm not holding back against that goddamn lion. That stupid lion. Who would have thought he'd use his sovereign power like this? But whatever. First, let's take care of all these small fry. And then, all the people possessed by the monster appear, looking like a horde of zombies, while Hugo recalls and says, these people aren't part of the disaster, they're just being controlled by its power. Seeing how it's standing in front of them, it's probably using them as hostages, so we can't just attack recklessly. And the people start screaming, begging for help as they shamble towards them. But our protagonist speaks up, I guess we have no choice but to aim for the head, right? Huh? Gun, what are you saying, man? You have an idea? Not really. We just need to clean this mess up. Gun, please. Man, wait a second. Gun, in front of you. Look out. And the monster lunges with its jaw wide open at our protagonist, who simply grabs its head and, with a dead serious look, says, and just like that, he yanks the monster's power right out of it. Hugo is frozen in shock, while the others continue to stare, and our protagonist says, see? Simple. And the guy passes out, but the monster's power is gone from him. Gun. Is he going to be okay? Yeah, I think so. He just fainted, man. How did you do that? With pure strength. Ah, in that case, I can't do it. I don't have monstrous strength like you. What are you talking about? I'm handling them all anyway. I wasn't expecting anything from a weakling like you. Hey, Gun, you just wait. And Hugo stands there, furious. Ah, but anyway, we're not going to get anywhere like this, are we? I'll back you up. And they start powering up, Hugo erupting in flames while our protagonist emits a black lightning aura. Tae-soo, so you still remember how? Huh? Humph, of course. Just try to keep up with me. And Hugo creates his fire bow, while Gun says, instead of standing around, let's just end this already. And the monster and all the people it had possessed stare down our protagonist, until he readies himself and dashes towards them at incredible speed, landing a blow right in the middle of the crowd. And Gun's lightning arcs out, striking everyone, and destroying the monster's power, while the creature itself stands frozen in shock, staring at our hero before firing multiple streams of slime at him. That's nothing, and he starts dodging all the slime, while noticing that the monster is actually targeting the very citizens he just saved. And just as the people are regaining consciousness, the monster lunges to try and possess them again. But from behind, Hugo powers up and fires a volley of fire arrows at the monster's attack, destroying them all. And the people stand there in awe, protecting themselves. As Hugo says with a serious expression, as long as I'm here, you won't touch these people. Nice one, Tae-soo. Hey, Skullface, stop wasting energy and get over here. And the monster looks at our protagonist as he prepares to unleash a massive punch that sends the monster flying into the sky. And the creature begins to writhe and scream, but Gun's attack proceeds to tear the monster to shreds while he strikes a pose. Just as I'd expect from you, Gun finished it in a flash. Well, of course, the people it was controlling should be back to normal soon. The shot shows everyone lying on the ground when something catches our protagonist's attention, and he wonders what's going on. Then, countless system windows begin to pop up, overlapping each other, displaying all the skills our protagonist just obtained. And one of them is Warrior's Instinct, level 1. The system then asks if he wants to use this skill. And our protagonist wonders to himself, Warrior's Instinct, huh? So this is a skill that requires a certain level of divine power to use. Well, guess it's time to try it out. In that case, I accept. The scene cuts to Steven, who's still holding on and cursing. Damn it, I can't believe it came to this. Why isn't the Great Bone working? Can I really not use the Great Bone's true power? Or am I weaker than that thing? And as he continues to stare at the giant monster, the people say in a panic, "Oh no, Steven's being cornered. My God, what's going to happen?" But wait, look over there. And then, the protagonist's energy began to leak out everywhere, and he simply performed the skill Steven had used with his bare hands. Ah, how can this be? My ultimate skill has been destroyed. This dangerous feeling. I have to get the divine artifact first, then I'll finish him off. And just as he lunged to bite our protagonist, he simply said, "Too noisy, shut your mouth," then unleashed a blow that slammed the monster to the ground, forcing everyone to grab onto something to withstand the shockwave. Steven was thrown backward, while Gunn stood there completely unfazed, hands in his pockets, and the monster was thrown face first to the ground. He wondered, how can a human possess so much power? You. Could it be you're not human? Huh? What the hell are you babbling about, you piece of trash? And Gunn stomped again, shattering everything, while Steven was utterly astonished at the sight and exclaimed, "Impossible. There's only one person who possesses this level of destructive power. He is." And just as he was about to finish, Gunn simply turned to look at him with a sinister smile, saying, "Long time no see, you damn lion bastard. I see you've had a lot of fun running around smearing my name everywhere, haven't you?" And that poor guy was in complete shock, collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, muttering, "No, impossible. There's no way you can be my friend." Then he lunged, swinging a blow at our protagonist, but he froze dead in his tracks, folks, because Gunn caught the giant bone as if it were nothing, and he trembled uncontrollably, while Gunn said, "Looks like you had a lot of fun playing with this thing." Huh? But he snapped the bone with his bare hands and said, "Sorry to burst your bubble, but this is just a normal bone," then threw the shard in his face, while the monster was still reeling in shock. All that effort for nothing. So now, it's my turn to strike, right? Wait. Hold on, buddy. But Gunn gave him no chance and unleashed a punch that sent him plunging into the earth, completely piercing through the area and coming out the other side. "Damn it," he called. And he fell into another dimension, while in the distance, the Saintess was still lying there, unconscious, wondering, what am I doing here? My head hurts so much. And we cut back to our protagonist and Hugo, just staring at the giant hole he created when he threw Steven into the abyss. "So long, you lion bastard. If you're still alive, of course." Boom. Man, he threw him from that high up, but who cares? All that guy had was a strong body anyway. He'll survive somehow. At least, I think so. All the captives are okay. Yes, of course. Look how happy they are, and everyone there was celebrating surviving the disaster, while our protagonist snapped his fingers and called for Piggy Bank, formerly Pichu, now one of his pets. "Hey, Piggy Bank, go collect everything of value. Good grief, Gunn, you're as greedy as ever, aren't you?" And the pet started sucking up a pile of treasure, while they stood there chatting casually, and Hugo asked, "Hey Gunn, but who was it that lent you the cell phone?" If I remember correctly, his family name was Sundia. Huh? What do you mean? Sue. What was that? I think his name was Sundia. It seems he's related to the Gemini family. He's young but very smart, so it's better to keep him close. And Hugo stood there trembling as he realized it was his own son, the one he wanted to keep away from Gunn, who was talking to him. My God, Sundia, did you really get involved with this walking disaster? What did that guy's face look like? I was so careful to keep Gunn away from my sons. Both of them are huge fans of Gunn. So if they find out he's alive, my family will be torn apart. He was with a bishop from Gemini who knows teleportation magic. So if I call, I believe they'll all come immediately. And hearing that, Hugo froze. No, wait, hold on. Let's go. Let's get out of here. But just then, our protagonist asked him why, and so he tried to cover his tracks and said, "No, you must be tired. Why bother getting involved with the Gemini people? Now that you mention it." And then he remembered all the trouble he'd caused with Sundia, and then he said, I think you're right. See, they don't like you. Sorry, Sundia, but..." And so he tried to change the subject, telling Gunn not to worry about the Gemini people. But then, just at that moment, someone called from behind, "Dad." And when he turned around, he said, "This voice, don't tell me, could you be talking about Ligum? And at that exact moment, Sundia appeared right behind the two of them, and Hugo stood there, frozen solid. "Sundia, what are you doing here? Could it be? Did he just pick up? Father, tell me the truth. Sia is right here. Yes, that's right. But while they were talking, the monster suddenly spoke. Ligum, Ligum. Then it started shooting slime attacks straight at our main character. And just as the attack was about to hit, the little slime suddenly appeared out of thin air and began to devour the monster until nothing was left. The system immediately announced, the divine object, Almighty Mud Pie, has gained poison resistance. The range of the skill, Body of 100 Poisons, has been expanded. When crafting a divine object, poison resistance will be added as a base effect, and our main character could only watch as his little slime ate the monster. Then he started screaming in anger. You damn thing, how hungry do you have to be to eat that garbage off the ground? Quick, spit it out. Hurry up, hurry up. And then he shook the poor little slime back and forth. And while he was angrily manhandling the slime, Hugo thought to himself, that thing came from the skeletal calamity. Things here could have gotten dangerous. Father, isn't that slime? Yes, I'm sure of it. I saw it in a book. It's the divine object of Ligum, the incredible skills he's shown so far, and that pure magical power. The only person, my father, an outcast, considered a friend, and that slime he's shaking back and forth. Could he really be Ligum? And the old man was visibly moved, while Hugo felt as if 1,000 daggers had pierced his heart, completely devastated. Meanwhile, Sundai was incredibly excited, his eyes sparkling, and Gun was still angrily yanking the slime around. The scene then shifts to the United States, at the headquarters of the Leo Temple. In the Leo executives' meeting room, everyone was arguing, saying, we still haven't found the Leo saint since he disappeared. The Gemini folks are famous for their tracking abilities, so just pay them whatever they want to find the Leo saint. And this is the Bishop of Leo, Oliver, the one who confronted the guy with glasses a few episodes back. You think they'll do that after the mess I made back in chapter 12? Ah, damn it. I was just trying to show off a little, since it was my first appearance and all. And as the guy was talking, another person spoke up skeptically. Bishop, we heard that the one who defeated the boss was Ligum. In your opinion, could this be true? Even so, Ligum has been defeated once before. In fact, even among the saints, our saint is still the strongest. But then a phone suddenly rang with a musical tune. Leo is trash. Leo is trash. The Leo temple is full of crap. I love Ligum. I love Ligum. Long live Ligum. And so, everyone fell silent and stared. Then she spoke up. Sorry everyone, I forgot to put my phone on silent. And this incredibly stylish woman is the Vice Master of Leo, one of the cardinals, Shion Aura. The other guy was shocked and said, Vice Master, what the hell are you doing? This is a meeting for the sole purpose of finding our saint. Can you be a little more serious? Oh, but why do we have to look for that bastard? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and she just said, oh, sorry, why do we have to find him times again? That guy has a strong body, he'll survive somehow. And they all thought, was that really a slip of the tongue? While the big guy with glasses was also angrily complaining, she pulled out her phone to look, and on it was a message. Big sis, we have a new uncle. He's super cool. You should come home quick. The rumors were true. And to explain it to you guys, Nona here means what we would call big sis or older sister. The big guy was still rambling on. Hey, are you listening to me? Are you even listening? Meanwhile, she was wondering to herself, an uncle? What does that mean? I need to find out about this right away. All right, everyone, I'm leaving. You guys can decide whatever you want. And she just turned her back and walked away. The other guys could only watch, and the big guy was in total shock, screaming in anger, until the scene shifted again to the Aquarius dorms, where Sophie Marty lived, and everyone was surrounding her asking, Saintess, please tell us something. Was the incident in Drachma related to Ligum? Who were the people kidnapped in Drachma? What's the truth behind what happened 20 years ago? But then her bodyguard just said, ladies and gentlemen, she will not be taking interviews today. The Saintess needs her rest. The Saintess will answer all of your questions through an official channel at a later date. Please leave. And upstairs, Sophie was wearing a face mask, yelling, damn it, that bastard Ligum. How dare he cause this whole mess? And she remembered all the destruction that happened in Drachma, with people panicking and saying, please, make way, what's going on? I heard the Saintess was kidnapped and then released. These criminals are so audacious, and she was curled up in a blanket, looking utterly pathetic. But then the necklace Gun had put on her began to emit a green light, and everyone screamed in horror. Oh my god, is it an attack? No, wait, what is that? It's a message. And then a three-dimensional message appeared, saying, who was it that killed me? Ligum, reveal to everyone the truth of what happened 20 years ago. What am I supposed to do now? If I reveal the truth, the other saints won't leave me alone. But if I do nothing, Ligum will definitely never forgive me. Ah, what am I going to do? How dare he do this to me while I was unconscious? I can't even take this damn necklace off. Ah, that bastard is going to pay for this. And just kept screaming there. This is all Ligum's fault. Meanwhile, far away, our protagonist was taking it easy, with his cat Cofrinho stretching on his lap, as he said, maybe I should make one today. And the scene changes to someone watching the news. As the anchor says, as of now, Saintess Sophie Marty has yet to leave her holy temple and has not made any official statement. Of all the incidents that occurred after the event in Drachma, this is expected to be the one with the most devastating impact. This still isn't enough. And then the scene shifts to the home of the Sagittarius saint, Hugo Tees. Someone had just hit a perfect bullseye and said, 10 points. And the one who shot that arrow was none other than Hugo with his new bow, as Gunn asked him, so, what do you think of the new bow? Man, Gunn, it's perfect. There's no way this can be compared to the one old man Bod made for me. How dare you even compare it to that piece of junk? And he simply destroyed the arrow that had just hit the target and said, that's 10 points. Hey Gunn, do you really have to shoot like that? And our protagonist had hit Hugo's arrow without even looking, while wearing a blindfold. Archery is fun, you know? Hey, what the hell are you doing? You did that on purpose, didn't you? You don't have to shoot at times my time's target. I just did it to mess with you, tease. But then, someone approached our protagonist, and when he turned around, it was the adorable Sundia saying, Uncle Gunn, here's some water and a towel for you. Aha, thank you. And he looked absolutely precious next to Sundia while drinking his water, as Hugo stood behind him with an incredibly angry look on his face. And then he went over and asked, Sundia, did you bring some water for your dad? It's in the fridge. You can get it yourself. Gunn stood behind him and thought to himself, niece. While Hugo was crying his eyes out over there, our protagonist was thinking, my stats have increased after what happened in Drachma, so I think I'll invest a little. And the system then announced, the Ophiuchus Sanctuary, the Serpent Palace, has been created. Your sanctuary's level is still low, so the space is limited. A sanctuary is a space where the master of a constellation resides and is a private domain where they can maintain and exert their power. You may now control your sanctuary. Would you like to teleport your low-grade incarnation, Cofrinho, to your sanctuary? You can strengthen your sanctuary by bringing in human incarnations. Human incarnations, huh? Hey uncle, didn't you say it was almost time to go? I have some errands to run too. Let's go together. Ah, you're right. I didn't realize it was so late. Gunn, you have a meeting? Yeah, I do. I have a lot of people to see today. And a little later, the Divine Captain Toy was asking our protagonist if he would join Gemini now, while Gunn just kept eating and talking. Aren't you tired? Didn't you say you were busy? And devoured a mountain of fried chicken legs, while the waitress stood frozen, wondering when he would ever stop eating. Ah, I may be busy, but recruiting talent is always important. Besides, you're not going to play dumb, are you? Not after buying all those multi-million-dollar items at the Drachma auction using Gemini's money. And our protagonist just played innocent right in front of him, then calmly wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, he was thinking, so he's really going to play it that way. What a bastard. At first, I found this guy a bit annoying, but this is actually fun. And he recalled all the saints he had gotten his revenge on and said, the next one I need to take down is that goddamn purple-robed witch. All right. Fine, I'll join the Gemini sect. In that case, let's decide on an official date. But I have one condition. That badge you're wearing, give it to me. And the other guys immediately got angry, telling our protagonist that it was a gift from the saintess herself. But then he simply told them not to interfere in adult business. You need this badge to use all of Gemini's privileges, don't you? You guys can promise to support me later, but I'm the type of person who only trusts a promise when I have something tangible in my hand. You guys can at least invest this much in someone with my skills, right? The other guy just stood there, speechless, while the others were also advising him not to accept. But our protagonist just casually says, make up your minds. I've got another meeting after this. As he spoke, he glanced at his phone, checking his chat with Sundae, and the scene cuts to the kid, looking at the messages Gunn just sent, saying, this is gonna take a while. Sundae tells his uncle to take his time. Our protagonist replies that it's fine, no problem. While casually scrolling through his phone, he thinks to himself, I bet Nona's gonna be so shocked when she finds out that Sir Ligum is my uncle. It's been a while since I've seen her surprised. When my uncle gets here, I'll have him sign the dagger he prepared for me. But then, someone suddenly speaks up. "Hey, Sundae, playing with things like this is dangerous," and snatches it from his hand while continuing. "In that case, I'll just confiscate this for you." "Hey, what's the big idea?" "Yosem, he's an A-rank holy knight of the Gemini Temple. And some punk named Say. What the hell do you think you're doing? Give that back to me. Hey, what's your problem? Is that how you talk to your superior? We hang out at this cafe too, you know." Damn it. This guy is such a pain just because he's older. Son of a bitch. I should have gone somewhere else. I really want to punch him, but I can't start a fight with him. After all, this guy is Libra's son. He's acting all high and mighty, like he's some big shot just because of that. But then, the system window appears. The holy relic, Janus's wish, is reacting to its master in danger. A random skill has been activated, and a bright light starts to emanate from the dagger. The blonde guy suddenly wonders what the hell is going on. But then Gun's head just appears right in front of him, slamming right into his face, while his goons all wonder in horror what exactly that was. The dagger was summoning Gun in midair right up until the blonde guy was sent flying to the ground, while Sundae is overjoyed that Gun has finally arrived. But Gun has no idea what's going on, saying, "Hey Sundae, is that you? What am I even doing here?" And the other guy is just bawling in the background. "Ah, my nose, my nose. Uncle, how'd you know to show up right at this moment?" Well, I was eating fried chicken at a restaurant. It seems the one-time use summoning skill I put on the dagger was activated, but that means," and he immediately looks around until he spots the blonde guy on the floor and starts to speak. "You mean these bastards were threatening you? You scumbags dared to touch my nephew?" The other guys wonder in terror. "Hey, didn't he mention having some gangster uncle?" "No, dude, I don't remember him saying anything about that, but this guy looks terrifying. I'll show you scumbags what happens when you mess with my family." The guys are frozen in place, while the scene flashes back to the restaurant before Gun was summoned. He was talking with the guy in the glasses, and that guy had accepted our protagonist's offer, thinking to himself, "This is nothing. If I can reel this guy in, I'd be willing to spend millions on him. Besides, once he joins our sect, I can just get the badge back by adding a special clause to the contract. Just don't go using this thing carelessly on the street, please. Got it?" Our protagonist just replies that he'll try, and the other guy says, "All right, come on, hand over the contract." And just as he was about to hand the contract over, Gun suddenly vanishes right before his eyes, leaving the guy stunned, unable to believe what just happened. Huh? This guy just vanished right after he finished eating? Then a woman brings the bill over and says, "Your total comes to $790. They're frozen solid, unable to believe he ate that much chicken. Afterward, the scene returns to the cafe, with the guys beaten to a pulp on the floor, while the blonde guy says, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am a holy knight of the Gemini Temple, and I'm super rich." But our protagonist couldn't care less, and just keeps slapping the blonde guy across the face, until he starts begging, Hey, wait. Hold on. Please stop. Hey, get up. I'm just getting warmed up. Damn it. My magic defense isn't working. What's going on? Damn it, you insect. Don't be so smug. Taurus of Phalaris. And the monster summons a giant Megazord-like thing behind him, while Gun just stands there watching it all. The others are terrified, screaming, Run, get out of here. This place is about to become a war zone. This is the price you pay for acting all high and mighty. Jeez, you're so loud. Let's see just how amazing your skill is. But it's not even enough to light a barbecue, and the system announces, you have usurped the opponent's magic. You have acquired the data for Taurus of Phalaris, S rank. What? But how is that possible? Are you a wizard? Random? No, I'm a blacksmith. And a series of system notifications began to appear, with the last one reading, do you wish to wield data as a skill? Let me show you how this skill is truly used. Blazing male fervor, Phalaris the bull. And then a giant minotaur appeared, destroying everything, until a moment later, the blonde-haired punk was flattened against the wall, while Gun told him that if he ever touched Sundia again, he'd be turned into a kebab. Sundia, if you ever run into jerks like him, don't be afraid. I'll be there to protect you. Yes, Mr. Gun. And just then, Yora finally arrived, looking for Sundia, and she stared at the wrecked scene, wondering what the hell just happened and if the boy was okay. But then the boy ran up with an adorable look on his face and said, Sis, you're not going to believe this. He's right over there. Come on, let me show you. The hero who defeated countless calamities and saved humanity time and time again. The star of those videos we watched over and over and over when we were little, and a scene of an incredibly cute Sundia and Yora watching Gun when they were kids appears, until she stared at our main character and gasped, Lord Ligum. and she was in shock, pinching herself to see if she was dreaming. Then her whole body practically glowed as she said, "It really is Lord Gun. Ah, no way. He's gotten so handsome. 20 years ago, he had so many scars, and since he spent 20 years in the Demon Tower, I thought he'd look even worse. But that doesn't matter. What's really important isn't his looks, but the incredible hero he is. I'm just so glad Lord Gun is okay." Sis? You're thinking out loud. We can hear everything. And she became adorably embarrassed, until our main character simply smiled at her and said it was nice to meet her too. "Hello. My name is Sionora. Thank you for helping Sundia. You don't have to be so formal with me. You're Hugo's daughter, which makes you practically my niece." And she was incredibly moved to hear those words from our main character. "Sir, I'm sorry to ask this right after meeting you, but could I ask you for a favor?" Go ahead." She probably wants an autograph, right? If you wouldn't mind, could you possibly? And just then, a giant lava monster appeared behind him, roaring. And our main character was surprised. Huh? What kind of favor is this? But it was actually a monster that had appeared behind them, and she quickly lopped its head off, while Sundia stood behind Gun with a cute expression as she spoke. "Sir, just give me a moment. I will formally ask for your hand after I've dealt with these calamities." And she dashed off at high speed while Sundia said that she gets like this because of Gun, and he just asked the boy, "Hey, Sundia, what did your sister just say? Huh? She wants to ask for my hand? What the hell?" And then the scene cuts outside with loudspeakers announcing that numerous calamities have appeared, and this is not a drill. Please evacuate to the safe zone. And then we see swarms of calamities flying through the sky and giant earthworms destroying the entire city while people run in panic. However, one of them was already riddled with holes, looking like a piece of Swiss cheese. And who did it? None other than our badass big sis with her spear, as a swarm of calamities rushed towards her. But she simply said, "Faster, faster, I need to be even faster," and charged forward to annihilate all of them. I want to end this even quicker so I can talk to him, as swarms of calamities continued to roar in the sky. And seeing all the destruction, she said, "But these annoying calamities just keep popping up. I'll have to take care of all of them at once." And she began to spin her spear, rushing towards all of them while screaming, "Don't get in the way of my marriage proposal." And she threw her spear, which destroyed every calamity in its path. And then she said, the name of the technique was Lotus Flash. And then the scene shows the devastation her technique just caused. And from a distance, Gun just stood there, watching it all, thinking, I decided to keep an eye on her out of concern. But it looks like that was unnecessary. Her combat sense is actually far better than even Hugo's. And as she saw our main character, she got distracted. But then, one of the calamities appeared right behind her, and just as it was about to grab her, Gun appeared and saved her and Sundia, while she blushed beet red. "Oh my, how incredible that you were able to dodge my last attack. So, impressive humans like you do exist. I've taken a liking to you." And a ferocious female monster appeared, holding a whip, as she declared she would make our main character her own special pet. And she was sitting on a giant mutant turtle, and then she is asked why everyone's so obsessed with playing with fire lately, and our boy Gun simply says, "Well, I wasn't exactly looking for it, but I do need some materials to craft a few more relics. So, I'll just take this opportunity, shall I? I'm gonna make you my #1 fuel. You'll be a fun one to train. Wait a second, those guys are the Phantasm tribe. I have to stop them right now. Hey, why are you spacing out? Planning on taking him on by yourself again? Just leave this to me. You two go get the civilians to safety. I'm trusting you with this because I know you're both strong. So just trust me and leave these two to me, all right?" And she gives a small smile as she nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Sundai starts summoning his Megazord while she forges her spear, and our MC says, "Why don't you two go have some fun?" And right on cue, the monster lunges at him with its whip, screaming, But I want you to suffer more." And Gun, hands still casually tucked in his pockets, effortlessly dodges every single attack, until she finally snags him with the whip. He just stands there, completely unfazed, as she starts cackling in celebration, saying, "Training you is going to be even more fun." Then she hurls Gun into the sky, smashes him through countless buildings, and finally slams him into the ground. However, he simply shatters her entire whip to pieces, saying, "You're all talk. Is that all you've got?" The monster just smirks and says, "Of course not." And her turtle spews a massive stream of fire toward Gun, causing a gigantic explosion on the spot. Meanwhile, Sundai's Megazord starts shielding people from the falling debris, telling them to evacuate as fast as possible. Perfect. I've gotten everyone out of here too. Nona, evacuate the rest of the civilians. Ah, yes ma'am. But then she looks toward the explosion where Gun is, and thinks to herself, Mr. Gun is definitely strong, but he's up against the Phantasm tribe, one of the most dangerous disasters there is. She has to be at least a red-class threat. So, even Mr. Gun is going to have a hard time. And what if he still has injuries or side effects from the Demon Tower? If that's the case, I have to help him. Nona, Mr. Gun told us to stay away. I know. I'll be right back. You go hide. And then, the smoke clears, revealing a scene of total annihilation from her attack. And in the middle of it all, Gun is still standing. I guess I went a little too hard. I didn't mean to turn you into ash. Yes. This is it. Asterisk. This times is real fire. It has to be at least this hot to be worth a damn. That pathetic fire from the blonde Gemini kid was so boring. This will definitely be my #1 fuel, worthy of being called the flame of creation. Then he appears, along with a system window that says, You have obtained fire, usable at the forge. Huh? No way. He survived that hellfire attack? Since I have the fire now, I don't need to hesitate anymore. Summon, Hammer of Creation, usable fire detected at the forge. Level 1 forge. Repair, enhance. Finalize base stats. Luck is being applied. Please, select your enhancement target. My enhancement target will be this. And then a green circle begins to materialize around Gun, while the monster watches from a distance, wondering what the hell is going on. However, she's not about to let him finish. But just then, Yora appears behind her, shouting, Activate skill, thunderous roar, and a massive, red lightning bolt strikes the monster. However, Yora is horrified to realize the attack had absolutely no effect. How dare you, you insect, she roars, sending the girl flying. The poor girl coughs up blood as the monster orders her giant turtle to finish her off. And just as the beast opens its jaws to devour her, something happens. It's suddenly yanked back. Yora looks on, confused, but it's Gun. He simply grabbed the creature's tail and pulled it back, saying, Hey, where do you think you're going? You still have to play with me. And he slams the giant turtle into the ground. See, folks? And here I was, thinking it was a turtle. Turns out it's a lizard. The monster master stumbles to the ground, her jaw hanging open in disbelief. He caught and threw the hell lizard with his bare hands. Hey, if you so much as touch Yora again, I'll wipe out your entire tribe. Huh? But what is this terrifying killing intent? What is this? He's devouring me. Wait, I'm being devoured? Me, a member of the great Phantasm tribe, is being devoured by a mere mortal? I see. I get it now. I'll stop playing around. And she begins to transform, as Yora tries to shield herself from the immense power erupting from her. However, Gun remained perfectly calm, observing everything, as the monster spoke. I'm not a fan of doing it this way. It means I can't train you properly. But it seems I must finally acknowledge you as my enemy. And this thing was a red-level threat, the calamity of the illusion race, Hell's Wings. I will incinerate you and this entire area until nothing but ash remains. Calamity skill, Hell's Prison. It charged at Gun with horrifying speed, destroying everything in its path. However, just as it was about to strike him, he simply blocked its attack with a single hand, while Yura screamed Gun's name in despair. And then, a massive explosion erupted, obliterating all the surrounding buildings as the monster froze in shock, while Gun revealed, Oh, this is more useful than I thought. Then, the system announced, C-rank fireproof plastic gloves, enhanced by the flames of Hell's Wings. Fire resistance capable. Random luck, +1 resistance point. Durability decreases when eating spicy food. Single use only. But, what the hell is this? He blocked my Hell's Prison with a pair of plastic gloves? And then the system activated Gun's regeneration ability, and he began to recover from all damage taken from that attack. I'll make you pay for setting fire to the whole city. From now on, you have a new duty, keeping the fire in my workshop going. Permanently. What? What is this humiliation? Huh? Humiliation? You're underestimating the power of my plastic gloves. You have no idea how convenient they are for eating spicy chicken. Negative energy is too strong to turn Hell's Wings into an Ophion incarnation. Purification is required. Ah, purification. You mean this? Purification punch. And he began to unleash a barrage of punches, while its lizard monster was already frozen stiff behind our main character. A moment later, he said, Why is it so hard to purify you? And then the system revealed, Target has been completely defeated, so you can't purify a dead target? It's not even resisting anymore. What a pain. Guess I have no other choice. Since my fire starter is broken, I'll have to use you. The Calamity, Hell Lizard, surrenders. Hell Lizard has become a prisoner of Ophion, and just like that, a small lizard appeared, waving a white flag in front of our hero. All right, in that case, what do you want your name to be? Option 1, Torch. Option 2, Gas Can. Option 3, Kerosene Lamp. Option 4, Lump of Coal. And Option 5, Little Lizard. And the poor creature just froze on the spot, not knowing how to answer. Every single name was unbearably lame. What the hell, man? But then, the system announced that it had chosen the name Torch. Gun, are you okay? Sundia, are you kids all right too? Ah, yes, we're okay. Anyway, there's something I wanted to ask you. Then he remembered the determined words she had said. Everyone, I'm going to propose to him right after we eliminate all these calamities, and he immediately froze. Damn it, she's going to propose to me. Yura, he was about to say something, but she cut him off. Gun, you didn't really die in the demon tower, did you? Huh? What do you mean? I've always wondered about that. The other saints said you sacrificed yourself for the good of humanity, but it was strange, going up against Blood-Eye, who had nearly wiped out all of mankind. And yet only you, the strongest saint, were defeated. But since there was no evidence, we couldn't even investigate the incident, so I had to keep my suspicions to myself. But after witnessing your power today, I'm sure of it. You didn't die a hero's death. You were the victim of someone's wicked scheme. That's Tao's daughter, all right. You're incredibly sharp. Yes, that's exactly what happened. 20 years ago, I was betrayed in the Demon Tower and stabbed in the back by one of the 12 saints who went with me to defeat Blood-Eye. What? That's impossible. I don't understand. Weren't the saints trying to save the world with you, Gun? Gun, you were the hope of the entire world. Why would they do that? Sundia, that's probably the very reason why, because I was so much better than them. After I defeated Blood-Eye all by myself. That's probably why they tried to kill me. Once the final boss of the Calamities was completely defeated, they could rule the world however they wanted. And the biggest obstacle standing in the way of their ambition was me. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, but that's the only theory that makes sense. Oh my god, Gun, that's horrible. That means you were trapped in that tower all alone. And on top of that, the other saints stole all your honor and glory, when the truth is, you were the one who saved all of humanity. Thank you, you two. But don't cry like that, okay? I'm going to make them pay 1,000,000 times over for everything they've done. And they stood there speechless, until Gun spoke up. All right, let's see here. And he looked at the news on his phone, which read, Spotlight, Saintess Sophie Marty makes a visit. Suddenly, in South Korea, a press conference kicks off at 7 p.m. This is her last appointment of the day. And the scene cuts to a series of high-rise buildings. Inside a super lavish press conference room, we see the Saintess herself. And a ton of people are there, snapping photos and filming everything, dying to know what she has to say. Meanwhile, two bystanders are chatting. What could be so important that the Saintess had to call this press conference? And the other guy replies that it's probably related to the mysterious message that appeared on her necklace back in Drachma. Or maybe it has something to do with the recent rumors about Ligum's survival. One thing's for sure though, the Saintess is about to reveal something huge today. And there she stands, trying to hold a pose, while internally, she's panicking, thinking, oh god, I'm so screwed. Should I just ditch this whole press conference and make a run for it? No, I've got a holy relic right around my neck. Who knows what this thing could do to me? It might even be a bomb. If I want to live, I have to do exactly what he says. And then she pictures our main character controlling her like a puppet. I don't know about the other saints, but Ligum wasn't joking when he said he would eliminate. She stands there, incredibly anxious, then announces that the reason she gathered everyone here today is to reveal the truth about an incident from 20 years ago. Everyone here remembers the incident that happened at the Demon Tower back then, don't you? Uh-huh, the Demon Tower. Is she talking about the Red Eye raid? It was cleared by the 12 saints. That's exactly why they're still called heroes to this day. Well, the truth is, on that day, the real hero who defeated the Red Eye was Ligum. And then everyone starts murmuring, Ligum, yeah, right Ligum? I thought this was something new. I get it. You mean Ligum? But then they pause for a moment and go into shock as everyone starts shouting, Saintess, what do you mean? What happened? Are you telling us this is the truth? So, the one who killed the Red Eye was Ligum alone, not Stephen Marque? Please give us the details. The crowd just keeps shouting and shouting and shouting. Does that mean Ligum is still alive? Have the saints been lying all this time? And she just stands there, not knowing what to say. And just as she's about to say, "That's exactly right," someone cuts her off, saying that's impossible. A terrifying-looking man appears behind her, and she's completely terrified. Uh-oh. You're Jean-Louis. And it's none other than the cancer saint Jean-Louis Morion. Holy crap. It seems the saintess is looking rather pale. I don't think she's in any condition to continue this press conference. Is she, Sophie? My goodness. You don't look well at all, saintess. It seems it would be quite difficult to continue with this press conference, wouldn't it, Sophie? Jean, this is... Shut your damn mouth. What the hell do you think you're trying to say with the mic still on? Still don't know your place? All you have to do is parade around and act like a saintess, just like you always do. So what exactly do you have to complain about that you'd pull a stunt like this? If you don't want everyone here to see me rip that mouth of yours apart right now, then shut up. And he switches off her microphone and says, I apologize, members of the press, for having to reveal this. It seems the saintess is being blackmailed into giving a false testimony. But don't worry, I will keep the saintess safe. I apologize to all the journalists who came, but we'll be ending the press conference here. But wait, end the conference? What do you mean? What about Ligum? And just then, he begins to unleash his dark aura towards the reporters and says, Ligum fell in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. What more do you people need to know? Even if Ligum were to return, all he would have to do is show up. Don't you get it? Why hasn't he revealed himself yet? But in that case, who could be blackmailing the saintess? The culprit is using Ligum's name. If the press conference ends like this, suspicion toward the saints will only grow. So please, tell us what you can. And this guy starts getting pissed off, thinking to himself, damn it, these insects need to learn their place. And he starts gathering an energy in his hand, as a voice rings out from behind him. Look at the face on you. You planning on taking out all the reporters here? And as soon as he hears that, a kick from our main character flies right into his face. And if you remember, the last chapter ended with that shadowy figure coming to speak with the saintess. And just as he's about to attack all the reporters, our main character comes flying in with a kick straight to his face, sending that psycho soaring across the room. Everyone witnesses the scene, while the saintess, in complete shock, cries out, "Oh my god, it's him. Huh, what the hell just happened? Hey, long time no see, you piece of... You damn crab? Still got that scowl on your face? I see. Here, a present for you. The madman. Huh, this is a tail." The scene then cuts to Tocha, our main character's new mascot, now missing a piece of its tail. The poor thing lost its tail. Then, we cut back to our main character, holding the poor creature's tail, saying, "Hey, you stinking crab, who the hell do you think you are crashing a press conference? Are you insane?" That's right. And from the back, people started murmuring, Isn't that the tail of a hell lizard? But just then, that madman appeared behind our MC, saying, "Isn't this the tail of a hell lizard? I heard someone took it down the moment it appeared. So you're the one who handled it? Damn it. Are you kidding me? It was just a clone. To think you saw through my clone technique with just a glance. Who the hell are you? Me? Who do you think I am? My name is Lego." And everyone was stunned when our MC said that. They saw that reaction, and suddenly one of the guys burst out laughing. Everyone started laughing. "Oh, he said he's Ligu. My god, what a lame joke. Hey kid, you're too good looking. You don't look like Ligon at all." They started mocking our main character. "You seem pretty talented, but it looks like you're delusional. If you're trying to impress someone, you should choose your opponents more carefully." But the main character didn't even wait for the guy to finish his sentence, whipping the tail and sending him flying. The madman went tumbling across the floor, while our MC started spinning the hell lizard's tail, saying, "Honestly, all of you need a good beating to knock some sense into you." And everyone started to panic. "What are you all looking at? All of you. Come at me." And he charged straight at the poor reporters who were running for their lives. Oh my god, he's a total lunatic. I have to get away from this guy. I have to use this chance to escape. But right at that moment, Gun appeared behind her, and she froze, thinking to herself, I'm screwed. Hey, where do you think you're going, you little brat? You need to finish your speech about how you all ran away from the Red Eye 20 years ago, and how you've been living like kings after leaving me there to die. Now, spill it. You crazy bastard. You've already said it all. But then, at that very moment, the entire area began to shake, and the system announced, "A threatening energy from the darkest star is approaching." And the whole place began to be shrouded in a dark aura, while Dian started to fade away, and everyone was terrified, not understanding what was happening. Oh my god, this can't be happening. Huh? What have I done? No, it wasn't you, you idiot. It's because of this chaos. I can feel the divine power of a god. And a giant, gloomy Megazord appeared behind Jean, while he stared darkly at the main character, then said, "Well, I didn't expect you to be the real deal. Fantastic. I don't know how you survived the Tower of Demons, but since you're back, it's time for a welcome party." And he said that while unleashing a destructive power towards our main character. But then, the scene cuts to the home of the Sagittarius saint, Hugo, who was cooking and saying, "Phew, thank God, Samdia, Gun, and Eora are all gone. I guess I can finally eat my noodles in peace now. I wonder if there's anything good on TV?" But when he turned on the TV, the female journalist began to report, "I'm here at Sophie Martim's press conference, and everything is in complete chaos." In the middle of the press conference, a man calling himself Sergio Gum has just broken in. As you can see, he's in a fierce battle with the Cancer Saint. To be honest, it's pretty exciting to watch them fight. And our main character was still there, fighting to the death, while Hugo was stunned, saying, "Well, speak of the devil. Look what this lunatic is doing." And then, the scene cuts back to the main character's fight, as the Cancer Saint began to summon a dark aura in his hand and launched a destructive attack towards everyone there. And they desperately fled in chaos. However, our main character quickly dodged it and said, "Your attacks are too weak. This is never going to work. Ha, got you." And he unleashed an attack that completely engulfed our main character, trying to corner him. However, the moment the attack was about to hit, the guy was left stunned because our main character had blocked the entire attack with just his dagger, while he was simply upside down, holding it with only one hand. And everyone was incredibly impressed, clapping and cheering for our MC. But the guy continued to unleash countless dark attacks, which Gun dodged all of until he landed right in front of him, saying, "Now it's my turn." And he lunged forward with incredible speed, while the madman began to channel his power again, saying, "You." And he shot forward at incredible speed, while the madman started channeling his power again, roaring, "You. What? Did you spend the last 20 years just practicing gymnastics?" He then unleashed another dark attack at Gun, but once again, Gun dodged every last hit, saying, "Is that all you've got?" "That's right." And just like that, he sliced the Cancer Saint in half. But something unexpected happened to our hero, as the guy began to crumble into dust once more. Damn it. So you spent all these years practicing some kind of clone technique? Trying to be Naruto or something? Oh, I'll take that as a compliment. And the female saint began to latch onto him. Meanwhile, the other guy started summoning a dark vortex, draining the life force of everyone present. At the same time, Gun said, "You bastard, how are you going to clean up this mess, you idiot? I'll deal with the consequences later. I've simply decided it's better to end you now by using this crowd." "Ah, so it was you. You were the one who ambushed me at the Demon Tower. Good grief, are you really that obsessed with finding out who did it? To think the world's savior would hold such a petty grudge. People might mistake you for a common thug, not a saint. So all you can do is run your mouth. Is that it? Especially since you're just a coward hiding behind these clones. These aren't just mere clones. I created them from the life force of the reporters here. If you defeat any one of them, that reporter's life force will vanish. There's no guarantee they'll survive. A dirty trick like that is perfect for scum like you." "Oh? Are those your last words? If so, I'll see you in the afterlife." And with that, he unleashed everything. His clones toward Gun. However, at that very moment, they began to panic and said, "A tail? How is that?" "Here. Is this one of the skills you got in Dracman?" And our main character, who was already behind them, rushed forward at high speed, saying, "Eat this," and landed a direct hit on the Cancer Saint, just as the system announced. "Take the hit for me." You can summon an optional target to B1 Sol. Use as a shield for the bearer of the Ophiuchus constellation. You can only summon something you have recently been in contact with. You can create up to 3 targets. They will be moved depending on which target was last touched. But how? And our main character landed another blow, while the other guy wondered, how did you know I was the original body? The 13th sense. You have the ability to recognize an opponent's weakness. I told you, your tricks are both low class and dirty. I'd be a fool not to have noticed. A direct hit. And right at that moment, our main character ripped a crystal from the Cancer Saint's body, while he said, "Not even. The Gemini constellation could find my skill core." So how did you do it? And then the avatar of Ophiuchus appeared, devouring that crystal, as a series of system messages popped up. A fragment of the Cancer core contains 33% of a saint's soul. contains 20% of a saint's soul. A major crack has appeared in the power of the Cancer constellation. The god of the Cancer constellation is in immense confusion. You can absorb the energy of the Cancer constellation. The magic of the black stars around you has disappeared, and Sophie had no idea what just happened, as all of that dark power simply vanished. The reporters wondered, what just happened? Who won the match? At the same time, the Cancer saint, as his real body was disintegrating, asked, "What the hell happened to you in that tower? I can feel the power of a god radiating from you." "Humph. Even after getting your ass kicked, you can still spout nonsense. I'm going to make good use of this core of yours that I just ripped out. Well, I'll withdraw for now. I still have a few trump cards left. I might just cause you a little trouble." And then the guy vanished completely, while Gun wondered, trump cards? Well, considering this guy's personality, there's no way. He'd just sit still. Huh? But wait, it's Hugo. And as soon as he picked up the phone, Hugo started screaming at him, "You bastard. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't explain anything. Get out of there. Right now, you psycho. I'm watching the news. You just took out one of the saints. Do you have a brain? In your head? A ton of missiles are about to rain down on your position." Huh? What? The scene cuts to space, where there's a satellite with countless missiles aimed at Earth. And then, they begin to receive a location signal. Our main character wonders, missiles? And all of those missiles began to hurtle toward Earth at high speed, just as we get an explanation that the Mormont missile, a disaster-class weapon created by Capricorn and Gemini after Ligum's disappearance, was made in case a calamity that humanity couldn't defeat appeared on Earth. This final trump card of humanity has the ability to destroy everything around the disaster with an orbital strike. What? I can't believe they made something like that. Gom, it's Jean-Louis. He set the missiles to launch automatically when his biometric signal disappeared, and our main character remembered what the guy had said, as he vanished, that he still had a few trump cards to deal with him. So, that means the high-level clone I just defeated was basically his real body. Gun, now's not the time to stand there thinking, get out of there now. Running won't solve anything. It'll easily blow away a few cities just like that. Yeah, you're right, Gun. But what are you going to do? I have a way. And he looked at Sophie with a smile, stunning her, as he continued to say, well, it's not like we're completely helpless. And the poor girl was just standing there in despair. Oh, man, you got a feel for her. She's always getting the short end of the stick. The scene cuts back to the missiles, still falling, having reached the city buildings. And our main character immediately sweeps Sophie up into his arms while she screams, in desperation, "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." And our main character uses a power, as the system announces. By the authority of the Gemini Bishop, flight and teleportation have been activated, teleporting in front of the Mormont missile, and they are teleported in front of the missile that's hurtling down at high speed, while our main character is holding Sophie in his arms and yelling at her, "You damn fool, I know that you to liquefy anything, so get started." And she asks in shock, how am I supposed to do that? You're telling me to just ram into that thing? We don't have a choice. If you don't do it, you, me, and everyone down there are all going to be goners. And then he grabs her hand and just hurls the poor girl, making her scream, "Ligum, you bastard. Go on, Saintess, work your miracle." And as she continued to cry and scream, at Ligum, the system started announcing, the goddess of Aquarius has descended. The divine goddess is bewildered by this situation. Oh God, please, please, times do something. The divine goddess of Aquarius cursed. Ligum is a complete lunatic. Stop swearing and do something already. And so the Saintess began to unleash countless buffs onto Sophie, who was desperately crying while receiving all of that immense power, until a single tear fell, and the Saintess used the skill goddess's tear, and a massive wave of water began rushing toward the missile, colliding with it. The entire stream of water tried to hold the missile back, and after a moment, it finally began to shatter completely, and she said, "Ah, I did it. I really did it. Oh, but, wait, why aren't you catching me?" And she plummeted downwards while Gum just stood and watched. Well, that's that. Tidy work. The least you could do is catch her. Goodbye. Just stay down there. Good job. You'll be fine with all the buffs you got. And then a massive water explosion occurred, destroying all of those missiles. She did a good job. Things could have gotten really ugly if all these fragments fell to the ground. And then the scene cuts to the citizens, screaming in fear, "Ah, the The missile broke, but now what? The debris is falling. Oh God, what are we gonna do? Wait a minute. This was caused by the Gemini constellation, wasn't it? In that case, I think I'll send a warm greeting to that purple-robed witch. Hey, can you hear me? Gum, what do you want? Did you find a way to stop the missile? Damn it, this is an emergency. I don't have time to explain, but let me borrow your absolute coordinates skill, the skill of the Sagittarius constellation, absolute coordinates. The designated target is teleported to the chosen location, without fail. It has great synergy with weapons that require aiming. My goodness, it seems like Gum is really desperate. Is the situation that bad? And he started pressing a series of buttons on a magic circle, then said, I'll transfer it right now. Hold on, I'm sending it. Yes, thanks my number one slave. And a message appeared on our main character's phone. Sagittarius has provided you with the skill, absolute coordinates. Available uses, 238. All right, this should be enough. And he began to summon a purple stream of power as the system unleashed countless notifications, saying, with the authority of the Sagittarius Saint, absolute coordinates has also been activated. And he began to teleport all those fragments to another place, which we're about to find out. Now, it's time to send a little gift to that witch. Huh? Oh my God. Look. What is not? That? The missile fragments, they're flying upwards. Oh my gosh, really? We're saved, sis. We sure are. We're saved. We're saved. That's right. It could only be Mr. Ligum. My God, how is that even possible? He made the entire missile disappear. But then someone spoke to him telepathically. This is the Yin-Yang Palace of the Furfast Gemini Saintess's domain. Bishop Choi, get over here, now. Huh, that voice. Hey, this is Bishop Choi. What's the problem, you idiot? What the hell did you just do with your authority in the Yin-Yang Palace? The fragments of the marmot are falling down. And then the scene reveals where our protagonist had thrown all the missile fragments, and it was none other than the temple of the Gemini Saintess. Then the scene cuts to the Blue House, the presidential office. What? What do you mean Ligum appeared? Not only did he mess up Saintess Sardi's press conference, but he also defeated the Cancer Saint and stopped the Marmot missile launched at South Korea. How does any of this make sense? And just then, at that very moment, our protagonist smashed through the ceiling and landed in front of those guys, carrying Toy and Hugo. What's going on? What are you all whispering about, like a bunch of rats? Got something to hide? And the men were all frozen solid while our main character continued to speak. Since I'm already here, I'll take care of this problem too. I've come to get my money back, I heard. You guys are holding the access rights to the account containing the proceeds from selling all my assets. This just came to mind on my way home, and everyone there was thinking, is this guy really Ligum? Oh God. If it's really him, we're so screwed. Hey, quiet. I tried to access my account using Tao's authority, but it didn't work. I clearly remember setting him as my authorized representative. So, isn't that a little strange? How so? Well, you see, the Korean government found it difficult to trust Mr. Hugo, and so, what were you saying? Mr. Hugo is a foreigner. After he disappeared, we couldn't possibly trust a saint from another country, especially when Korea doesn't have a single saint of its own. And due to various incidents and accidents, the faction of the Sagittarius Temple has grown weak. So in the end, we had someone more reliable than Mr. Hugo take charge. Hearing all this, Hugo just stood there, seething. Our boy just says, come on, lighten up, buddy. Hey, why the long face? Is poor Hugo actually crying? Huh, you're the absolute worst, my friend. Anyway, before I start breaking things, you'd better give me all my money back. What's gonna happen to us now? However, just then, someone screams, everyone shut your mouths. Huh? That voice. Could it be? And a wooden clog suddenly appears right in the middle of the place. Meanwhile, our MC just says, she's finally here. We've already booked this whole place, so get lost. And this chick makes a grand entrance, folks. She is the saint of the Gemini Temple. Red, I will be using your entire fortune to restore the palace you just destroyed. You're the one who sent those meteor fragments to my palace, aren't you? Because of that, my palace is now in ruins. You have any idea how bad the damage is? And there she is, screaming her head off at our boy. But, who are you? The second she heard that, she got even more furious and yelled, silence, I will deal with you right now. Then she starts chanting, and a magic circle appears above. System notification. The magical power of Gemini is fluctuating violently. Oh my god, the saint is going to use her power in here? We're screwed. You have connected with a powerful spirit. The strongest skill of Gemini, summoning a spirit from another world by using spirit embodiment. And some kind of elf appears. I'm not really sure, folks. This chick is channeling some transcendent power, while down below, Red screams, "Humph, now you'll see what I'm made of." The fairy queen, Lily Queen, responds to the summons, and her feet appear, followed by Lily's entire body, transcending into some kind of celestial fairy form. While everyone stares in awe, Gun just stands there, calm as ever, as she starts to bellow. This is the fairy queen, Lily Queen, a spirit nearly 4, on the level of a divine being. Can you possibly face her? But then Gun instantly appears right in front of her and grabs her and just throws her away, saying, "Get the hell out of my sight," and she goes flying right through the hole he destroyed when he first entered the place. You can still see her soaring through the sky as everyone screams, "Oh my god, the saint! What have you done, you lunatic?" And then her summoning spell starts reversing on itself. The magical power of Gemini is dissipating. The Lily Queen wants to go home, and just as she's about to vanish, our MC grabs her by the head, putting her on high alert, while he just stares her down. "Hey, where do you think, your time's going?" he says, and starts yanking her out of the summoning circle. "You have successfully captured the fairy queen, Lily Queen. You think I'm an idiot? How dare you try to run away? Ah, spare me, please, spare me, let me go." The scene changes to him leaving the place, which is now completely destroyed. Our MC says, "All right, got my money back. Now let's go get something good to eat." Gun. Why is there so much paperwork? Doesn't that seem strange? Huh? What do you mean? Why didn't the real Red show up? She's the type of person who'd drop a meteor in the middle of the city if she got angry. I was also wondering what you were thinking. She didn't show up after I caused all that chaos at the Yin Yang Palace. This can only mean one thing. Folks, now this part's a little confusing, cause she clearly did show up. Our MC even defeated her, but now he's saying she didn't show up. So, let's just wait and see, shall we? See what happens. They stand there talking for a bit, until he says, "There's no way that hothead could have controlled her temper. I think I know where she is. Well then, let's pay her a little visit." And the scene cuts to the apartment of Sundia, Hugo's son. "Why don't we eat while we work? Do you want a hamburger?" And Sundia looks a little sad, staring at the burger and says, "No, I'll eat something else." "All right, Yura, de Nino, what'll you kids have?" "Ah, uncle, I want a different color." And just then, someone sneezes while the little girl giggles. "I'm just kidding, uncle," and de Nino says from behind, "She's just messing with you." Humph. What the hell is this? Taisu would faint if he knew about this, but he's not coming. And the scene switches to Taisu looking super cool, while she says that he's out running an errand, so he'll be a little late. All right? Well then, it's time to begin the interrogation, and the camera pans to our poor little fairy. The imprisoned queen trembled all over. This was the Ares relic, a reinforced display case, an ultra-durable cabinet used to contain holy artifacts. So you'd better answer my questions properly. Got it? Yes. Being locked in a box. A transparent one is still better than being trapped in a book, isn't it? So be smart about this. The Book of All-Encompassing Imprisonment, S rank. A storage-type relic. It stores a target in text form and can be disguised. Currently, it's a cookbook. Yes, of course. And the poor woman stood there, stunned. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought to himself, that damn witch still hasn't shown up. This is strange. This means it's not that she won't appear, but that she can't appear. Yes, that's it. In that case, she must be trapped somewhere. And that place is Sunday's house. Yes, you're spot on. You guessed correctly. I'll give you one chance. Where is she? Exactly where? Well, you gonna talk? Or do I have to spell it out? She's over there. And she pointed to a statue, at which the protagonist smirked. Oh, aha. Isn't that the angel statue that was broken the other day? I knew it. I thought it smelled vile. You said before that the girl kissed it or something, right? That must be the coordinate marking magic of that bitch. And he recalled Jimin's words. They aren't mine, but the saintess personally kissed them to give them her blessing. 13th sense. And the protagonist stared at the statue with dark eyes, while the system announced, activating 13th sense. You can now interfere with the spirit world. And then the statue began to scream in anger. Hey, Lily Queen, why did you tell him everything? Huh? This was the Gemini saintess, Lady Ready. And appearing was a figure like a weeping ghost flying out of the statue, the Gemini saintess, Rieti, in her spirit form. Damn it. Why did I have to get caught by the worst possible guy? How did things turn out like this? If only things hadn't gone wrong that day, the day the demon tower collapsed, and she recalled the scene of the demon tower exploding as a teacup fell to the floor, and she thought, that energy just now was. What is this strange energy? This is Ligum. He's alive. And on that very same day, the protagonist had arrived at the apartment with Sundae and Jimin, and she thought the fact that he was able to return is incredible enough, but of all the places he could have gone, he just had to come to Tion Sundae's apartment, his friend's son's home. Indeed, that's fine though, since it's a place within my reach. What is he doing? I'll go see for myself. And she used her teleportation skill. You are being teleported to the chosen location via Gemini's special skill. However, only the soul is being teleported using soul possession. You can place your soul into a chosen target. Chosen target, angel statue in Tion Sundae's apartment. And that's how she got stuck in that statue. Possessing the statue was successful. And she recalled the moment the protagonist walked into the room and said, "Ugh, how disgusting," while he smashed that very statue, trapping her. Warning, be careful. If the possessed target is destroyed while using soul possession, you will be unable to escape. The possession skill has been sealed because the statue was destroyed. Now I'm stuck here. There's nothing I can do. And just then, Jimin entered the room and said, "Well, it's just a relic anyway, so I guess I can just leave it." Even if it's just a crappy limited skill, it'll still be useful as long as he can repair the broken statue to its original state. And that guy took out a bottle of super glue. And then, back to the present, where she was telling Sundae that he needed to confront Ligum, while he said he didn't want to fight his uncle. What do you mean? Ligum and our order have always been enemies. If you are a holy knight of Gemini, you must confront him. I see. Well then, in that case, I'll leave. What did you say? I may be a member of the Gemini order, but Uncle G is my hero. So if I have to become his enemy just because I'm part of the Gemini order, I'd rather leave. And he took off his insignia and threw it to the ground, while Reddy was shocked to see his badge fall. And the moment it hit the ground, the entire place began to shake. No. Oh my God. This is divine punishment from a god. Sunday's destiny, a high-ranking holy knight of Gemini, is leaning toward Ophiuchus. The goddess of Gemini has brought down a divine punishment in her rage. The magic of the Gemini goddess is crushing Tion Sundae, and at that moment, fresh blood began to pour from all over Tion Sundae's body. While he wondered what was happening, they shouted, "Sundae, Sundae, what's happening?" as he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Sundae, beg for forgiveness right now. Since you are a candidate to be my successor, the goddess will forgive you. And attack Ligum now. Ligum is a cruel and heartless man. He's not a person, someone you people can trust. Shut your mouth. You all abandon others without a second thought if it benefits you. And you dare call Uncle Gun heartless? Then he remembered the scene at the supermarket when the old man ordered them to just teleport away and leave everyone else there to be completely annihilated. You people might act like that, but Uncle Gun is different. He recalled the moment Uncle Gun defeated that monster to save a child, and the time he saved Sundia and Iura from the monster attack. He said, "He always saves those in danger. You're the real hypocrites, only looking out for yourselves while running your mouths about saving the world." And he remembered his own adorable image, watching Uncle Gun on TV and saying, "He's my hero. He's not some fool for you people to judge and look down on." The Gemini saintess, Freedia, finally manifests and appears. The almighty Gemini goddess materializes right before Sundia's collapsing body, as the system announces. Due to the declaration of the holy knight Sundi, the level of divine punishment is raised to its maximum. She gathers her mana and says, "Just disappear," along with that bastard hero. And right then, our badass protagonist speaks. Skill. The goddess looks at our main character in horror while he raises his hand, summoning a dark power and saying, severing. Abyss. The goddess is in complete shock, and then our protagonist severs all of her connections to the goddess. At the same time, at the Yin-Yang Palace, people start screaming, hey, try to pull people out of the rubble. Hurry up. Use magic. The fire is almost under control. Quick, call everyone who knows water magic over here. However, the moment everyone starts to use magic, one man wonders, what the hell is happening? Why can't I gather any mana? Bishop Ken, something is wrong. We can't gather any mana, or rather, we can't feel any mana at all. What is going on? Try to contact the other holy knights in the area. Everyone was stunned because they couldn't use any magic whatsoever. The scene shifts to the Gemini holy knights facing the disaster, fleeing in desperation because they simply couldn't use any magical powers anymore. It was as if the Gemini's mana had completely vanished. Then the scene cuts back to our main character. The moment he used his skill, the Gemini, Saintess's mana disappeared. You should be fine now, Sundaya. I almost put you in danger. Thanks for trusting your uncle until the very end. I'm truly grateful for that. Sundaya just looks at Gun, then he cracks a smile as tears of emotion stream down his face when someone screams from behind, you bastard. Lee Gun, what did you do to me? When they look back, it's the Saintess Reed. I've lost my goddess's mana. The scene flashes back to the moment our protagonist used Severing Abyss. The system announced, you have weakened the link between the Gemini Saintess Eddie and the Gemini goddess Freya. Gods expend a great deal of resources and take on massive risks when they interfere in our world. That's why the gods usually send their power to their successors, the saints. And the saints share that power with their holy knights. To make an analogy, the god is like a power plant, while the saints are the substations and transmission towers, and the holy knights are the appliances and electrical outlets. So if the connection to the Emexter Forder power plant is cut, all the other facilities will shut down. Therefore, the fact that the power disappeared in an instant means, so how does it feel to be a powerless nobody? You purple-robed witch. This is a trick that damn crab loved to pull, weakening the connection with the Severing Abyss. Severing Abyss, SS rank, the overlord skill of Cancer. You can sever anything you wish. When this was combined with my skill, an interesting result appeared. She could only stare at Gun in stunned silence as he said, because now I can even sever the contract between you and your filthy goddess. Forbidden divine act. Sever relationship. You can sever everything, including memories, relationships, loyalties, and so on. Every time you become more proficient with a forbidden divine act, you will receive a new skill. What have I done? There's no way the goddess would allow this. You'll now become the target of a true god's wrath. To hell with you and your goddess. That just makes it easier for that stupid goddess to show up in person again. He glared at her with an incredibly dark expression, when right beside them, a bolt of purple lightning began to form, and countless more streaks of lightning appeared in the sky, while everyone, wondering what was happening, until a giant purple tornado of energy began to tear the city apart. And then the system announced, the Gemini goddess is enraged due to losing connection with her saintess and holy knights. She is accepting potential vessels and will directly exert her influence. And so our main character and Rieti could only watch as the entire place began to shake and the massive energy vortex started to destroy Sundi's home, while Yura and the others ran for cover. Quite a grand entrance, The goddess appeared with overwhelming power, staring down our main character as he just watched it all unfold. And that was the Gemini goddess, Phrydia. Warning. The goddess's power is fluctuating violently, and she began to gather lightning in her hands before launching the attack right at Gun, while the system announced it was withdrawing an item from his inventory, and she continued her attack, rushing straight towards Gun, destroying everything. However, something shocked the goddess, because he was completely unharmed by her strike. The Cancer core fragment absorbed the goddess's power, and it was all thanks to the item he'd snatched from the Cancer saint in their previous battle. The Gemini goddess was horrified to see the fragment of another deity, and Gun continued to absorb her entire energy attack, saying, "It's a shame I don't have the heavenly curse anymore. If I had my sword, I could have easily cut down everything and everyone, including the gods." Summoning workshop. Usable materials. Cancer core fragment. Lightning. and the Gemini goddess's vortex. Looks like there's no other choice. I'll have to settle for second best. And he approached the Cancer core, and then began to summon 2 scythes. You have dealt significant damage to the Gemini goddess, and she began to scream in absolute agony, while our main character firmly gripped his death scythes. The Gemini goddess was in pain and humiliated. He wounded a god. How is that possible? The abyssal tempest scythes shattered. Oh my god, guys, our MC's weapon only lasted for 1 attack before breaking. I really thought he was going to keep using it. Well, this was the best I could do on the fly, and the Saintess was writhing and unleashing countless lightning bolts, while the system warned, Gemini goddess Phradia has lost her sanity. And just then, someone shouted, "That's enough," and launched a massive fire attack at the Saintess, hitting her head on. And who was it, guys? None other than the badass Hugo. Seeing this, Sundi and Yura were terrified and called out for their father. And then, the Sagittarius god appeared behind Hugo, as he said, "Phradia, stop your invasion at once." And she was stunned to hear that. And he continued, "Anything beyond this point will be a violation of the rules. Stand down, Phradia, now. Have you forgotten that the gods are forbidden from interfering with this world in their true forms?" And then countless golden chains were summoned as the system announced. The other gods, displeased with the breach of the rules, have activated their restraints, and Phradia was terrified to see all that power rushing towards her as more notifications appeared. To interfere further with Earth, you must pay a certain amount of faith, experience, and stats. If you continue to interfere, you may reach maximum hostility with the other gods. And they all just watched the entire situation unfold, while Hugo said, what a shame. And chains of many other colors also began to seal Phraidia's body, and Hugo said, "It seems the other gods don't want to see this happen either. Are you going to be even more reckless?" And then Phraidia suddenly began to let out deafening screams, while the Sagittarius saint stood firm, and the entire place began to crumble, and Sundi and the others had to cover their ears. However, the Gemini goddess gritted her teeth, saying she wouldn't forget this day, while pointing furiously at Hugo and our main character. "I bet you're boiling mad right now," and he simply flipped the goddess off, making her even more furious. However, her body began to dissolve into energy, until the system announced, "You have completely crushed the devout pride of the Gemini goddess. You have gained fame among the countless beings watching the world. You have received a large amount of experience from the throne of the gods. You have leveled up. Throne of God. Throne of God. Beginner level 9. You will undergo a special test when the Throne of God reaches level 10. And then the Sagittarius god began to fade away while Hugo gave him a thumbs up, and the system continued to announce, "Aptitude has been accumulated. A special quest based on your aptitude has been activated. Awakening. SSS rank Ophiuchus core." And with that, they all collapsed onto the floor, completely drained. And then our main character walked over to Hugo and said, just in time, "Thais, hey buddy, I'm still pissed thinking about what Freya did to Sundia. I can't believe it. Just one arrow through that bitch's head isn't gonna be enough. Just you wait. I'm definitely gonna beat the hell out of that damn saintess." Hearing this, Hugo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thanks, Gum. Oh, right. I got the thing you asked for from the Palace of Yin and Yang. Oh, good." And then the guy handed over a scroll, and the system immediately announced, "Soul Chronicle, a record of contracts with the twin incarnations." Meanwhile, in the back, Ride asked how he got it. "Invisibility and infiltration are basic skills for an archer, not to mention the badge Gom gave me." The two of them started arguing in the background, while Gom just stood there, silently, observing everything. And the system announced, "You have opened the Soul Chronicle." Checking the list of incarnations. Zerker, the one-eyed berserker, legendary grade. Jodam, king of giants, legendary grade. Warrior king. Jar, light of the whitest god, legendary grade. The twin incarnations have completely surrendered to Ophiuchus. You can either accept the surrendered incarnations as your own or take them as prisoners. Ooh, this is pretty sweet, huh? The incarnation commander, who is imprisoned at the bottom of the sea beneath the palace of Yin and Yang, also requests to surrender. The incarnation commander, he must be a mythic grade incarnation. Why should I trust your surrender? Show me your sincerity first. And then, a purple vortex began to form above our main character's head. After that, a body, Red's body, flinched in terror, but it wasn't her original body, since she was still in her soul form. And as that body continued to fall, They wondered, huh? Red? And she also had no idea what was happening, since she was still a ghost. The twin incarnations have offered you the original body of Red. Ah, what the hell is this? This is unbelievable. Ah, fine, I accept. You have accepted the surrender of the Emino. Twin incarnations? The twin incarnations have moved to Ophiuchus. You may now name your incarnations. Oh boy. Guys, when the main character starts naming things, it's always a disaster. Trust me. I'm too lazy to think. So let's just go by rank. Uncle 1, Uncle 2, and Uncle 3. See, guys? This dude's naming sense is awful. You have named your incarnations. Ah, you've got to be kidding me. This has to be a nightmare. Ah. But then Gun grabbed her by the neck and said, hey, you were completely abandoned by your goddess when she fled, and everything else. So, you'd better answer my questions properly. You're the one who backstabbed me in the demon tower, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Backstabbed you? And then Gun shot a blast of energy into her forehead, and she started screaming in agony as he said, this is a fragment of the Abyss Storm Scythe I used before. Shocking that it can even burn a person's soul, isn't it? Don't play dumb. Admit it. I don't know what you're talking about, you psycho. You want to act tough while being tortured in your soul state? And they all just stood there, watching as the energy radiated out. Even the Spirit Queen was so scared, she hid herself. Hugo shielded himself while thinking, is she actually telling the truth? But then she screamed, Virgo. It was definitely Virgo. Now let me go, please. And when Gun heard this, his eyes grew incredibly dark, until the fragment of the Abyss Scythe shattered, and he released her with a look of pure fury. It wouldn't have hurt if you just told me from the start. Now that you've given me some good information, I'll return your body to you, okay? Ah, I'm still alive. But wait, what is this? And then, guys, the spirit. Queen took over her body and said, thank you. Though I was freed in this manner, I still appreciate your kindness. Oops, I think I made a mistake. I accidentally gave your body to the Lily, Queen, and she just clung to our main character, while Yura flew into a jealous rage and the others had to hold her back. Later, the scene shifts to Hugo's house, with Yang Wei in the form of a teddy bear, saying, I told you, trying to fix everything is useless. Yo Wei, what do you mean? There's nothing to fix. Do you know how many malicious clauses and flawed magical contracts I can see with just a single glance? S-rank soul contracts created by the contract specializing cult. Virgo Ligun has usurped everything that Yang Wei had exclusive rights to. Senor Ligun, we're taking care of all of this. Just hand me a few more soul chronicles. I'll upgrade all of them and make them SS rank. Hearing this, Yang Wei could only stare blankly at the main character while he said, heh. All right, Lily Queen, go for it. And she looked incredibly cute until something caught our hero's attention. And when he saw Reddy tied tightly to a statue of herself and sobbing her heart out, surrounding her were countless statues of our main character, and she was becoming desperate in the spirit world, begging him, please, just release me and let me go. A new skill, Viper's Pact. It can be ignored once, but it can't be ignored 3 times. And our main character just stood there watching, wondering what the hell kind of skill he'd just received, until someone spoke up. Haha, we are finally incarnations of Lord Ligon. The new incarnations send their praise to you. It is a great honor to become an incarnation of Lord Ligum. And then everyone there began to speak up, flattering Gun. Finally, the incarnations he'd acquired in the previous chapter appeared, and they all looked at him in amazement, while Hugo said, I've never seen anything like this. Incarnations are all so arrogant, and they immediately got angry at poor Hugo, saying, how dare you butt in when you're just a servant of our Lord Liam? And the guy just stood there. Huh, I'm a servant? What the hell is this? You seem to have misunderstood. He isn't just a servant, he's a slave. Well, you guys just insulted poor Hugo to a whole new level. Oh, so he's a slave. How dare a lowly slave speak up in front of Hugo, our mighty Lord Ligum? Alright, that's enough. But why did you all abandon the geniuses and go to the trouble of coming here? Well, it's because we couldn't stand the abuse of the sacred Gemini goddess. Oh, really? Actually, it's because we saw you beat the crap out of her. Then he remembered the time our main character absolutely destroyed the goddess, and they all cheered emotionally. Yes, he did it. All right, I'm glad you were all honest. It's not just us. The other incarnations and even the commander want to surrender to you, but unfortunately, he's stuck in the sea under the sacred domain, and can't come here. Right now, humanity has lost more than half of its land to the mysterious Calamity civilization. At first glance, it seems like the Saints and the Calamity faction are evenly matched, but in reality, we can't even try to reclaim the lands we've lost to the fricas, mysterious civilization. If it's in the sea, near the Yin-Yang Palace, it must be somewhere in the Pacific. That place is near the territory of the mysterious civilization. I'd better drop by and see how things are going. Lord Ligum, in any case, since we have submitted to you, we swear our loyalty and will dedicate our lives to you, and all of them bowed before our main character. And now he had an entire army. Alright, I'm excited about this. As expected of Uncle Ligum, even these high-level incarnations are scared of him. So cool. Yeah, he's really scary. You know, I'm so glad I proposed to him. And as soon as she said that, our main character and Hugo both froze, and Hugo immediately looked at him with an incredibly dark expression. Hey, what was that? What is she talking about? And why haven't you liked this video yet? Leave a like, write a comment, even just a period helps. This video, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and now let's get back to the story. And you guys remember that the last video ended right as our main character was talking to his 3 new subordinates, while in the background, Sundae and Yora were just watching him. And then the little girl said, "You know, I'm so glad I proposed to him." And as soon as Hugo heard that, folks, he walked over with an extremely dark look in his eyes, getting right in the face of a frozen Gun. And then he said, "Hey Gun, what the hell is she talking about? Huh? Proposed to you. What the hell is this?" And to make matters worse, you guys, Yang Wei in the back added fuel to the fire. Good grief. Doesn't that make Hugo Ligu's father-in-law? What a messed up family. Instantly, Hugo fired a flaming arrow straight into his Kerfis face, blowing the teddy bear's head to pieces, and the poor guy ran off crying, while our main character said, "Geez, why don't you put that bow away first, and then we can talk?" However, the guy just replied, I've never even heard my own daughter say, "I love you, Dad," not even on Father's Day, so how dare she say that to you? And the system announced that the Sagittarius Saint was enraged, and this monster, you guys, started firing a barrage of flaming arrows at our main character, while he quickly dodged all the attacks and said, "Sorry, Gun, but you have to die now." The Sagittarius Saint used Invincible, and the beast continued to charge at our main character, who still had no idea what the hell was going on. "Hey, old man, are you serious right now? Hold on." Using God's eye lock-on, detecting the magical power of Hugo, Otter, the Sagittarius Saint, and then our main character closed his eyes and started catching all of Hugo's arrows with his bare hands. However, you guys, the man was not playing around and fired an entire army of arrows at our main character. And he just kept firing. More and more and more arrows at Gun. And just as they were about to hit, barely getting hit, our main character parries each attack and says, "What kind of insect are you, bastard? Stop being so annoying. You've brought shame to the Sagittarius Saint. Spirit has been stabilized. You have received a large amount of experience from the God's throne." And then he furiously continues to charge at Gun and activates his ultimate skill, Ring of the Sun God. Holy hell, he's really attacking with his full strength. The holy god of the Sagittarius constellation, Apollo, wonders if it's really okay to destroy this house. Not to mention, the mortgage on Sundae's place, now in ruins, still had so many payments left. And guys, the house is being destroyed by Hugo's mess, but he doesn't give a damn, just crazily charging at our protagonist, while he thinks, "Geez, he's just like someone I know, not afraid to burn down his own house, even for a saint who's down on his luck." And he recalls the first time he met Sundae, who also charged at him, destroying his apartment. And then, at that very moment, Yura screams, "No, Dad." Huh? What? She means, "Dad, you don't stand a chance against Uncle Gun." You see, even his own daughter feels sorry for him. How could he possibly win? The poor dad is immediately in deep shock, and so he decides to calm down and steps off his bow, just as our main character walks up to him and gives him a flick on the head saying, "You idiot." And guys, Hugo got a solid, why get so mad at the kids just for being kids? Do I look like the type of guy who would seduce my friend's daughter, then get so pissed off I'd wreck my own house? That's just stupid, man. The kids are just embarrassed to show their affection for you, but they're more grateful than you think. Even now, they went and bought a gift for you. "Dad, we're home." "Oh, you're awake. I brought the strawberry cake and coffee you love. And then, the poor father is incredibly moved as he looks at the piece of cake and the cup of coffee. And then, crying, he lunges towards Sundai to get the cake, but he dodges, causing the poor dad to fly right past. And Gun is even eating the cake himself. My God, is this guy for real? And the poor dad is still desperately trying to get the cake back, while Gun just keeps teasing him. Poor guy, already destroyed half the house. A little later, Wei is getting stitched up, again, while the cute Yura just watches everything unfold. But then something catches her eye, and when she looks at her phone, she's startled by a notification that reads, Red Level Disaster, the Thousand-Legged Centipede, has appeared. All holy knights must obey the summons. And then the scene shifts to the waters near Manila, the capital of the Philippines. Countless bolts of lightning are striking down from the sky. Meanwhile, a few soldiers on duty say, I heard it's a red-level disaster. That's terrifying. Are we gonna be okay? But there are so many people here anyway. We'll definitely be able to handle it. Don't be scared. Danger is opportunity. While our saint is away, we'll defeat this red-level disaster on our own. And just then, guess who comes falling from the sky? It's the poor Leo saint. This way, our Leo will prosper. We will show the world that humanity is taking another great leap towards the future. Woo, yeah, that's right. And everyone is screaming their heads off, while Ara angrily covers her ears. In her head, she's thinking, I want to go home. I want to see my uncle. Guys, this is starting to look weird. But then, the scene cuts to some soldiers, wearing masks, and inside a tent, an old man says, My, these people are such barbarians, so pointlessly violent. They're trying to use force to hide their fear. Well, not that I care, but I wonder if the gift I sent him has arrived yet. And the scene cuts back to poor Hugo's house, now completely destroyed. Oh, you're here. And the person who just arrived is Hugo's secretary, Yum. Ah, it's been a while, Saint Nim. Have you been well? Why is your house completely destroyed like this? What on earth happened? Oh my God, the ceiling. And Hugo is sitting sulking in a corner. Ah, don't ask. It was a necessary measure. Are you also watching Milan's radio channel? Yes, Yura has been dispatched there. By the way, what's in this box? It was in front of your door, so I brought it in. Don't give it to me. And from inside the box, a scream rings out. Where is Lee Gun? And then the scene shifts to our protagonist in his forge, as another material shatters and the system announces a low-grade production tool, so the material has been damaged. Ah, damn it, again. How many times has this happened? Already? To create an item of the desired rank, I need higher ranked equipment. And it was a dagger that our main character just ruined. Damn it, this is the limit of this crafting hammer. It's a shame I lost the hammer. That guaranteed success. Who knows where it's ended up in the last 20 years. It's so hard to make. A mid to high grade item with slime. And I need to stock up on some seriously good weapons before I take on Virgo, a member hired by another zodiac secretly snuck into the holy ground where I and that useless Sagittarius were staying. Huh, but what's this? Wait, that's Hugo Waters. It's been a while. Hugo. I'm 7-Vit, and this is a goat head with a speaker attached. What the hell is this thing? Ah, you have some terrible hobbies, old goat. This seems more like something Young Wei would do, and poor Young Wei is completely bewildered. Why am I being dragged into this conversation? But then, our protagonist appears with his small hammer and says, I heard someone secretly broke into the holy ground, but it turns out it was just this old goat. Long time no see, Hugo. I'm glad. You're doing well. And the woman is completely flustered. Huh, Lee. I am 7 Beach, Vladimir of the Capricorn, Zodiac. Do you remember me? Ah, Sebastian. I said my name was 7-Vit. And then, it's explained to us that 7, Vladimir is the saint of the Capricorn zodiac, and just like Lee Gun, he specializes in crafting. After Lee Gun disappeared, there wasn't a single notable weapon in the world that didn't pass through his hands, and he's the same bearded old man who appeared in the last chapter. And then, a whole lineup of weapons and armor that he recently crafted is put on display. And the final item is that goat-headed speaker. Anyway, I'm glad you're doing well. The reason I came to see you like this is, and then our protagonist immediately grabs the goat head and says, it's because I wanted to apologize for what happened in the past. And the guy just tosses the goat head into the air and smashes it to pieces. Hey, can we really just ignore what he's saying? And Lee Gun stands there with a fed up look and says, ah, he's all talk. A guy who wouldn't even help me with materials, cooperate, is completely useless. That's more like it. And we see a news report about a raid. His temper is still the same as ever. What an unpleasant saint. It's about time you showed up. Oh, all right. Well then, how about we go check out the Thousand Hands raid? And then he's formally introduced as the Saint of the Sagittarius Zodiac, 7, Vladimir. Hello, everyone. We are live from Manila, Philippines. Today, we're here to report on the disastrous raid that's about to take place. The colossal disaster that Lee Gun slaughtered 20 years ago. A Thousand Hands monster of the same species has apparently appeared and is now heading our way. Even though the red-level disaster, Thousand Hands is powerful, many mighty agents have gathered, and here come the members of the Leo Zodiac, along with Yantaba, who, as usual, is holding his spear. Vice St. Yora and Captain Oliver are the beasts of Leo in charge of this battlefield. The experts in transformation magic and masters of naval tactics from the Pisces Zodiac are also present. The Iron Wall, taking on frontline defense, Taurus, has also taken their positions, and the saint of the battlefield, who can deflect a bomb with his holy power, Aquarius. In addition, Capricorn, who is in charge of crafting and strengthening the weapons needed for the battle, is also here. Many soldiers have been dispatched for strategic purposes. Furthermore, the Capricorn Saint has appeared. What the hell is that old geezer doing there? It seems the Capricorn Saint is trying to do something, and he raises his hand to the sky, and what appears is our protagonist's hammer. That thieving old man, the relic of Capricorn, he has summoned the hammer that guarantees victory. Isn't that the thing you used to use back in the day? The crafting saint of Capricorn. Before the battle begins, he will strengthen the divine relics with this hammer, and he just starts hammering away with the protagonist's hammer while everyone cheers him on. The enhancement skill of the Capricorn Saint is world-renowned. What a load of crap. A cute-looking rookie is covering her ears. That damned old goat. I was already pissed off because he stole my stuff, and now he dares to show it off? How ridiculous. I'm gonna have to beat the crap out of him before I go deal with Virgo. I'm leaving now. I'm gonna go wreck that bastard. And he immediately dashes off, while the woman says, "It's appeared. The disaster has appeared. Something absolutely massive is rising from the depths of the ocean," and the scene cuts to a gigantic monster emerging from the water. And guys, just look at the size of this monster. It has a massive mouth, and everyone is in shock at the creature's size as it begins to roar at the sky. And that is Thousand Hands. Danger level red. All units, prepare for battle. Wait, hold on a second. There's something dangling from the end of one of the monster's tentacles. And when they look closer, it's poor Stephen folks, clinging desperately to the monster's tentacle. Hey, isn't that? Is Stephen Mark. And the poor guy is trapped in the monster's tentacle, still clutching the bone that Goo broke in the last episode. Arg, let go of my bone, you filthy monster. My god, he's fighting a calamity over his bone. Well, it's kind of understandable, since he paid $1 billion for it. The poor dude is still desperately holding on to that bone. Damn it, he's obsessed with that bone. Castelao, please get out of there. Calm down. Oh ho. What are you doing, Bishop? Oliver? The divine lion and the Thousand Hands appeared at the same time. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? This damn old bastard is trying to usurp my command. He's trying to take all the credit. Well, actually, I was just about to give the order. Lions, take your physical enhancement potions and prepare for battle. And they all started chugging the vials, while the people from the pissed faction began using their skills, like underwater breathing, sonic resonance, and ocean breakthrough. Aquarius. Survival combat. Buffs, healing buffs, movement buffs, defense buffs. Taurus. Set up a defensive formation in the rear and stop the Calamities from reaching the coast, while the lion guy leaped forward, yelling, "Everyone get ready, it's time to fight, you bastards." Forward, lions, charge into battle, and the whole group shot off at terrifying speed towards the monster and began to transform, with flashes of lightning, turning into wild beasts. And the system explained, activating the skill, Beastification, you have received the power of a frenzied beast, and the members of the lion faction began turning into tigers and black panthers, all charging at the monster. The lion's beastification combat team, hurry, move up, while the Aquarius members used blessings to further buff those fighting, and Yor took the lead, shouting, Sect's fusion skill, wild step, and a giant lion made of Energy shot forward at incredible speed towards the monster, slamming into it. And meanwhile, the transformed lions also rushed in at high speed, a whole crowd of them latching onto and attacking the monster from all sides, while Steve was still there, clutching his bone, screaming, "Hey, you idiots, shut up until I get my bone back," trying to yank the bone out of the tentacle. Salau. Stop. Acting like a fool and stand still. They argued right there. What the hell? Just give up on the bone. Arg, shut up. I'm getting it back. Hey, what's going on over there? What the hell is this? Our people are all going to die. This way. That idiot, huh? Vice Captain Yura, you're still here. I shouldn't have had to change the plan to save that stupid lion, but given the situation, I have no choice. And she braced herself as red lightning began to crackle from her body, while the other women said, "Please wait, we'll buff. I don't need it." And with an incredibly serious look, she shot off like a bolt of lightning, using the skill, acceleration, heading straight for where Steven was holding that bone. And by the time he realized it, guys, Yura simply sliced clean through the monster's tentacle, freeing both Steven and the bone at the same time. A successful rescue. And Steven fell into the water with the bone and started coughing and sputtering. But then Yura planted her foot right in his face, shoving him underwater, and everyone couldn't believe what just happened. They said, "Oh my God, she covered that huge distance in a single leap and even cut a Calamities tentacle. She's incredible." And Yura was still standing on Steven's head while he yelled, "Hey, get off me, get off me." And the others were all motivated, shouting, "Yeah, let's finish this Calamity." And they began to attack the Calamity with everything they had, from physical attacks and magic to purple-colored powers. However, the Calamity, with a very grim look in its eye, suddenly paused for a moment and simply raised a massive tidal wave, and everyone started screaming, "Ah, a tsunami, tsunami, protect yourselves." The Taurus Paladins have used the formation skill, Impenetrable Wall. What was that? A volcano erupted. What happened? Hey, look over there. And guys, the giant monster charged towards all the soldiers, who fell into despair, while the old man said, "For something like this to appear, there's really no other choice." However, just then, someone from behind said, "Hey, what's that? In your hand? Is that a detonator? I've planted Morton bombs along the entire coastline." But then he was startled. And, as he turned around, wondering who it was, our main character struck in a flash, snatching the detonator from the old man's hand, leaving him stunned, while the slime opened its mouth wide to devour him. And guys, the slime just swallowed the old man like it was nothing. Well, Sebastian, you're quite a pain in the ass, aren't you? I get it. The guys underwater are they're just stalling for time, because there's no way they can defeat that monster. But don't you think it's a bit cruel to blow them all up, along with the Calamity? Just sit tight. For the first time in 20 years, I'm going to teach you a lesson on how to properly slice octopus sashimi. And then, the scene cuts to someone gliding across the water like the wind. And that's Yura, as she thinks to herself. This is the record of the 1,000-legged Hyades, channeling power through 1,000 tentacles at high speed and severing the unavoidable ones in a single strike. And so, Yura keeps pushing forward, swiftly dodging all those tentacles, as she recalls memories of how her Uncle Gun did the exact same thing 20 years ago. As she continues to dart forward like an arrow, destroying the monster's tentacles, she can clearly see the image of our main character. Folks, you gotta admit, this girl is a total badass. If she were to fight Hugo, he'd definitely lose. And then she pauses for a moment and thinks, the moment I get close to its body, I have to strike its eye directly with the weapon in my hand. And she grips her spear, preparing to launch an attack straight into the creature's massive eye. Countless bolts of red lightning begin to erupt from her spear as she unleashes an all-out attack on the monster, screaming Crimson Lotus. Flash. However, something unexpected happens to Yura. When she looks again, the monster has caught her spear with just one of its tentacles. What? It blocked it that easily? And the monster just stares her down while holding her spear tight. Immediately, a tentacle lunges towards Yura at terrifying speed. However, just in the nick of time, Steven grabs her and pulls her out of harm's way as everyone else just stands and watches the whole scene unfold. Meanwhile, many soldiers have already been torn to shreds, begging for their lives. She wonders, what would Uncle Gun do in this situation? Uncle Gun, he would have charged right in, swinging his longsword. Huh? Wait a second. And Gun just zipped right past her with his sword. Huh? Uncle Gun? and our main character rushes forward at high speed towards the monster that's starting to roar at him. However, our protagonist draws his sword and unleashes countless attacks on the giant octopus, slicing it to pieces. Skill, mountain-shattering tempest, and he carves a massive hole right through the center of the creature. Oops, maybe I went a little overboard. These side characters are all terrified as someone screams from behind, "Lee Gun, what is he doing? Here? Huh? Why are you all so surprised? I just came to put on a little show. You guys were struggling way too much with that weak little monster. Shut up. You just showed up out of nowhere and stole the final blow. Yeah, we could have beaten it ourselves." But then, the octopus grabs our main character, and they all look on in horror. He glances to the side as the creature opens its massive maw to devour him, and while he just calmly thinks about it, Yura screams, his name in despair, "Gun." Meanwhile, the soldiers wonder what they're supposed to do now. Is there anyone left? Who can possibly defeat that monster? And underneath it, there are countless smaller octopuses. The monster roars with its grotesque mouth. However, at that very moment, our protagonist uses his power, and that spear begins to crack the very ground beneath it, flying into his hand at incredible speed. He grips it tightly as the monster begins to feel the full extent of the power radiating from our main character. The beast starts to writhe in, a chaotic mess of golden power. What in the world is happening? But our hero is spinning the spear against its body, as he says, "Skill, blade of holy purification," and unleashes another gigantic attack on the monster, completely obliterating its body. And all the soldiers are just stunned, not knowing what to do, while in the midst of all that destruction stands our main character. The great thing about big enemies is that there's just so much to cut. In the end, whether it has 1,000 legs or 1,000 arms, it's still just an octopus. And the monster stands there with the hole our hero just made. As he says, he's already sliced it up into pieces, and they can handle the rest themselves. Oh my God. An event that will be talked about for a long, long time has just happened. Lee Gun, the returning hero, has defeated the 10,000-legged Calamity. Damn it, folks. First they called it 10,000 armed, now it's 10,000-legged. But who cares, right? But everyone there is celebrating. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Inspiring stories and great achievements will make people remember you forever. They have the power to make others worship you. And a book appears, receiving a massive influx of power, and countless characters appear on it, as the system announces, "The Holy Scripture of Ophiuchus has been created. Your achievements will be recorded and passed down in folklore. The masters of the constellations are taken by surprise. Oh, a holy book that contains stories that hold power. This could be interesting." And from the distance, someone is shouting, "Uncle, it's me, Yura," and Yura, model, looking absolutely adorable, waved at our main character. Where's Hugo to ruin this surprise? And just like that, she appeared in front of him, asking if he was okay, to which he said yes. However, something caught our hero's attention. He asked, "But why is this on your back? Did you get it yourself?" The little girl tried to play it cool and said, "Huh, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. You like bones too? I mean, is collecting bones a Leo trait or something? No. I just want to keep it because it's a collector's item." The little girl was just so adorable. "Anyway, never mind that," he said, presenting what was left of the spear he used to kill the monster. "I accidentally broke your spear. I'll forge you a replacement weapon soon." "Huh? A weapon made by you, Gun?" The little girl immediately lit up with joy. "For real? I would love that so much." Just then, Steven appeared and wrapped her in a big hug, saying, "Oh, that's wonderful." But then the three of them just stood there with silly looks on their faces, making things super awkward. Our hero turned to Steven furiously, saying, "Are you insane? What are you screaming about here, you bastard?" "Well, of course I'm happy. As a cardinal of the Leo Zodiac, Yura is my direct subordinate, and now you're offering to forge a weapon for her. That means you'll be forging one for me too, right?" But Gun got pissed when he heard him say that. His anger was building up and about to explode, folks. However, at that very moment, a massive wave of power detonated right behind our main character. It was a giant old goat. Holy crap, Gun, you can create explosions with your voice now. Your power really has no limits, you idiot. That wasn't me. And then the explosion created a yellow mist that began to cover the entire battlefield, and people started panicking and screaming for help. But then a few of them started to transform. Damn it, what's happening? And those people turned into a mutated monsters with glowing green eyes. Hey man, what's wrong with you? That monster then dashed off at high speed, tearing into some random dude. While he was wondering why this was happening, the forces of the Leo Zodiac. They had completely lost control. The Leo squad was attacking the people of the Taurus Zodiac. And what was that explosion? What else could it be? It was the marmot's dazzling flash that I planted. It's just a shame the explosion was a little weaker than I expected. And when they turned around, it was that damn old goat in a robot suit. He continued. That explosion was just a welcome for the main event. He said this while holding Limo in his arms. Hey, what did he do to Limo? Stephen, not understanding what this old man was saying, asked, What do you mean, Marmot? You planted that crazy bomb where my people were fighting? Oh, stop it. Don't even start. I'm not surprised that all the Leo Zodiac members who got hit by that blast went crazy. This is your doing too, isn't it, you old goat? Huh? What? Just as expected, from Lee Gun. You catch on pretty fast. Why don't I show you something even more interesting? And then the old man blew a whistle, releasing a huge sound wave that spread everywhere. At that moment, the Leo members who had been transformed started to receive the signal, and they all charged towards our hero and the old goat at high speed. They all started grabbing Yura and our hero, slamming them to the ground. You've had to deal with all those calamities so suddenly. I'm sure you have no strength left to resist now. It's checkmate, Lee Gun. The monsters held our main character and Yura down, while Stephen just stared at the old man. It feels good to see you sprawled out on the ground. Never thought defeating you would feel this great, you old bastard. What have you done to my subordinates? Why aren't they obeying my orders? You and Yura didn't drink my medicine. It's a pity you weren't affected. Turns out the medicine he gave them at the beginning of the battle was a drug to control the soldiers. You bastard. The medicine your subordinates took is simply reacting in euphoria to my masterpiece. In their current state, they will only follow instructions given through my flute. You son of a bitch. Turn them back to normal now. Oh, calm down. If you want your subordinates back to normal, then hear me out. The old man threw our hero's sword toward Stephen, while he wondered, Isn't this Lee Gun's sword? That's right. He forged it with his own hands. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Stephen Marker, take this sword and end Lee Gun's life. But why do you suddenly want to get rid of him, and why should I follow your orders? You have no choice but to do as I say. Don't you want your subordinates back to normal? You've already felt the difference in your power compared to Gun. And I've also felt the difference between his crafting skills compared to mine. And what's more, the more you struggle, the more you realize just how high and solid these walls are. Walls that you simply can't overcome. This is your golden opportunity, Stephen. I will support you. I'll create the most powerful weapon ever made, just for you. If we join forces, we can defeat Ligum together. It's only a matter of time before you become the strongest of the 12 generals. Now, take this sword and eliminate Ligum. And so Stephen yanked the sword from the ground, while Yura screamed, Celestial Lion, you can't. This is obviously a trap. No, this old man can't be trusted. Stephen just stared intently at our hero. If you dare lay a single finger on Ligum, I will never forgive you. And then the old man approached our protagonist and said, The ultimate weapon. Now, finish him. But Stephen turned back, faced the old man, and said, I don't need your filthy schemes to take down Ligum. Unlike you, I have no intention of taking his place with these cheap tricks, then flipped Veg the bird, while Ligum just stood there, looking quite impressive. Besides, I've already surpassed Ligum. I just need a weapon that's on his level. Don't think I'm anything like you old goat. You want to make a weapon for me? Someone who can't even surpass Ligum himself dares to forge a weapon for me? See that, everyone? He's starting to lay into the old man. But then, in that instant, Stephen suddenly lunged forward, shattering the old man's armor, causing him to scream in terror, Don't get cocky, and started channeling power into his armor, firing countless missiles at Stephen and causing a massive explosion, muttering, Even, the almighty lion is nothing before my masterpiece. But then, guys, Stephen literally transformed into a lion and charged at the old man, thinking to himself, 20 years ago, I really did have a huge inferiority complex, just like you said. However, I've overcome that past and have experimented countless times with the sole thought of surpassing Ligum, skill, lightning claw, and he tore into the old man at high speed and quickly. The entire suit of armor began to disintegrate as Steven kept charging forward. Capricorn, that's a pretty sturdy suit of armor you've got there, huh? Then he grabbed and ripped off the old man's chest plate, throwing it into the sky and saying, I didn't even have gear when I faced that disaster. Don't you dare hide behind a suit of armor. The old man was stunned, but then, oh my god, our boy speaks up. Hey, when are you two gonna stop fighting, huh? Huh? Ligum, why are you here? I let them capture me just to see what this geezer had to say, but I got up because you guys are too damn loud. Those beastmen were pathetically weak. They're all defeated already, and you guys didn't even realize what happened. And both of them were stunned, saying, huh? How is that even possible? Whatever, get the hell out of here. And he launches a kick at poor Steven, flashing back a few moments earlier, when the wolves were holding our protagonist and Steven was arguing with the old man. Our protagonist started to get bored, while the other guy kept on arguing. Our boy was starting to lose his patience. Suddenly, he got extremely pissed and said, ha, this is boring as hell. And he just stood up, leaving the wolf completely clueless about what was happening. And our main character, with a look of utter boredom, said, hey, when the hell are you guys gonna stop fighting? That's the moment. He appeared right beside them. And the narrator begins to explain that 20 years ago, right before the Demon Tower incident, someone with a wicked smile said, Ligum will die in the Demon Tower. Huh? But isn't that the prophecy Hugo received from his saint? That was just an oracle foretelling the future. But I'm talking about a plan to actually make it happen. And the old man also flashed a sinister smile, while he said, that excites me. The reason why he said that doesn't matter to me. Ligum will die. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance. A chance to take his body and seize all of that guy's skills. And the old man kept rambling on, but our hero had lost all his patience and said, I don't want to watch this crap flashback. I want to know who tried to kill me. I don't give a damn about your past. The old man was shocked. All right, I'll tell you, but you have to guarantee my safety. And our hero grabbed him, leaving the old man speechless, while he said, still don't get your situation, you old goat? You're in no position to bargain here. If you waste any more of my time with your nonsense, I'll rip that tongue right out of your jaw. Okay, it was Virgo, huh? Virgo again? That matches the other answer, gifted to him by that witch in the purple robe. And he remembers that while he was holding Gemini's sacred item, she had also said that the mastermind was probably Virgo. Virgo. That's right. The one behind all of this. I'd better go see Jin and Ungiso to get the test results on the dagger used to attack me. All right, fine. For now, I'll let this go. It's time to return my stuff. The hammer of guaranteed victory. It's mine. Huh? What? You're trying to keep even this? You're not going to give it back. Oh no. I'll return it right away. No problem. The Saint of Capricorn, Sebastian, hands over the sacred item, the hammer of guaranteed victory. That's better now. The Saint of Capricorn trembled with anger and regret at having lost his hammer. Why are you making that sad face? What's with that ugly look? Three brothers, appear. You have been summoned by Lord Ligon. Take this man to your dimension. It's fine if you break a limb or two in the process, as long as he's still kicking. Just as you wish. And the poor guy was instantly shocked. He stammered, what? You even have avatars under your command? Wait, you're no longer a saint. You've become the god of a new constellation. And the poor guy started getting sucked in. You all go in there and reflect on your lives for a bit. I have no intention of forgiving any of you. Huh? What happened? My head. Oh my god. And the members of the Leo clan had finally woken up and everyone was overjoyed, while some wondered if they would attack again. But the Capricorn members were in shock, wondering, our saint is gone. What do we do now? Win or die? And they began to use another power on everyone's armor. As something started to happen, they began to blow everything up. It seems you've all forgotten that our saint already sabotaged all of your equipment. Blow it all up and send them to hell. Bishop, I don't think you should do that. Hey, fire the marmot cannon. And that monster shot out torpedoes toward Gion. And right as the torpedo flew towards him, he said, is this thing one of their toys or what? It's always marmot this, marmot that. Why so many damn marmots? Using the sacred item, the hammer of guaranteed victory, you can enhance or modify a target that meets the cell requirements. Please select a target. The target will be the torpedo. And our main character smashes the hammer right into that torpedo. And a giant lightning explosion started to appear. You have successfully modified the target. You have transformed the marmot bomb into fireworks, and then everything started turning into a fireworks show over there, thanks to our main character. The marmots turned into fireworks, damn it. However, right at that moment, someone slammed their foot on the ground and said, "How dare you use us and then toss us aside like this? What? What's going on?" They've woken up too. We beastmen are strong and durable. If that damn marmot thing was still a bomb, the story might be different. But now they're just harmless fireworks. They can't even scratch us. Wait, please. That guy immediately started running for his life in desperation, while an angry Steven said, "I can't let them get away. Gum, are there any useful weapons? Please, give me something big, sturdy, and good for throwing." And then Gum replied, "Well, why the hell should I make a weapon for you?" And then he started analyzing Steven with a devilish look in his eyes and said, "But wait, I've got something right here. Hey buddy, why are you looking at me like that? I've got a bad feeling about this." And suddenly, Steven was thrown by our main character at high speed toward those guys, scoring a perfect strike that sent them all flying. Maybe I should take up bowling. And he looked at Steven's big foot, and then threw him on the ground. The poor guy was knocked unconscious, but then he analyzed something stuck on Steven's foot before finally dropping him and saying, "Holding this thing is disgusting. I'd better not do that again." And then, sometime later, the scene changes to a giant sphere, like a barrier, protecting a city, while the narrator explains, "The European Union of Mankind, around the Western Protection Dome, the Red Zone. And inside that place, a kind of red root covers the entire area, the buildings, cars, and someone is walking through it all and says, 'The stench here is overwhelming. It wouldn't be strange if a disaster appeared at any moment, would it? I'd better stay on guard.'" And that was the captain of the Virgo clan's search team, Jane. Hey, did you guys hear about how Ligon defeated the octopus disaster in the Philippines? Yeah, I saw the video. He crushed that monster like it was nothing. The official red teams ended up just being side characters and, in the end, Leo and Capricorn went head to head, resulting in heavy losses to their forces. Good to know. The fewer competitors, the better, right? And Jane just observed all the gossip while saying, "Quiet. From now on, when the rule is no idle chatter on a mission." Yes, sir. My apologies. We're not here to fool around. Don't forget, we're here to find our people who went missing outside the dome yesterday. Yes, sir. This search is already hard enough with this red snow. Don't make me any angrier. However, just then, they heard someone screaming for help, and as they peered into that fog, someone kept yelling, "Hurry, let's go, follow me, Setsu." And they took off at top speed toward those screams. And as Jane thought, the shouts seemed to echo throughout the entire city. Could this just be my imagination? And they seemed to be repeating mechanically. Is this a recording? Quick, stop. This is a trap. Something's strange here. However, in that exact moment, red tree roots surrounded him. Hey, where did everyone go? Answer me. And then, in his utter despair, a monster that looked like it was made of wood screamed, "Help me." And Jane was in shock as the creature appeared behind him. "Please, help me." And you guys, Jane was captured while the creature continued to scream, "Help me, help me, help me," as he was swallowed whole by that monster. And then everything went dark. And now, we return to Hugo's house, the sanctuary of Sagittarius. And inside, amidst the messy papers and furniture, is our main character, watching people on TV talk about how he defeated that giant monster. What the hell is this? Everywhere I look, it's just this news. I don't get why they're so impressed. I just beat a giant octopus, that's all. Anyway, the writing on this is pretty weird, and he was reading the scripture he received from the system, while people continued to say, "The hero who returned to Ligum defeated the 10,000-legged monster and showed off the fragments of that monster," as our silver-haired guy thinks. But the basic point of the scripture is to do things that attract attention, right? That's enough of that. I better look through these too. You have received a new notification. Would you like to check it? Trial 6. Skill Advancement. Why didn't I see this? First, Ophiuchus Awakening, SSS rank. A trial will begin as soon as you reach level 10 on the Throne of God. You must complete 3 tests. Reward: the unique Ophiuchus incarnation, a sharp increase in physical stats, a unique awakening skill, and the divine relic of Ophiuchus. Warning: trial time limit, 240 hours. Experience cannot be gained during the trial. A. Penalty will be given for failure to complete the trial. A trial, huh? This is the quest that appeared after I fought. The Gemini Goddess. Trial of Strength. Slay the God-eating monster. 0 out of 1. Unable to use. Warrior's Instinct. It's a shame I can't use my ultimate skill, Warrior's Instinct, but it probably won't be a problem, as long as I don't run into any overwhelmingly powerful gods or calamities. Eliminating calamities is my specialty, after all. Trial of Wisdom. Find a recorder to record the achievements of Ophiuchus. 0 out of 1. Trial of Fame. Accept a human incarnation as your holy knight. 0 out of 1. These two are the problem. What the hell is this recorder? And where am I supposed to find my own holy knight? I guess I'll think about it later. This is a bit tricky, you guys. I'm not so sure. But I think Hugo's son is going to be our silver-haired guy's first holy knight. And next, skill. Advancement. Divine Eye leveled up. Additional functions have been unlocked, and our protagonist's eyes begin to glow. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Hugo's secretary is wiping down Young Wei, and he's trying to escape. Hey, let me go. I'm clean already. Hey, you two, stand still and look at me. And he goes to test his new skill. Use skill. Divine Eye. Faith check. You can see the level of faith a person has when you look at them with your skill. Iram. Sagittarius, 85%. O, 81%. Ways, 90%. False Covenant of the Gods, Aquarius, 81%, Capricorn, 50%, Gemini, 30%, Leo, 9%. Expand to see more. Note: when accepting an incarnation, if the Holy Knight's faith level is not 100%, the constellation's power will be reduced. You guys, for anyone who doesn't get it, these percentages are to see how compatible a person is to become our main character's holy knight. But where am I supposed to find someone with 100% faith? And just then, Hugo's two sons appear, while even Hugo himself shows up, and he's like, huh? Me too? And our silver-haired guy flashes an incredibly sly smile. No problem. I'm sure that Hugo Sundaya and Yurao will be excellent holy knights. I'd better see to this right away. Where are Hugo and Aura? Ah, they went out early this morning, and then he makes this cute face. Oh, really? I guess I'll have to see to it later then. Meanwhile, poor Gangi is still trying to escape from that woman. Then, our main character takes out his phone and flashes a huge grin as he calls Din Jung. The time has finally come, and the scene cuts to an accident where several people are screaming, "Help, please! Somebody save me! I don't want to die! Please! I'm trapped under the rubble! Save me! Help!" And then, a woman says, "Sundia, listen to mommy, okay? You have to hide in the car until your dad gets here, understand? Just imagine you're playing hide and seek. You have to hide really well so the monster can't find you. Mommy, wait, please, don't worry. Your dad will kill that monster in a single blow. So, until then, promise me you'll be a good, brave boy." And Sundia desperately screams for his mother, until he wakes up in the car, shaking all over. But then someone takes his hand. It was Yura, looking incredibly sweet. "Hey, are you okay? It looked like you were having a nightmare." "Ah, I couldn't sleep well myself. I was too excited about becoming a mother. It's been a long time since I've seen her. Hey, don't push yourself too hard. There might still be some side effects from the divine punishment you received." It's fine. I'm just a little tired." "Right, I almost forgot. Now that you're awake, take this. It's your birthday present. I got you exactly what you asked for." "Huh. Isn't this?" And what appears here is a bracelet she gives him, while she continues talking. "You said you needed a holy relic to store your genius-level mana, right? I had to ask Dad for this, but will it be enough for what you need?" "Yes. With this, I can fill up my contribution points for the cult. I'm so glad it's what you wanted. I know things are always like this. But anyway, happy birthday, son Da. Thanks, sis." And they continue their conversation in the car, while Hugo is driving. A while later, they finally arrive at the room where their mother is staying, and a few heart rate monitors appear. As Yura says, "It would have been so great if Mom could have met Uncle Gum with us. Mom, we have so much to talk about when you wake up." And finally, their mother appears, lying in a hospital bed in a comatose state, while they stand there looking at her, and Hugo is outside with a grim expression on his face, until something catches his attention and he wonders, wait, this number is? That's right. And so he steps outside and, upon answering the phone, he says. I was hoping to avoid work since today is a very important day, but I never expected you to call me personally. I'm surprised the European Union reached out to me, only for you people to ask for a simple calamity subjugation mission. The Western Dome isn't near Virgo, but the person on the other end says that Virgo has actually given up on this calamity subjugation. And that person goes on to say that this is, in fact, the same calamity that appeared 10 years ago and swept through the airport area. And when Hugo hears this, he's completely shocked. While the other person says that it's the blood mist, it has reappeared. And then the very monster that devoured Virgo's search captain, along with his entire team, is shown, and Hugo is stunned by this news. And then the scene shifts to a European country under Virgo's jurisdiction in Belgium. While it's raining and a few people are walking down the street, our main character says, "Damn it, the weather is absolute shit. My first time here, and it has to be raining. Sundiai, do you want to become my holy knight?" "Ah, uncle, I'm sorry. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think I can. Damn it, I thought he'd accept for sure. I don't get what the hell is going on here either. I guess there's still a lot I don't know about." Sundia. And he recalls Hugo's secretary telling him that today is the boy's birthday, while our main character continues to sip his coffee, remembering, "Damn it, you should have told me this sooner." Well, he doesn't like celebrating his birthday. So Sundia deliberately didn't tell me about his birthday. And Erin, too. It feels like she's hiding something. Could it be that something happened to him on one of his birthdays? "Sir, you seem to be lost in thought. Is something troubling you?" "Oh, you're finally here. It's been a while, Mr. Gunn." And he is Virgo's liaison, an SS-class appraiser, one of Young's cardinals. "I should have contacted you sooner, my apologies. It's fine. I also had some business to sort out with Virgo. Not to mention getting here wasn't exactly easy. Actually, he just used a portal. What a shameless liar. Anyway, I understand this is a country under Virgo's jurisdiction. But why are there so many of their flags hanging everywhere, sir? Culturally, Europe has always been deeply influenced by religion. After the advent of the gods, when the cults took shape around the world, Europe ceased to be a continent and basically became one massive religious state. And most importantly, there's no way to not be a believer when you see a dome protecting the city every single day. Oh, is that so? The way you're talking, it's as if your faith has been wavering lately. Jimung, Virgo Zodiac, Awakened Class. SS Rank, Awakened Title. Divine Appraisal. Trait. Appraises all things. Memory reading. Able to summon memories from any object. Fanaticism, unbreakable mind. Immune to hypnosis, charm, and other mental attacks. See more. And as soon as he heard this, he froze on the spot, while his faith status window popped up. Virgo, 92%, 87%. And it was continuously dropping. His faith was wavering because he felt betrayed by his own temple. Oh, 99.1%. See that, everyone? He's about to convert over to our main character's side. For someone with the fanaticism trait to lose their faith, something huge must have happened. You have used the skill, Divine Eye. Checks faith to analyze the target's loyalty. I assume what you want to discuss today is related to your temple. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Well, it's hard to hide anything from you, sir. Using a skill borrowed from the Aquarius temple, sound barrier blocks all sound from escaping the barrier using water-based energy. All right, let's get straight to the point. It's about the dagger you asked me to appraise, the very one that stabbed you 20 years ago. The dagger is shrouded in necrotic energy. The dagger's information has been corrupted by a powerful, evil force. I tried to see through the remaining fragments of memory on this dagger. After analyzing the fragments, the one who stabbed you in the Demon Tower was the saint of the Virgo Temple, whom I serve, Kevin Nazar. Flashing back to a few minutes before our main character arrived in Belgium, a voice is heard. Lily Queen, Sunday has rejected my offer to recruit him as a holy knight and has chosen to remain with Gemini, even after everything he's been through. There must be a reason. This is your mission. Find out why Sunday joined Gemini and what happened to him in the past. Oh, and investigate the location of something called a recorder. Understood? Ah, yes, my lord. Leave it to me. You can count on me. I can ask Young Woo, or read about that recorder later. Or maybe I should talk to Sunday first? Lily Queen, I've come because I have a favor to ask you. Oh, what a coincidence. You've come at the perfect time, huh? And what is it you need me to do? Please, show me how to check the Burm area. Confidential documents inside Gemini's magic library. And it's explained to us that Gemini's magic library is a collection of magical knowledge from all over the world, including Gemini's own. And in its deepest sections, there's a secret area with books written in a way that only the highest-ranking holy knights can read. And she simply opens a portal while the system announces, "Welcome to Gemini's magic library, a realm of infinite knowledge. You need authorization to enter." Sending you there is easy enough, but the secret area is filled with dangerous and forbidden magic. Tell me why you're going there and what you're looking for. And then he looks a bit sad as he says, "What I want to find in the magic library is a skill to summon a being from another world called soul summoning." The scene cuts to our main character sitting on a bench as he recalls what Jimeng said. "I've analyzed the records from recent years. A few blades similar to this one have been sold at auction every few years. The appraisal was done by my predecessor." He also seemed to sense the disturbing energy in this dagger, and, because of that, tried to trace its origin. The result of that, unfortunately, was... "You mean that dagger came from the Virgo Temple?" "Yes, that's correct, Sir Baum. It was in the Virgo Temple's armory. There are many weapons there that carry a similar energy to this dagger. I think the reason these weapons are being auctioned off is to slowly dispose of them one by one." "So, did your predecessor tell you anything?" "No, he didn't say a word. He was suddenly killed while searching for information about this dagger. Ironically, the blow that finished him was from the very dagger he was investigating. There are traces of artificial manipulation on this dagger. Besides, an evil energy. There's the way they silence everyone who looks into it, and a powerful cursing skill that I've never seen before. This curse is likely what incapacitated you in the Demon Tower. There's a powerful and evil entity behind all of this. One that's not only capable of harming a saint, but perhaps even a god." And our main character continues to think, curses are Morian's specialty, but his curses don't work on gods. And that evil energy definitely doesn't belong to any of the gods. Even the Cancer Temple's energy feels weak compared to that dagger. The one who stabbed me is definitely deeply connected to the calamities of the unknown civilization. And, just then, many people start getting out of one of the cars, and they all look like adventurers on the move. As our main character speaks up, "They're finally here. Oh, hold on guys, that's actually Hugo. Hugo and an entire army. That's right, the Sagittarius Temple. The elite forces of St. Hugo Otos." The scene then shifts to where the mist calamity is lurking. A few birds start getting shot down by Hugo as someone's voice rings out, "We need to eliminate all the low-level calamities in this area today. Let's move. Hey, what's with these vines? They're getting in the way of our advance." And then our main character speaks up, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you would also have business to settle with the Virgo Temple. So, what brings you here?" "It was a request our Sagittarius Temple received." The Sagittarius Temple has an elite team that specializes in calamity elimination requests. We're sort of like mercenaries who go around solving problems for others. The Temple Master went to meet with the European Union officials to get a more detailed explanation. "Hold on, you accepted the mission without even getting a full briefing?" "Well, the Temple Master would have accepted it no matter what, because the target of this mission is a calamity he has a personal history with. Sir Gunn, have you ever heard of the monster that seeks the power of a god, the Blood Mist?" And with that, the scene cuts to the European Parliament, the Calamity Response Headquarters. One of the men there begins to explain that, true to its name, the creature emits a red mist, absorbing the life force and souls of all creatures around it. And according to reports, they estimate it appeared a few days ago in the European Union's territory. And then Hugo asks why they didn't just handle it the way they usually do, by assembling a team and hunting it down. "So why are you people acting differently this time, sir?" As you know, the Blood Mist is a calamity that was publicly declared as having been conquered. Its reappearance is something that should have never happened, even if it has devoured around 5,000 people. "Sir Hugo, the Zodiac Temples have been treating deaths as mere numbers for decades. But what about the Virgo Temple? Why hasn't Temple Master Kevin Azar done anything?" The Virgo Temple did attempt the mission. They sent countless soldiers in numerous campaigns, most of whom were high-ranking knights. However, they all failed because the Blood Mist emits a red mist that inflicts a powerful status effect. It's become a calamity. That's a hard counter to the Virgo Temple, a Zodiac Temple that specializes in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, the Virgo Temple's saint has gone on an expedition to the North Sea to deal with a calamity on par with the Blood Mist. He's not in a position to return quickly. That is why we decided to break protocol and issue a request. for this mission to another Zodiac temple. After analyzing many Zodiac temples, we concluded that your team of mercenaries was the best choice. Plus, you're cooperating with Sir Gun. I was incredibly impressed when I witnessed his immense power during the battle in the Philippines. We would be delighted if you both could hunt down the blood mist. Hugo stood there in thought, realizing this was all just a blatant lie. That arrogant Kevin Azar would rather die than let an outside force defeat a calamity on his own turf. You bastards from the Virgo Temple. You want to use the blood mist to get rid of Gun. All right, I see your little plan. However, the man stared at Hugo as he recalled, should we really be calling the Sagittarius Saint and Gun? They don't understand his personality, sir. It's fine. No matter what happens, you just need to say that the blood mist has returned. Hugo will never refuse this mission after hearing that name. That's because he lost his wife to the blood mist. The scene cuts back to the conversation with Hugo's subordinate, who's explaining to our main character that the blood mist was the very thing that almost took the life of Hugo's wife, Miss Hehan Ji-woo, the temple master's wife, and the mother of Yora and Sungjae. The two of them met after the incident at the Demon Tower. That's why you've never heard this story. When she was trying to protect Sungjae from the blood mist, the calamity captured the person who was once the knight captain and bishop of the Sagittarius Temple. The knight captain? Are you talking about Li Jian? You know him? Of course. 20 years ago, he was just an errand boy for Heo Sung. And me. Poor kid. He was just a gopher. Damn it, Heo Sung. No wonder he always avoided talking about his family and his past. I can't believe something like that happened to him. What the hell kind of calamity is the blood mist anyway? Heo Sung is not the man he used to be. He's so weak now. I know his skills better than anyone else, and I'm the one who taught him how to fight. In his prime, he was the only person I could trust to watch my back. So how am I supposed to believe that he lost to some calamity we've never even heard of? In the past, Heo Sung was one of the 12 strongest saints. And then the scene flashes back to the past, with Sungjae's mother on the phone. Said, guess what, sweetie? Do you know who came to the airport to pick me up? I was so moved. And there she was, stroking a young Sundia's head. Then she explained that it was all thanks to Jaun, while in the background, Jaun looked all flustered. She continued talking on the phone, while Sundia chimed in, Mom, I'm hungry. Oh, all right. Do you want a hamburger? Ah, please stay here. Young master, I'll go buy one right away. Oh, thank you so much. But then, something caught little Sundia's attention, and there were two guys arguing in the background, but they suddenly started running, and his mom came over to say that Jaun had gone to get hamburgers, and they needed to wait for him to return. However, right at that moment, things started to turn grim, and before they knew it, the entire area was engulfed in a red mist. Everyone wondered, what just happened? Is it a blackout, Mom? Because the lights suddenly went out, and that red mist just kept spreading everywhere. The power was suddenly out, but just then, he was startled, and Sundia's mother said, Jaun, we're in trouble, aren't we? Yes. And immediately, he dropped everything to the ground in desperation and dashed forward to save them, because the creature had opened its massive maw, trying to devour, and so he managed to push Sundia and his mother away. But that gaping mouth nearly swallowed all of them. Sundia screamed in despair, No! Meanwhile, the man with a pale face vanished from Sundia's sight while giving a thumbs up, but I'm sure you all know what happened next. And in that moment, Sundia fell into complete despair. Sundia, close your eyes. And they all panicked as the monster snapped its mouth shut. What? Is that a calamity? My God, what's happening? It just ate someone. Please, somebody save us. Contact the sect immediately. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sundia. Huh? What? Is it? Mom, don't let go of my hand for any reason, no matter what happens. And people started screaming in desperation, crying for help, while Sundia's mother held her son in her arms and ran, and the whole place turned into a complete ruin with people screaming, Run, run, help, please, I don't want to die. Somebody save me. The scene was nothing but rubble. And then the camera cuts back to the scene from a few chapters ago with Sundia's mother, saying, Sundia, listen to me. You have to hide in this car until your father gets here, okay? Let's just pretend we're playing hide and seek. The monster can't find you, no matter what happens. Mom, please, stay with me. But, she just continued, until then, promise me you'll be a good, brave boy. And everyone, right at that moment, Sundia's mother was taken by the creature, while only the car was left. Standing alone in the middle of the road. Mom, I just wanted to see you first. It would have been the first time for all of us to be together. I wanted to tell you and Dad so many happy stories, but because of me, it's all my fault, Mom. And Uncle John, too. And he just sat there crying, everyone. The creature, meanwhile, continued to move with its mist, spreading everywhere. But just then, a massive beam of light appeared in the sky, striking the creature that was approaching the car, while Hugo said, "Are you all right, Sundia?" And there was Hugo, appearing with an incredibly furious look on his face, in front of the car. "Sundia, you're not hurt, are you, son?" Mom was taken, and Uncle John, too. And upon hearing that, he said, "I see, so that's what happened?" And then he turned around, his entire body bursting into flames, and stared at the giant creature before him while thinking, "The people this thing has captured are in that large tree on its back. Hugo, calm down. There might still be a way to save her. Can I succeed if I just pull her out of there by force?" And he approached the place where the creature was holding his wife, saying, "I'm saving you right now." However, at that moment, the creature noticed the attack Hugo was aiming at it and began to launch countless roots towards him while he screamed, "Get out of my way! Please, somebody help us! Save us!" While Hugo was distracted, the creature landed a fatal blow on him and said, "Delicious, you're one of those who received power directly from a god. This power will be exquisite. I will devour it all." And it began to absorb Hugo's power, while Sundia desperately screamed his father's name. However, a massive wave of energy struck the creature and saved Hugo, and many others began to be rescued. Then someone said, "What a pathetic sight, Sagittarius. With my protection spell, I have saved everyone trapped in the tree. Now, we will defeat this calamity." And meanwhile, Hugo was collapsed on the ground, completely defeated, saying, "What? The people, how are they? Hey, are you okay?" It was Guotos, and she is the Saint of Scorpio. "Haley. Harley, you're here too." I quickly gathered everyone I could. After hearing that a calamity had appeared, everyone decided to help. They don't want a disaster like this in their own territories. And Stephen over there is unleashing bolts of lightning, while the others stand before Hugo, radiating their power. Meanwhile, Rieti has begun summoning a massive sphere of dark energy, as everyone else also uses their skills, charging straight for the creature and shouting, "We'll overwhelm this calamity with a barrage of powerful attacks. Everyone, charge." They simultaneously launched their attacks at the monster, but it simply began to absorb all that power into its body. As Hugo and Harley watched from behind, the other saints couldn't understand what had just happened. Just then, the monster let out a deafening roar, launching countless tree roots toward Martley, them, completely destroying the city's buildings. At this rate, my barrier won't last long. A skill from the Golden Rule activated, and a giant summoning circle appeared in the sky, binding the creature, while she yelled, "What are you all doing? You're saints. Don't let something like this stand in your way." And this woman was, in fact, the Libra Saint. Giselle Lauren Hall, did you call the Libra Saint here too? No, I only called those three, and the Libra Saint, with an extremely fierce look in her eyes, glared at the monster and said, "Hey, Gemini, teleport that calamity far away from here." Huh? What? Didn't you see how it devoured our powers? We can't defeat it with our current strength. We could lose everything, just like the archer, Hugo. Whether it's to the bottom of the ocean or into an active volcano, it's better to just get this thing as far away as possible. But, Saint, one day it will return. So what? It doesn't matter. We'll be free of it, at least for now. No, that thing devoured everyone's souls. The people we managed to save are just empty, soulless shells. We need to defeat the calamity to free their souls. Besides, we might not have even recovered all the bodies yet. I'll help. Let's defeat this calamity together. I can still fight. However, the Libra Saint just stared at Hugo, while the monster, its eyes filled with rage, began to struggle. The chains are loosening. I know. I'm at my limit. We're out of time. Red, teleport it now. And the monster let out a terrifying roar. While Rieti used his teleportation skill, Hugo desperately screamed at them not to do it. But she proceeded anyway and teleported the creature away. The teleportation was a success. That day, everyone criticized my father. Only the saints who had pushed the calamity to an unknown place were praised. Early this morning, the rain of blood that destroyed the airport was stopped by the saints. However, until the saints appeared, a significant number of victims had already been found. We did what had to be done. Even so, I am saddened that we couldn't minimize the number of casualties. On the other hand, the archer, who has always protected South Korea, is being heavily criticized by the public. Not only did he fail to stop the calamity, but he also caused more casualties due to his inadequate command of the situation. Yeah, I heard he couldn't even protect his own family and ended up getting injured himself. After the archer, Hugo, issued a national apology, he visited the memorial for the victims today. But during the ceremony, the public continued to criticize him harshly. Look, we entrusted our lives to these idiots, and look at him showing up here. My family died because of you bastard. How dare you show your face here? Get this useless piece of crap out of here. Go. However, just then, someone said they couldn't watch anymore and abruptly turned off the television. Hey, what's wrong, Leo? Why did blow? You turn off the TV? I was watching. Why are those idiots targeting the archer like that? Yeah, this has gone way too far. It's sad, but someone has to take responsibility. For the victims, look on the bright side. If the archer's influence is shaken, it'll be easier for the other saints to move into South Korea. And the group started to mock the situation. However, Stephen became furious and stormed off. Damn it, this is so frustrating. I wonder if Hugo's okay. More importantly, weren't you jealous of his wife? Honestly, I'm surprised to see you react like this. Well, of course I hated her, but even so, I never wanted this to happen. As bad as I feel for Hugo, I feel even worse for the kids. The scene then cuts to Hugo walking through a crowd of photographers who are constantly asking Tim how he feels. You're being heavily criticized by the public, so how do you feel, Archer? When are you planning to hold the funeral for the victims? Huh? Come on, say something. And Hugo just walked past in silence, his head bowed low, all those people, and asked, where is Jaylon? We're still transporting his body to the Gestend hospital because we found him so much later. Before you found the calamity, it said that it vomited up all the victims it couldn't fully devour. Perhaps the reason we found him so late is that he was likely the last one to be eaten. All right. As soon as he arrives, get him to the intensive care unit. Saint, you don't have to carry all of this responsibility. You lost your family too when you faced that monster. Just tell them what happened. No, I can't do that. Telling them their loved ones didn't die, but actually just had their souls stolen, is like giving them false hope. There's no guarantee. But who, when, how, and by what method did all of this? I've lost almost all of my power. Even the other saints couldn't figure out how to deal with this calamity. So, they had no choice but to banish it to an unknown place. Even if there's a chance to recover everyone's conditions, souls, by defeating that calamity, we can't do it. There's no one who can defeat it. But, Saint, you're being hated by everyone, even though you did nothing wrong. So why? Why are you putting yourself through this? No, I deserve the criticism. I failed to protect them because I was too weak. I couldn't keep my promise to Kun to protect Sia. I know how bitter this is, but I have to endure it all. Thank you for worrying about me, Yerim. And then she looked a bit sad, until someone placed a hand on her shoulder and, when she looked back, that person said that the reason the saint brought the victims to the hospital, instead of holding a funeral, is because he believes they could wake up at any moment. However, right now, there's Apskos. Nothing they can do, but he won't give up, because the moment he gives up is the moment he gives up on his wife and his holy night. And then Hugo entered his wife's room, and just then, he heard Sunja crying, saying, Mom, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't said I was hungry, if we had left the airport as soon as you arrived, then you and Uncle Jaylon wouldn't be in this situation. Dad could have defeated that calamity, and everyone would have been okay. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Mom. And Hugo, upon hearing those words, could only weep in despair over everything that had happened. I should have told Sunja that it wasn't his fault, but I couldn't let him see how broken I was. I think Sunja believes it's all his fault. All the subordinates were deeply moved after hearing that story, while our main character asked if he had asked something he shouldn't have. Not at all, Kay. I should have told you, although I was a bit ashamed when you asked me about my past. Anyway, now that the blood mist has appeared, we have an old score to settle. This time, I'm going to destroy it. Completely. You can bet on that. However, the scene changes to that monster, who is saying, the residual power of the sun God has found its way to me, and the power of the serpent, God has also come here. I will devour them all, both. They and this city will fall before me. And then the scene shifts to Hugo's holy knights, having a barbecue, in the middle of the city, while he says they have to gather all the calamities and burn them so that they won't cause any more trouble. Captain, please have this while you work. Huh? Oh, thank you very much. Captain, eat this while you work. Huh, wait a minute. All right. Captain, eat this? Man, I thought they were trying to fatten Hugo up by stuffing him with a bunch of sweet desserts. Wait a second. Are you all doing this? Because of the story I just told? No, of course not. We just wanted to give you gifts. The whole world pities poor Hugo's fate, but while he was getting emotional over there, Gun nonchalantly ate all of his food. But just then, someone spoke to him telepathically. Wait, this voice, it's Queen Lily. Sir Kun, I just finished speaking with Sunja. Do you have a moment to hear a report on what I found? All right. What did you discover? But then, the scene shifts to Sunja, stepping out of Queen Lily's portal, while he thinks to himself that he's finally arrived. I've made it into the secret archives of the Gemini Magic Library. The thing I want to find in this library is necromancy, the skill that can summon beings from other worlds. I said I was leaving, but since I'm still a part of Gemini, I can learn this skill. Necromancy is a skill that can bring creatures from other worlds into our dimension. If that's the case, then it must be possible to bring people's souls back, no matter what it takes. I want to do everything in my power. My mom and Sir Jaylon, they're both unconscious, soulless, because they were there. Protect me. And the people who were sacrificed that day, I want to save every single one of them. So that's how it is. Everyone, he hasn't gone inside yet. This is actually a report from Lily Queen. And she seems to be lost in thought, but she opens the gate for him anyway. And approval has been confirmed by the Spirit Queen, Lily. Queen, you may enter the secret archives of the Magic Library. Thank you so much, Lily Queen. I know. It was hard for you to tell me that story, so thank you. Try not to overdo it. It was hard enough getting this chance. I won't waste it. Do you wish to rent the SS rank grimoire, the World Tree? 187,000 sect contribution points required. Current sect contribution points. 157,483. Your sect contribution points are too low to view this book. You can earn more contribution points by offering a holy relic. I'll donate this bracelet. Accepted. Thank you. Ninth one. You have received 30,000 points for donating the mana bracelet to the sect. Current sect contribution points. 187,483. You have rented the grimoire, the World Tree, SS rank. Current sect contribution points, 483. And the book begins to glow as the system makes its announcement. The knowledge within the book floods out, and all of that immense knowledge begins to fly out of the book, straight towards Sundia. And he thinks to himself that the part he needs is page 1467, Soul Requiem, a dialogue with the dead. However, while he's reading the book, someone is watching from a distance, and just then, a surge of golden power begins to snatch the book away. Well now, trying to read something a little difficult. Are we? Sundia? What? You again? Ionu? Hey, what the hell are you doing here? After abandoning our sect, in its time of need. I don't have time to argue. Give it back to me, now. Why are you getting so worked up? I'll give it back. But, which book was yours again? You bastard. Ooh, so scary. The only reason you can act all tough in front of me is because of that guy named Ligum. But just you watch. Your father and your uncle are about to be torn to shreds. And then the scene shifts to Hugo, drawing his bow and firing a flaming grobsement arrow into the sky. What? A retreat signal? Well then, that's a wrap for today. Good work, everyone. I don't want to have to face that disaster. All units of the search party, let's go. You need to head back. Immediately. I'll do a roll call. Answer when I call your name. Squad A. Squad A. All clear, sir. However, right at this moment, our main character comes flying in to land a kick on something. And, folks, that something is the blood mist. Hey, you're the one who made my friend and my nephew cry, aren't you, you bastard? And Gun continues to stomp on the monster and is quickly thrown back. However, something surprises him, and when he looks again, the monster is wearing an incredibly terrifying smile. So, you're pretty tough, aren't you? And look at this. Everyone, the monster has broken. Gun's leg. The scene shifts back to Sundia's fight with Ju, just as he snatches the Libra necklace and says that Sundia's father and uncle are about to be torn to shreds, and that pendant begins to shine so brightly that he has to shield himself. But then he wonders in horror what that is, and it's a live broadcast of the battle against the blood mist. You know all about this disaster, don't you? What? The blood mist? I told you, Ligum and the lion are going to die today. The blood mist's hunger is the Achilles heel of S5, the constellation's power, and the scene cuts back to the moment the blood mist crushes the leg of our main character. I will devour your power. My power? Your dreaming. And right then, those branches begin to burst into flames, and Hugo appears beside Ligum. Good grief, look what this bastard did to my... And then he stomps his foot on the ground. Immediately, the system chimes in. Activating super regeneration, your wound is being healed. Hey, you disgusting toad. I know you want to eat everything from humans to entire cities, but I'm sorry to tell you. Summoning the hammer of guaranteed victory. Lunchtime is over, and all of Hugo's holy knights have taken their battle positions. I bet you've eaten a lot of things you shouldn't have, haven't you? However, today is the day I'm going to rip you open, and Ligum charges toward the giant toad with his hammer of guaranteed victory, and suddenly the hammer begins to grow to a colossal size, and our main character brings a devastating blow right down on the monster's head. However, something strange happens, and our protagonist is thrown back. But what the monster didn't expect was one of Hugo's arrows flying toward it, and a whole volley of fire arrows strike the monster while our main character falls back. Good. Very effective. Prepare for the second volley. Use the skill borrowed from Ares. Armory, A rank. That thing absorbs mana from the constellations. Use the relic arrows instead of the ones made by your skills. Ready, aim, fire. And countless arrows began to pierce through the monster's body, and it started to feel the attacks. However, a swarm of sharp red thorns shot out, trying to attack them, but they dodged. Damn, these vines are a real pain. And Ligum's eyes began to glow as he flew forward at high speed, summoning the slime relic that creates everything, scissor slime. And right away, the slime summoned a pair of scissors in the shape of a sword, and our protagonist grabs the weapon and says, "Time to trim these weeds, you bastard." And Ligum dashed through, slicing away all those branches at high speed, while the slime also tried to defend itself from its attacks. While our protagonist continued to chop everything up, a massive wave of magic power struck the entire creature, and the poor slime fell to the ground, completely stunned by Ligum's incredible speed. However, just then, a light began to appear in front of the monster, and by the time it realized what was happening, it had been cut in half by our protagonist's scissors. And, folks, the monster turned into a puddle on the floor. Oh my god, we defeated the Calamity. Hey man, wasn't that a little too easy? I don't know. Is it because Ligum is just that strong? But Hugo realized something was wrong. It shouldn't have been that easy. Not to mention the supernatural phenomenon, the result of the Calamity, still hasn't vanished. It's too early to celebrate. And inside the magic library, Sundai also began to celebrate, saying they had succeeded. Too bad, so you may have had a decent plan, but my father and uncle are much stronger than you think. Heh, not bad. Looks like the old man still got some bite. I'll admit I underestimated him, but the real battle starts now. Do you know why that thing is so obsessed with eating? It's because whatever it eats becomes its own power, and you've already seen for yourself what a goddamn calamity it is. So, let's have a little more fun. And then, with his Libra pendant, he began channeling mana into the creature, which quickly started to regenerate completely. Well, what's happening? It's regenerating, and the creature's entire body began to reform. Elder, look, wait, what's going on? The protective dome over this place has been completely swallowed by the Calamity. However, our protagonist wasted no time and launched a slash straight at the creature and said, "I was wondering how it got through the dome, so this was your trick, huh?" It slipped underneath and planted its own roots. Everyone, hurry, prepare for battle. And the creature stomped the ground with immense force, destroying everything around it, while it said that it was starving and needed to eat more. It took the creature some time, but now that dome is no longer a shelter for humanity. It's become fuel for bloody snow, and Sunja was shocked to Hear those words while COU told him not to get his hopes up, because this time, Bloody Snow has far more power than it did at the airport. Let Act 2 begin. And then the scene cuts to the monster, saying it needs to eat more. As it stared down our protagonist, it took Bloody Snow only a moment to devour an entire city. That dome was no longer for humanity's defense. It had become a food pantry for Bloody Snow. COU. You keep talking as if you experienced the airport incident. Don't tell me. And he remembered that moment at the airport when he saw two security guards arguing. And, folks, one of them was the bastard COU himself. So, it was you? I can't believe it. I don't know if I should call you smart for figuring it out, or a complete idiot for only realizing it now. I thought I was going to die from having to keep this secret for so long. Congratulations, you moron. You hit the nail right on the head. That's right. But now what? What are you going to do now that you know I was the one who caused that airport disaster? You. Don't tell me it was all your fault. I bet your father already knew who the culprit was. But since I'm the son of Libra, the world's strongest saint, there was nothing he could do. What can that useless old man do against the son of the Saint Libra? Don't you feel any guilt for all those people who died? Huh? You talk as if the lives of those worthless insects had any value. It was just their bad luck. You son of a bitch. Well, isn't this? Oh, scared now, are we? Not a chance. He's going to call Ligum here. Again. But Bloody Snow. And that dagger began to glow as COU flinched. And just then, and takes a full-on headbutt. But that wasn't Ligum. It was Sundia himself. Ugh, what the hell is even happening right now? Damn it. I've got a lump on my head. But that's just a lighting effect, you idiot. And that guy's passed out cold on the ground. I have to grab the grimoire and get out of here before he wakes up. But wait, let me check this. If WoW revived the Blood Mist, it had to have been with this thing. I bet I can use it to defeat that calamity too. But to do that, I'd need to get to Europe, where the Blood Mist is. What am I supposed to do now that I can't even dollars? Use my sacred relic anymore? Whatever. I can't waste time here. I can use the teleportation magic from the grimoire. And so, he began to channel the power of the grimoire, activating its teleportation skill. At that very moment, however, total annihilation was unfolding as the Sagittarius squad battled the Blood Mist, and a massive barrage of missiles slammed into the monster while it was defending. But then, our main character charged toward the monster at high speed, attacking it with his scissors. And the entire city was completely obliterated by the massive shockwave. My god, that was an incredible slash. Hey, but wait a second. And folks, the monster managed to strike our main character's arm. His left arm was hit, activating his super regeneration. But the Blood Mist calamity had weakened his physical abilities. The effectiveness of his super regeneration was cut in half. And while Ligum's arm was still healing, the monster launched countless tree roots right at him. But just then, a giant pillar of fiery light appeared in the sky, as Hugo screamed, "Get back, Gum," and landed right in front of our hero, who, with his arm now fully regenerated, charged the monster, and the two of them unleashed a powerful attack that destroyed everything. But then they wondered, wait, that evil energy? Yes, it was the same energy that we felt inside the Demon Tower. The energy of the Red Eye Army. 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared along with the Red Eye invasion. There are many theories as to why the Calamities came here. However, we're only sure of one thing. The Calamities inside that place are on a completely different level. The red and black ranks seem insignificant compared to them. They are invincible Calamities. And right at that moment, the Blood Mist appeared, completely regenerated. It activated its 13th sense, searching for its enemy's weak points. What? Wait, it has 3 cores. The most active core is a fusion of the souls and power of the victims it absorbed. This thing is constantly draining souls and life force using its roots and branches. But where are they coming from? Wait, the city in the middle of the dome? I see. You bastard. You've taken over the dome and are using it as a food pantry. We need to break the dome right now. What? So, this is how it's getting stronger? Sagittarius units, focus your fire on the dome and destroy it. I won't allow it. And instantly, it began to restrain all the members of the Sagittarius squad, while Hugo watched in despair. It then started to drain all their mana, as they begged for help, screaming they didn't want to die and to please get them out of there. And all of this unfolded right before the eyes of our main character and the other squad members. They were all completely horrified. Please, save me. This bastard. It's mimicking the people who were sacrificed. Gum. We need to end this. You son of a bitch of a calamity. And you really know how to enjoy a meal, don't you? I'm going to tear you to pieces. Heh, alright then, bring it on, you son of a bitch. However, inside that very dome, a spatial gate began to form, and out from it stepped Sundia. The poor guy fell and hit the top of a tree before crashing to the ground. What the hell is this? Where am I? Damn it, did the Libra beads alter my teleportation coordinates? Wait, what's this? There's something here. Don't tell me. And as he looked, he saw it was a statue of Libra, and it was feeding energy into the red mist. Wait, what's with this tree? I'm sure I came to the right place, but these red leaves and this giant tree is also emitting a red mist. So this is a branch of the blood mist. The Libra beads are blocking the blood mist's effects. I bet this tree is behind what happened to everyone, and Sundia grew pensive. But then, in a flash, he began using the skills from the book and, with a look of pure rage, summoned his Megazord, shouting, "It's all because of this stupid thing." Meanwhile, high above, a drone was transmitting the entire situation. That idiot. He has no idea how to do things with any subtlety. What the hell does he think he's doing, creating a problem like this? And now, they're going to find out about it. And as he thought this, the narrator began to explain that it's suspected that the mist calamity is no ordinary disaster. That idiot, he doesn't know how to do things moderately. What does he think he's doing, creating a problem like this? Now they'll know about it too. And as he's thinking this, the narrator starts to explain that it's suspected the mist calamity is far more than it seems. And while he was thinking, the narrator explained that there were suspicions about that calamity. The bloody creature, responsible for countless deaths in the past, was also the mastermind behind the recent disappearances in the Virgo territory. And the one witnessing all of this was none other than Giselle Lauren, the Saint of Libra. At the same time, the other saints were also monitoring the entire situation, and as a drone broadcasted the entire battle live, our protagonist zipped past it, making them wonder if that was Lord Ligum. Ah, this damn thing. And in an instant, the drone was completely destroyed. What a nuisance. And those tree roots continued to chase our protagonist. Meanwhile, before Hugo could even realize it, the monster was right behind him, and then it stomped right on top of him. He tried to fight back, but his bow shattered as he took the full force of the attack, getting crushed into the ground. Is that all you've got, you fool? Damn it, these goddamn branches. And images of countless people in utter despair flashed before our protagonist's eyes. Ah, but damn it, all. And before he knew it, he too was captured. The monster then began to destroy the massive building, and all the guards were worried for the protagonist. However, the monster, with a sinister gaze, spoke, "Just as I thought, you're all too weak." However, just then, a beam of energy started appearing above the monster's head, and it wondered what was happening. Some idiot is touching my tree. Wait, what is this? Ah, and it felt that powerful attack, and it was Sundai, using his Megazord, unleashing a barrage of punches on the Libra symbol. Because of something like this, it's all your fault. My mom, my dad, Uncle Jean, along with all those innocent people, it's all because of this stupid thing. And then he unleashed a powerful attack, completely destroying the statue. At that moment, Blood Mist felt a surge of excruciating pain, while thinking to itself, "You wretched insects, I have to see what's going on." And it shot off at high speed, while the guards noted that it was heading for the dome. Damn it. I'm not letting you get away. Got, lend me your bow. We're going to use what we prepared. Yes, sir. And Blood Mist continued to rush at high speed toward the dome, but just then, it was struck by a gigantic arrow, right in the head. Ah, what the hell is this? I couldn't use this earlier because I was afraid it would get in Ligum's way. But how's it feel to get skewered by an arrow the size of a pillar? I figured a tiny arrow wouldn't satisfy you, so I prepared this pretty little gift, especially for you. You bastard. And countless other giant arrows began to be summoned, as Hugo got ready to fire them all at the monster, and they began to pierce through the creature's entire body, causing it to fall into complete despair. But Hugo didn't stop and continued to unleash one attack after another, until a moment later, the creature was immobilized. Meanwhile, the people from the Sagittarius faction said that they had finally caught it, Be careful, we just need to stop it from moving. Damn, how can it be this strong, but use everything we've got? Hurry up, you idiot. Pull harder, huh? Its regeneration has stopped. Even if we can't kill it, we have no choice but to imprison it here. You wretched insects. But what's happening? Disappear from here forever. And then, Sundai unleashed an incredibly powerful attack on the monster with utmost fury, completely destroying its tree as the entire dome began to crack, while it screamed that all the power it had accumulated in this city and the souls it needed to offer to the gods were all being destroyed, and all the souls trapped within the monster's branches began to dissipate. Until a moment later, when the dust settled, the place where Sundai stood was completely destroyed, and he was lying collapsed on the ground. Huh? Wait, did I pass out? That's right. That damn tree. What happened to it? Ah, that's great. That damn thing was finally destroyed. But, my hand is completely wrecked from attacking that tree, and the Libra holy relic also shattered into pieces. Well, anyway, now that the dome is gone, I can finally see the sky. I did it. However, just then, Sundai fell into complete despair because right in front of him, a massive explosion erupted. Wait, what is all that? The power of the sun was exploding, and that giant wave of fire, energy rushed out, completely destroying the city. However, Sundai managed to create a barrier to protect himself. Holy Relic of Wish has activated the Snake Scale Barrier skill. The Holy Relic protected its user from harm, but the entire city continued to be wiped off the map, and Sundai, while protecting himself, had no idea what had just happened. You have blocked the dangerous explosion. After fulfilling its purpose, the barrier, the snake scales vanished. But what was that explosion? It looked like my father's fire, but there's a different kind of energy coming from it. No way, he completely destroyed the city. Hey, what's going on over there? I see a giant flame rushing towards us. This way, Sir Castellan. And Hugo too, he protected everyone. That damn snowblood. It's using the power that it stole from me. And folks, that giant toad is now engulfed in flames. God, are you guys over there all right? Yes, Sir Castellan. I managed to block it, but I don't think I can fight anymore. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Hey man, you okay? Captain, what happened? And that monster, after fully recovering and now wielding Hugo's power, opened a portal right in front of Sunday. What? Piercing eye. But this isn't one of my father's skills, and yet it's radiating a completely different energy. So it was you, you little brat. You're the one who destroyed my tree. Wait, that's not Sunday. But what's he doing here? He's the one who broke the dome, and that monster, with absolute rage, began to roar, "You insolent insects, I will devour you all." And then it braced itself and charged straight for Sunday at a horrifying speed, while he thought that he needed to escape immediately. But wait, how did it get here so fast? And this isn't Snowblood. However, before he could even react, the monster was already soaring through the air to attack him. But then, the one who appeared to save him was none other than Hugo. "Dad, what are you doing here? You, Centaur, you dare get in my way again. I'll deal with you first." And with that, it opened its massive jaws to try and swallow Hugo whole. He immediately used his firewall skill to protect Sunday. And just in that instant, Hugo became its dinner, while Sunday, in utter despair, could do nothing but watch the entire scene. And that monster immediately began to destroy the entire city, while Sunday desperately screamed his father's name. I have finally absorbed all of the sun god's power. But what it didn't expect was that from the side, the scissors of our main character came flying in at maximum speed. And before it could even realize what was happening, a massive attack was already right in its face. And our protagonist used his ice-shaping skill. It's too late to resist now. The power of the sun god is now completely mine, and soon enough, I will devour you as well, Master of Ophiuchus. However, our main character continued to charge toward the monster, yelling, "It's not over yet. Wake up, you fool." And inside that monster, its fire core was located very close to where Hugo was. This place is inside the stomach of that calamity. I can't feel anything. What in the world is happening outside? In the end, I couldn't do a single thing. I couldn't save my wife, and I couldn't save Jalm. And now, I couldn't even get my revenge on Snowblood. I was a terrible father, so I guess this is the end for me. But wait, what is this? And when he looked again, it was the very core of the sun god's power that Snowblood had absorbed. So that's the fragment of power that was stolen from me. The power I've longed to get back is right in front of my eyes, but I can't do anything. If I could just get my hands on it, I could have kept fighting against Snowblood. It's so close. No, my consciousness, my memories are fading away. So, this is really the end for me. Yes, I fought bravely. But, in the end, this is as far as I go. In the end, what was I even fighting for? And then he remembered his happy family. Gosh, it's been a while since we took a family photo, hasn't it? What do you think, honey? And he remembered the smile of his beautiful wife and little Sunday. No, I can't give up now. I am not going down like this. I wouldn't be able to face my family and Gum. If I die like this, I can't let them see me in such a pathetic state. I have to reach that power. I have to get to it. Almost there. I need it. And with one last desperate effort, Hugo, finally, connected with his old power, making contact with the divine fragment, the master of the great light, the fragment of the sun, wishing to return to its original source. All of that immense energy began to converge as the system continued to announce, warning, the fragment of the sun god has been in contact with the malevolent power of the mysterious civilization for an extended period. Be cautious of the rejection reaction when absorbing the sun fragment. And Hugo continued to absorb all of that immense power, all while thinking that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. However, at that very moment, a massive rift began to form right in front of him, and when he looked into it, it was none other than our protagonist saying, Hugo, it's me, you idiot. We still have a lot of work to do. How long are you planning on sleeping in there? Hurry up, take my hand. And Hugo. He let out a faint smile and grasped Ligum's hand tightly as a massive torrent of crimson power began to radiate everywhere, but the two of them managed to escape from inside the monster. And then the scene shifts to 30 years ago in Saudi Arabia, and in the middle of a wasteland ravaged by monsters, Hugo emerged, barely dodging the attack as he ran. His face scraped across the ground, and he started spitting out a mouthful of sand. Watch out! But then something caught his attention, and suddenly the monster flung him far into the air and then swallowed him whole. Inside the beast, Hugo thought to himself, damn it, is this how I'm going to die? I never thought I'd become monster food. I can't believe I'm dying before I even got married. What a pathetic life. However, something strange began to happen, and when he looked up, the monster had been torn open by our main character, who had come to the rescue. Whoa, what the hell is this? Gun? Why? You look like you've already given up, even though you're still alive. Come on, get over here. Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today. So, let's get a move on. Hugo thought that Gun was always like this, and the scene flashes back to the present with our main character, reaching his hand out to Hugo and yelling, Hugo, we've still got a lot to do. Don't just lie there sleeping, you idiot. Ah, Gun. He might always have a scowl on his face, but he's also always reached his hand out to me. And then he grabbed the main character's hand, while a colossal dark aura engulfed the area, and from within it, our main character and Hugo shot out into the sky. Dad, wake up. Dad, wake up. Sunday kept calling out to Hugo, while he was unconscious. Uncle, my dad fainted. All right, let me take a look. And Gun began to examine Hugo's body. The system immediately announced, activating the senses of the 13th pseudo-awakener. The target has absorbed a fragment of the sun, tainted by the energy of a mysterious civilization. Side effects may occur during the process of fully absorbing the restored power, as the corrupted energy is purified. This guy, he regained the power that was stolen from him while he was inside that thing. Sunday, don't worry about your dad. He's going to be just fine. He's probably like this because he reabsorbed something he lost a long time ago. Uncle Gun, what do you mean, something? My dad lost? You know, he's not the type to complain. Anyway, just take care of your dad. Uncle Gun, where are you going? And our main character, with a smile on his face, looked towards that giant monster. I have to go teach that bastard a lesson. Then he charged forward with terrifying speed towards the monster and unleashed a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion as black lightning began to erupt from the creature. Hey, you toad, you made my friend a laughingstock for the whole world, and my nephew didn't get a proper birthday. It's time for you to pay for all of this. Arg. You bastard. It's useless to scream. You can't even regenerate now. Summon Sacred Relic, the hammer of guaranteed victory. And our main character, with his giant hammer, said that there was only one thing missing now. And that's your true core. And He brought the hammer down on the creature, making it let out a horrifying scream. How? How can this be? I lost without gaining anything. Ah, fine, Master Diofiko. I have lost, but I have already spread my branches all over the city. Since it's come to this, I'll at least take someone down with me. And it began to destroy the entire city, saying, Master Diofiko, you may survive, but, and the entire city was completely destroyed by giant branches that shot up from the ground, tearing everything apart. Your friend will surely die, buried in this city. And everyone. A rain of buildings came crashing down right where Sundai was holding his dad. Hey, you toad. You're mistaken. My friend may not be the best in the world, but he's no pushover either. Don't you dare underestimate the only friend I've trusted my entire life. And just as the debris was about to crush Hugo and his son, he snapped his eyes open, filled with rage. And guys, is Hugo going to make it out of this? However, at that very moment, everything went dark, but a bright light began to appear in the middle of that darkness. And this was Hugo's power, destroying all of the debris completely. Huh, what? What just happened? Hey, what's going on over there? Quick, get the camera back. Over here! And a giant pillar of fire that reached high into the sky began to form. Everyone, this time, Hugo is seriously pissed. Hey, what is happening? And everyone was watching the broadcast as they witnessed the enormous amount of fire-based mana radiating from that city. Wow, what an incredible explosion of light. And there was even a cool-looking goddess observing the whole situation. Even though it's the middle of the night, this place is as bright as day. It's almost as if the sun just rose. Sovereign's authority skill, daybreak, and, literally, a giant sun appeared right in the sky above the city. Then the scene cuts to someone running very fast. It's Yura, and she's saying, Miss Harley, my dad, and Uncle Gun. Are they in Europe? Yes, I know, Yura. I'm watching them now. You've been through great trials, but you've finally regained your power, haven't you? And the scene cuts back. Model. And so, the city, along with the transcendent Hugo, was engulfed in a sea of flames, soaring through the sky, because now, finally, he had recovered 100% of his full power. Huh? Dad, is that you? He's finally awake. This is my power. This is my power. Give it back. And with that, the monster unleashed all of its roots towards Hugo's son in a fit of absolute rage. And guys, this monster was no joke. Just look at the sheer volume of attacks rushing toward Hugo's body. However, he simply raised his hand to the sky, and Sunday stood behind, witnessing the whole scene, while Hugo, in a super cool pose, said, These branches are so annoying, and just like that, began to destroy all of them with his offensive power. And all the roots in the city began to disintegrate as he used his skill, Radiant Heavenly Light, to completely wipe them out. And Gun immediately said that Radiant Heavenly Light is one of Hugo's skills. It incinerates all evil around it. Too bad for you, you pathetic toad. You tried to devour everything, but in the end, you couldn't take a single thing from us. I want to kill you right here and now, but the one to do, that won't be me. Activating. Position swap with a recently found target. And instantly, Gun switched places and appeared right above the monster. Then he said, Yo, finish it. And Hugo cracked a smirk and got into position. And let me tell you, he didn't hold back, using one of Gun's swords to slice the toad's head clean off as it let out a desperate scream. However, Hugo continued to unleash countless attacks on the creature. But then, a flashback appeared, showing someone approaching a doorknob. And it was Hugo from the past, remembering the difficult moments Sunday had to endure because of that monster. If only I hadn't complained about being hungry. If only we had left the airport sooner. Then Mom, you and Uncle John would be fine. And Dad, he could have defeated that creature. And everyone would have been safe. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Mom. No, son, it's not your fault. And then, he raised his golden bow and fired an extremely powerful attack straight into the monster's head. And instantly, a giant pillar of fire descended from the sky, completely incinerating the creature to ashes. Dudes, for real, Hugo was absolutely furious now. A moment later, a massive crater appeared, caused by Hugo's attack. Damn, that bastard toad really made a mess, huh? Taisu Gum, it's finally over, right? Yeah, I didn't expect it to come to this. We've destroyed all the cores, and its body has been burned to a crisp. What else of it could possibly survive? And this is the giant crater Hugo created. If it could survive an attack like this, then why would it even bother collecting souls in a place like this? It could have just sat back and enjoyed life like other powerful disasters. Gun, you have a point. It makes sense. Anyway, thanks a lot, Gun. Seriously, man. Thanks a lot. Yo. No need to thank me. You did great today, too. And then they bumped fists. All right. There's something I found while we were fighting. Huh? What is it? Look, I found this when we destroyed its true core. Holy crap. How did you pull something that huge? Out of your pocket? Hey, good question. Good question. Hey, Gun, what are you talking about? What is this thing? That toad had a hobby of collecting things. Hold on, I'll show you. Simultaneously activating 13th sense and gaze of a god. The soul-sealing orb. An orb that has absorbed and sealed human souls. Channeling the power of Ophiuchus into the soul-sealing orb. There's a high probability the soul-sealing orb will not be able to withstand it. The orb is beginning to crack. The cracks are making it unable to continue storing souls. The captive souls are being released. And in that very moment, a massive number of souls shot up into the sky, returning to their original bodies. Hey, what just happened? I've released all the souls that toad devoured. The victims should be waking up soon. Huh? Gun, is this for real? Mr. Gun, is that true? Are they really going to wake up? Ah, of course. They'll all wake up as soon as their souls return to where they belong. And that includes your mother. And Sunday, with tears in his eyes, was just overcome with happiness from it all. By the way, Sunday, I heard your birthday was a few days ago. I might be a little late, but happy birthday, Sunday. Then the scene cuts to Stephen screaming, Centipede, Stephen Marker, will not stand by and watch you threaten humanity. I've finally got you back. And this old guy is just clutching that damn bone. God, I'm sick of looking at his bone. And he's just there, happy all by himself. What? He's even puckering his lips at the bone. What the hell is this? And he's just there, happy all by himself. Just imagine him. And the glasses stuck on the bone, too. What the hell is this? And now they're fighting over this stupid thing of mine. You're my best friend, Big Bone. And he just fell asleep right on top of the bone. It wasn't until he woke up that he realized the other guy had made off with it. You bastard. Give me back my big bone. Just then, Gum appeared right behind him with a cruel look on his face. It's time. And so, let's get back to that scene, folks. The one where he grabs ST's leg and throws him into the mob of small fry. And then he woke up in terror. Poor guy. Turns out he was just delirious this whole time. Everyone. It's crazy. And all the other guards were stunned to see him finally wake up. My lord, the master is awake. Master, are you all right? Oh my God, he survived. Hey, what's going on? Sir, you don't remember anything? You've been in a coma ever since the 1,000-leg centipede hunt, because you were set up by Ligum. Huh? How long was I out? Should we tell him? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Hey, relay this order to everyone. Oh my God, I wonder what the master is going to say. He looks so serious. Are we going to attack Ligum or make the Capricorn Temple pay? Go to Tian Yuha's room and apprehend him for me, immediately. My lord, I can't believe he's ordering us to do this. Hurry up, knock him out again. Come on, he's just going to cause more trouble. Hey, what are you guys doing? Leave me alone. And then the guards started to gossip. Looks like the master is finally awake. Hey, let's go. Inform the vice master. Nah, don't bother. You think she actually cares? She shot out the door. The second we got a mission related to Ligum's 8 great sacred relics, she didn't hesitate at all. Even when we said the mission was in the dangerous Scorpion's territory. That woman never changes, Bishop. It's a miracle. Yes, I've heard the news about the master. No, I'm not talking about the master. The people who fell into comas from the abscent accident 10 years ago. They've finally woken up. Huh? What? Are you serious? They're gradually regaining consciousness. All the victims from that accident have finally woken up. Do you all remember the incident that happened 10 years ago? We're receiving reports that the 10,000 victims who fell into comas due to the bloody snow attack are finally waking up all across the globe. That's right. We are in the suburbs of the Western European Protection Dome. After a long drawn-out battle, the hero Ligum and the Sagittarius sect defeated. Bloody snow. Yes, sir. This is an unprecedented event, isn't it? For the victims of a catastrophic attack to recover like this. Yes, That's exactly right. There's no other way to describe this other than a miracle. There is still hope that the victims who haven't woken up yet will recover soon. And inside a mansion, the one watching all of this was a definitely Baka man who was saying, I can't believe you not only lost the bloody snow I gave you to defeat Ligum and Huger, but you also lost Libra's rosary, the very thing that sealed it, and you made a huge mess by letting bloody snow create all that chaos. And, on top of that, after finally obtaining the Gemini Grimoire, the most important thing, it got stolen. And by an S-class agent from the Libra Temple, Ion Tai Yu, no less. I could understand if it was stolen by someone like Chang Ryuk, but you're telling me you seriously let that little brat Tonya steal it from you. And worst of all, you even got your ass kicked by him, you idiot. Don't tell me Sundia was the one who beat you. And the man immediately grabbed a bottle with a Libra symbol on it and threw it at the blonde guy's face, saying, You must be so proud of your accomplishments, you bastard. You're always like this. You can never do anything right. I should have known after the airport incident. You always disappoint, Mom. How are you planning to clean up this mess, little brother? We're going to be exposed if those people who are waking up start talking. Well, that's why. I came here to ask for your help, big brother. You're involved in this too, so you have to help me, so we don't get exposed. Damn it. First, keep an eye on Ligum. Erase all traces of our equipment while you're tracking him. Huh? So what will you be doing, big brother? I'm going to the Scorpio hospital. We can at least cover up the airport incident if we deal with the comatose patients in Korea. And then the scene shifts to the European Union, outside the Western Protection Dome. While Hugo was talking on the phone, our protagonist asked him what the people at the hospital said. They said everyone is waking up one by one, but not all of them are awake yet. John and Dai are still unconscious. Well, considering how long their souls were imprisoned, it'll take a while longer for all of them to return to their original bodies. However, since I've passed on some of my power to them, they will be safe. Shay, you should go back. You need to see your mom and Jaeon. Huh, Uncle Gum. But what about you? And Dad? The moment Hugo heard him call him Dad, he got all lovey-dovey and emotional, saying, Shy, you care about me? The guy is crying his eyes out over there. Seeing this, Shay's face immediately darkened with annoyance. All right, Shay. Oh my God, I'm so happy Sundia finally cares about me. Sundia, Gun, and I can't go back just yet. We still have things to take care of. After hearing that, Sundia simply said, All right, I'll be going then. And then he started to teleport away. Our poor friend looked so pathetic, and Gun just started laughing in his face. While he was standing there sadly crying, Gun said that it was a step forward anyway, since before he'd been pushing everyone away out of guilt. Then the scene changes to a hospital. Sundia quickly appears right in front of him and puts the book away, while thinking to himself that he can finally meet his mom and John again. But wait, maybe I shouldn't go empty-handed. That's right, I'll buy some flowers. However, someone is watching everything from afar, muttering, This hospital isn't half bad. Of course, compared to our Libra hospital, it's utter trash, but it'll do. They should be more selective with their patients, not letting the filthy poor stay here for free for 10 whole years. Now, where is that brat? I'm sure he'll show up when I go after his family. Meanwhile, Sundia looks so adorable, holding a bouquet of flowers to give to his mother. But then, the scene changes again. This time, we're at the Western European Union's protective dome. A lot of people are there helping the injured and assessing all the destruction after that battle, while one of the security personnel yells that they need help, and that everyone needs to bring the injured this way. Inside, one of the houses are countless wounded people, while Gun sits at a table and thinks, I need to see what's changed in my system. You have passed the trial of strength. Reward. Body enhancement. Evolution from a human body to the body of a god. It will take 1 day to enhance and adapt. Be careful of the side effects. New records have been added to your Bible. Second achievement. The Sagittarius Saint admires the master of Ophiuchus. Third achievement. Defeated the Dauntless, God-devouring monster, and freed the souls of humankind. Thanks to the second achievement, you can receive the power of Sagittarius. Whenever the requirements are met, you can manifest your actions with the power of Ophiuchus. Well, I've completed the trial of strength, but there's still the trial of fame and the trial of wisdom, for which I need to subdue the holy knights and a chronicler. However, that's not the most important thing. I didn't expect to find something like this here. Inside that toad's core, I found a fragment, similar to the mysterious dagger they used To attack me. And what did he mean about needing to offer souls to them? The fact that this thing was inside that toad probably means that whoever was controlling it is the same person who stabbed me in the demon tower. All the evidence so far points to Virgo as the suspect, but the pieces don't quite fit together yet. Either way, I'll get my answers once I beat them all to a pulp. Whoa, should we go find Virgo? After a little rest? Not everyone's a monster like you. People these days are so weak. Back in my day, disasters happened so often I didn't even have time to take a piss. Yeah, whatever, old man. But he's not wrong, is he? Old man Gun really is old. But anyway, why didn't you go with Sundia? Well, I don't feel mentally prepared enough to meet Dio and Jai. I need a little more time. Besides, there's still so much to uncover. There's the issue with Virgo and the problem with Libra. Then he remembers what Giselle said. Choose Hugo. You can only choose one. These are separate problems from the happy ending we got after defeating the Bloodstorm. We need to find out who the real culprit is. According to Sundia, there's someone pulling the strings. Behind all of this, I'll make those bastards pay for bringing so much pain to my family. And then, what are you going to do? I'm gonna put a hole in each of their heads. Good. Just like that, Hugo. Now times this times is the Hugo I. No. Hey, you all can return to Korea now. Excuse me, sir, but we still have a lot of work to do. Here, I only fought alongside you people because I also hated the Bloodstorm, but you'll just get in the way of our hunt for Virgo. We don't need you anymore. Geez, he's insulting those poor guys, and then he says, all of you, except for that guy with the slicked back hair, can get lost. Could it be that my power has finally been recognized as useful, and they all get emotional? But hey everyone, I'm pretty sure Gun is up to something again. And just as expected, he thinks, we need an errand boy. Oh my god, what is Gun even thinking? Besides, we let Sunja go back to Korea alone. A lot of people must be feeling guilty, don't you all? Think it'll be dangerous for Sunja to be there by himself? Damn it. I was so worried about the situation here that I didn't even realize. Gun, don't worry, things will be fine for now. I've already left a guardian there. Wait, isn't this a coin? I've received it, Sundae. What is this, Uncle Gum? Another gift. Activating divine artifact. Tonsiai x Gioa is currently unlinked. Faith level in Orphic, 300%. Target has a fanatical belief in Orphic. Conversion is possible. Convert and subjugate. Can you turn a human into an avatar of Orphic? You can create a conversion coin and give it to the candidate. Special. Conversion. The avatar candidate who receives the coin must accept and complete all assigned missions. A great reward will be given upon mission completion. Soon. You'll be needing it soon. And he had given him this coin right as Hugo was on the phone. And then, snapping back to the present, Sundae stared at the coin while Good stared, thinking, Uncle G said I'd need this coin soon. What did he mean? And how do I even use it? And as he walked down the hall, he noticed so many people getting emotional as they saw their loved ones had finally woken up. Oh my god, it looks like everyone is waking up. Mom and Jaun will probably wake up soon too, but just then, something unexpected happened, and when he looked back, that guy was already stepping on a passerby. He spoke up, oh ho, so you're here, Sunda. I had a hell of a time looking for Manis. You, what? Ion Tayo, you son of a bitch. What the hell are you doing here? Hey, have you no manners? That's no way to talk to an adult, you annoying little brat. And he immediately charged toward Sundae, but a blue barrier formed right in front of him, protecting him. He managed to block the attack, even though he's just an A ranker. It seems this guy has gotten pretty skilled. Hey, what are you doing in this hospital? There are civilians here. Of course there are. And I also know this ward is where all the useless trash who fell into a coma from the blood snow are. They shouldn't have woken up and caused more trouble. They all should have just kept sleeping. And with his fist glowing, he once again dashed towards Sundae and unleashed a powerful attack. However, Sundae blocked it once again, but the attack caused a massive explosion that shook the entire building. But, just then, the scene shifts to the disaster response headquarters of the National Assembly, European Union. Sir, I deeply regret that we missed this opportunity. If things had gone according to plan, we would have eliminated not only Ligum, but also the Sagittarius and Virgo Saints. It's fine. Look on the bright side. This incident has damaged Virgo's reputation quite a bit. And more importantly, they'll be back soon. Prepare for their arrival. And At that very moment, someone was running at high speed towards a door, and as he opened it, he asked, "What the hell is going on over there? And why did that son of a bitch Ligum destroy a calamity in territory under Virgo's jurisdiction?" And the person who had just said that was none other than the Virgo saint, even Azar. However, meanwhile, Ligum and Hugo were enjoying a carefree drinking session, and then we get an explanation about the strongest swordsman in humanity, wielder of the crescent moon blade, the silver knight of frost, commander of the bitter cold, and the master of countless other titles and illustrations. This was the master of the Virgo saint, Kevin Azar. The Virgo saint, by leveraging his saint's title, had also accumulated power on par with the world's strongest and largest saint, the Libra saint. It seemed he had nothing to complain about in terms of lineage, skills, power, or even his good looks, but a few things still wounded. Kevin's pride, and the biggest of them all, was Ligum, and so he screamed in fury, "How dare that son of a bitch step into my territory? Quick, explain to me what's going on." Saint Lord, yes, it's like this. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Tell me now why it had to be Ligum. Wasn't it enough that he was treated like a hero for 20 years, even after dying in the Demon Tower? Why? Why did he have to reappear and steal all the attention for himself? Ah, god damn it, for fuck's sake, I've never seen the Saint Lord so angry. Well, that's because you haven't served him for long, but the Saint Lord has always kept an eye on Ligum. At first, it was like a friendly rivalry, but things started to change. It's ridiculous, but he, despite being the only one serious about it, never once beat Ligum in any competition. Whether it was the honor of defeating a calamity or taking center stage in interviews about what happened, even in karaoke sessions at the Saints' parties, Ligum hogged all the spotlight that should have belonged to our Saint Lord. And amidst all that, the rivalry turned twisted. Meanwhile, as Kevin was still fuming over there, the traitor began to explain to him, saying, "Saint Lord, please calm down. Investigators have been dispatched to Chirum. We need to wait for their report." "Shut up. If that son of a bitch is still on my soil, I'll go find him myself. It might be better that way." So that's how it is. We didn't settle the score 20 years ago, but this time, I will defeat you, no matter the cost. It looks like I can't just let this go. I just need to buy some time. I guess I have no other choice but to do this. And Kevin roared with fury, "Find Ligum right now. In that case, I'll take the lead. There's a list of potential locations where Ligum might be. If we move fast, we should be able to meet with the judges." And in that moment, the guy from the Libra sect overheard everything on the other end, thinking that Kevin had already arrived. "He's faster than I thought. Sir Perio, what should we do? Let's move, everyone. Get ready to depart. Hey, we are the judges of the Virgo sect. Halt." However, just then, the guards felt a strange ripple heading their way, and when they looked, it was Hugo, singing, "Let's get this party started, boys." Then he just kept on singing, completely lost in the moment. "What the hell is this, Hugo?" The guards were frozen. "What is this crap?" But he just kept going, singing with so much passion that his whole body burst into flames, and then he used the skill. Drunken dance, sun god circle, you damn bastard, and everyone screamed at the top of their lungs. What a bunch of lunatics. A moment later, the Virgo faction members thought to themselves, "These guys are absolute fanatics. They have no shame, preaching in another sect's territory, and on top of that, they're getting drunk and singing like they own the place. Judges, purge this disgusting performance. It's time to show them our power." But just then, she got decked by a sudden punch and wondered what that was. And the others were frozen in shock because it was Ligum, who said angrily, "You damn bastards. Thanks to the wonderful and ridiculous performance by the Sagittarius saint, the masses are now filled with faith. The faith of the masses in Ophiuchus is rising. The sacred god of Ophiuchus is enraged. Stay out of what's happening here. Get lost, Sir Ligum. Even if you are a saint, how dare you do this in Virgo territory? As a judge, I cannot let this slide." But she got hit with another blow, knocking the other side of her face. But guys, this time, it wasn't Ligum who struck. "Fool, didn't I tell you to forget your duties as a judge for a moment? My sincerest apologies, Lord Ligum. Please forgive my subordinate's attitude. I am a judge, the head of the Virgo sect, and one of the bishops, Perio. We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. We need your power." Guys, I thought he was from the Libra sect, but he's actually from Virgo. It's just his golden eyes that hold the power of Libra. Then he said, "Lord Ligum, we need you to eliminate Kevin Azar, the Saint of Virgo. You really can't trust anyone, guys. And just then, Kevin appeared, shouting in a rage, "There you are, you bastard Ligum." But when he opened the door, it was just an ordinary restaurant. That guy was deliberately stalling him. "Damn it. Sorry to bother you." And he left in a fury while the owner was still in shock. He thought, but this is strange. Why do we keep ending up in the wrong place, even when we know the destination? Wait a minute. Could it be I've been getting false information? If so, then maybe. The castle lord, it seems he isn't here either. Please, let's go to another place. Hey you, where are your glasses? Huh? I'm sorry. And guys, Kevin unleashed a slash that split the guy's slash. Glasses in two, a skill borrowed from the Scorpio sect. Wandering eyes has been dispelled, hasn't it? Isn't that the Scorpio Saint's skill that makes people lose their way? So you've been hiding this skill in your glasses. You were trying to buy time, making me get lost, weren't you? Why? Do the judges need to find Ligum before I do? What is your purpose? And where are Ligum and the judges? Right now, you'd better start talking. The number of pieces I'll cut your body into will depend on your answer. And just then, a huge explosion occurred in Virgo's holy territory. While a few soldiers prepared to keep her, face the enemy, the one who appeared before them was our main character, charging in and cutting them down one by one, with powerful attacks. This place is full of the materials needed to create holy relics. This is just perfect. You have hunted an incarnation of Virgo. Experience for the divine throne has increased. You have obtained high-quality fabric. I'll carve you all into little pieces and put you to good use. Yes, and the guards could only stand and watch. The utter destruction. Meanwhile, it's explained to us that after falling into chaos, the Virgo sect was split into two factions. Castle Lord Kevin had lost the people's trust long ago due to his tyrannical actions. We, the judges, could no longer stand it and decided we had to stop his tyranny. And to do that, we need your help, Lord Ligum. My goodness. But they still had to go asking an outsider for help. It seems the situation in Virgo is pretty complicated. You'd think they would offer up divine punishment as a reward for his help, and it's explained that divine punishment is the very weapon Ligum used before getting trapped in the demon tower, the greatest masterpiece he ever created, and the one thing that symbolizes him. It was thought to have been lost 20 years ago in the demon tower during the battle against the Red Eye. However, it seems Gemini was telling the truth when he said it was with Virgo. You have defeated the avatar of Virgo. The gate to Virgo's relic vault has opened. Divine punishment is behind those doors, right? Well then, let's go. But just then, Kevin appears and screams, "Ligum, stop right there, you bastard. I've finally found you. I never thought I'd be so happy to see your ugly face. Funny, we were thinking the exact same thing. It's been 20 years, hasn't it? Well, it looks like you've brought along some of Sagittarius's soldiers too. It's been a while, Hugo Tours. I see some of my traitors are with you as well. You all tried to get rid of me by siding with Ligum. Good, at least now I don't have to hunt each and every one of you down. I can eliminate all of you right here." But then, as Kevin looks to the side, he sees all of his soldiers have been taken down. Who? Which one of you bastards did this? Spit it out. Which son of a bitch did this to my avatars? And all of them, dumbfounded, point towards gun. You goddamn bastards. Now, I have one more reason to kill you, Ligum. Take this. And he unleashes a powerful attack towards our main character, freezing the entire area. However, Hugo immediately creates a hole in Kevin's attack and says, "Kevin Azar, come to think of it, I have a score to settle with you. Before you face gun, you'll have to fight me first. The only thing is, our poor buddy here is still a little drunk. Folks, this isn't looking good. I heard you've recovered your strength, Sagittarius, but don't think for a second that you can compare to me with just that." However, in that instant, Hugo simply extends his finger and a giant spear begins to emerge from a gate, as he says that this is something they'll only find out by trying. And folks, Hugo is seriously pissed. The system then announces that the Axis bow has been taken out of the inventory. Hugo fires that gigantic arrow at Kevin, while Kevin says, "Do you really think a pathetic little attack like that can do anything to me?" And then he slices the arrow in half with a single, powerful slash. However, what he didn't expect was for another attack to come crashing down and hit its mark, while Hugo says, "Well, that's finally done. We better have a resurrection spell ready." But while Hugo is celebrating, our main character picks up the phone and says there's no time to explain, but he's in Lady Ayu's relic castle and tells the other person to get here immediately. And then the scene cuts to a furious Kevin, saying, "We're about to have a major battle. Everyone, stay back. Since he wants it this way, I'll face him myself." Yes, Ligum is finally going to fight. "Hey buddy, let's handle this ourselves. This is a battle between saints. Don't try to butt in while we're having our fun. I've been waiting for this day for the last 20 years. My God, what a foolish dream." However, they ready themselves and charge at each other at extreme speeds, unleashing a powerful attack that causes a massive lightning explosion. And Gun says the fun is about to begin. But wait, he's holding on. Physical enhancement is in progress, 76%. The physical enhancement is not yet complete. Due to the side effects of the physical enhancement, you will not be able to use your full power. Damn it. So I'm getting weaker. "Hey, what's wrong, Ligum? Give me your all. You don't look so good, so I'll make this quick." And then, bone-chilling cold is released. The S-rank Earth Ripper could not withstand the extreme cold and was destroyed. And, folks, Kevin just destroyed our main character's weapon. Gun is sent flying backward, and immediately, a powerful strike comes flying at his chin, but he dodges it. He actually dodged it, and Gun simply kicks Kevin's hand to deflect the attack's trajectory. And then he starts, flipping backward multiple times, but Kevin doesn't stop and keeps charging, calling out our main character's name. And Ligum, with a smile on his face, pulls a mysterious object from behind his back, while Kevin has already launched an attack at him. But just then, he's hit by something and wonders what the hell is going on. And it was our main character's hammer of guaranteed victory, which just shattered Kevin's sword. Kevin, that's the bastard's hammer. He managed to get this item in such a short time. While he was in shock, Gum's giant-ass foot slammed right into his face. "Hey, you shouldn't be letting your guard down and looking around during a fight." "Arg, damn it. This bastard attacked me while my guard was down. What's the problem, pretty boy? I want to see you go all out. Let's see it. Or is 20 years of hatred only enough for these trash-tier attacks?" Ah, now I'm starting to get interested. Get ready, Ligum, because our warm-up isn't over yet. And just like that, he threw the crappy sword to the ground, saying that now he's going to fight for real. And then he summoned an aura sword, made entirely of energy. Hey, don't tell me he's going to use times that asterisk. So, he's finally planning to use that skill. It's been a long time since I've seen this ice shard. I was wondering why you were fighting with that fake sword. Turns out you were hiding it, weren't you? Of course. I can't just pull it out whenever I want. And this is the true holy relic, Hellwind. Oh, and hey, can you even move properly, Ligum? Hellwind doesn't just freeze the surroundings, but also your holy relic. You've gotten careless over the past 20 years. It seems your skills have gotten weaker. And he charged at Ligum with his sword and yelled, "Take this!" And, guys, is our main character. I'm gonna get hit by that? And all the minions started screaming in terror. But Ligum wasn't there. Instead, he appeared behind the minion. What the hell is going on here? Nothing. And just like that, he vanished again. And as Kevin looked on, he wondered, what was that? The skill, "Take the hit for me," has been activated, and he had swapped places with Perio. The traitor is the one who took the hit. Arg, Lord Kevin, why? You keep pissing me off. That's how I knew that someone who's always talking about reforming the cult is definitely a traitor. Virgo faith, 3%. Libra faith, 97%. Yup, guys, that dude really is a Libra, and he was in total shock hearing those words, while Gun launched a perfect strike at him with his hammer of guaranteed victory. Whoa, that was a beautiful throw. And there it is, Heaven's Judgment, our main character's old weapon. And guys, I thought our MC was just gonna hit the traitor, but he hit them both. While Kevin called him a son of a bitch. Seriously, Kevin, you look ridiculous. I can't believe the guy who betrayed Ligum in the Demon Tower is now being betrayed by his own subordinate. Hugo, what the hell are you talking about? I betrayed Ligum? What do you mean? Stop trying to fool us. You're the one who framed Ligum in the Demon Tower and pushed him into that trap. What nonsense are you spouting, Hugo? Don't you dare try to frame me for things I didn't do. Are you going to keep acting? Well, I guess acting is second nature to you after deceiving the whole world for 20 years. Watch your mouth. I won't forgive you if you keep insulting me. And he charged straight at Hugo with a furious look on his face. But then something shocked him. And guys, it was the traitor saying, "This is why we should just finish everyone off with the blood mist." Wait a minute. This isn't a Libra skill. Golden vines. What the hell is happening here? Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to wipe everyone out here. Libra's unique skill, equivalent exchange. has been activated. Please select what you wish to exchange with Astria, the goddess of balance and justice. And right at that moment, Kevin found himself in the middle of a scale, and he wondered what was going on. The thing I will use for the exchange with the goddess is the Virgo saint, Kevin Azar. And Kevin immediately used his winter frost to try and escape. And that lackey was completely shocked, saying, This guy just cut off his own arm. And Hugo and the other subordinates called out his name, while the other guy smiled and said, I can't believe it. I never thought you'd be able to think fast enough to cut off your own arm in just a moment. And everyone immediately ran to save Kevin, while our main character just stood there, observing the whole situation. And that lackey, as if going crazy, said that his expression, as he desperately chopped off his arm, was just magnificent. But I think that stopped the offering to the goddess. Lord, are you all right? Lord, please don't die. Equivalent exchange has been activated. The right arm of Kevin Azar, the Virgo saint, has been offered as a sacrifice. Mysterious space has been activated as the reward for your sacrifice. What a shame, Kevin, but your arm is more than enough. And Hugo, along with his holy knights, prepared to fight. But guys, our MC with his hammer of guaranteed victory flew at incredible speed, unleashing a flying attack. A giant wave of 3 types of power rushing straight towards that small fry. And just as the attack was about to hit, he said that it was too late. Welcome to a mysterious space. And all of them were transported to a place filled with hands reaching up from the ground in a setting as desolate as the apocalypse. And then the full panorama appeared, looking like a pyramid in an endless void. Wait, where are we? I've felt this gloomy atmosphere before. Don't tell me. Hey, why do you all look so surprised? It looks a lot like hell, doesn't it? This place will be your grave. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Wasn't it enough to make our city's lord cut off his own hand, and now you push us into a spatial rift? I'll make you pay for your crimes. With that, the 2 girls unleashed their swordsmanship skills, launching a barrage of high-speed attacks at the clown. But nothing happened. Nothing happened at all, folks. What a damn shame. Hey, what the hell is going on? Kevin then spoke up, saying they couldn't use them because their connection to the god Virgo had been severed. Hugo then realized his power had vanished as he wondered what was happening, and those giant hands lunged forward to attack them. However, at the last second, Hugo and his teammate managed to defend themselves. This is an isolated area created by the power of Libra. Not a single saint can use their power here. Who cares if you're a saint? In here, you're no different from an ordinary person. Feel your own powerlessness and disappear. And those hands continued to try and attack Hugo and the others. However, our hero, with his hammer of conquest, charged straight at him, saying, Hey, did you forget something? It's useless. And all those hands bound our protagonist's body, while he thought to himself, These bastards, they're no ordinary calamities. Ligum, why don't you say hello to your old enemies? What? Don't tell me you've forgotten. You were friends for 20 years, after all. They were the ones who dragged you to death's door at the Demon Tower. I knew it. This feeling is so familiar. They aren't fake, high-level calamities, the kind that are artificially powered up like the red mist. They are true dark calamities, just like the ones in the Demon Tower. And all those hands began to rip open space and crawl out of that portal, while the clown just stood there laughing with a truly ghostly look in his eyes. However, just then, the scene shifts to the hospital, where Sunjae is fighting, and he thinks, Damn it, this guy blocked all of my attacks. Hey kid, I told you it was useless. You think the difference between an S rank and an A rank is that small, and he nullified Sunjae's power. You might have fought well against Seo, but you can't do a thing to me. With that, he threw a devastating punch, shattering Sunjae's power and sending him flying. He slammed hard into a wall, and after taking that hit, he thought in a daze, Is this my mom's room? Oh, look at that. If it isn't your mom's room, damn it. The grimoire. Son of a bitch. Of all the places to land, it had to be right here. And then he quickly launched a kick into Sunjae's stomach, giving him no time to react. And ladies and gentlemen, our boy coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Do you even fucked know what this grimoire is? It's not just a pile of paper you can use to draw mana from, you know? Give it up, kid. It's over now. Remember to heal your mom's hand when you get out of here. And immediately, an explosion erupted in that room, blowing Sunjae and his mother out of the building. Sunjae was stunned as he fell, screaming desperately for his mother. No, if I keep falling like this, I'll definitely die. Uncle Pum, Grandma, Dad, isn't there anyone here who can help me? What am I supposed to do now? Even the dagger my uncle gave me has lost all its skills. There's no way to call for help. There's nothing left to do. Focus. You're about to hit the ground. There's nothing I can do. I don't have the grimoire now, and my mana is depleted. Damn it. Why am I so useless? What am I supposed to do now? And when he looked to his side, his mother was still falling. Come on, focus, you idiot. And he wrapped his arms around his mother while thinking that the only person who could solve this situation was himself. My uncle didn't give up in the demon tower, and Dad didn't give up when he was swallowed by the blood mist, so I can't give up either. I will protect Mom. And right at that moment, the system chimed in. Ophiuchus, we welcome those with an indomitable spirit like you. Wait, what is this? You have received the right to take the Ophiuchus entrance exam? Do you accept the power of immortality to face your opponent? Yes or no? What is this? Ophiuchus, an entrance exam. Damn it, what's going on? But I'll do anything. Please. Just this once. Let me protect something with my own power. And in that moment, our hero's power began to manifest inside Sunjae's body, and the guy named Tao could only watch from above. However, he wondered what it was. Does that kid still have some magic left? I can't believe he survived. And down below, Sundaya is holding her mother in her arms. But then the scene shifts once again to our main character's group confronting that Libra guy and Gun is trying to escape from. All those hands, while the others are pinned down by one each. I can't believe things went this smoothly. I almost regret preparing so thoroughly. Aren't you guys the Elam Saints? Even insects fight back when they're about to be crushed. Come on, do something. I mean, I think it'd be a shame for you, being so powerful, to not even be able to use your strength. What about you, Ligum? Are you going to try and resist, or just give up altogether? Man, you sure talk a lot, don't you? Buddy, you want me to give up? Hey, hold on, what's going on? Whether it was the time I trained until I couldn't move, or the time I risked my life to defeat Red. I alone, or maybe the 20 years I wandered on the verge of death in the Demon Tower. Not a single one of those times did I ever think about giving up, and you're telling me to quit over something as pathetic as this? I can't believe you think you've already won just because you brought along a dark-level calamity. How cute. Wake up, you bastard. This whole situation doesn't even count as a real crisis. What the hell are you talking about, you idiot? If you're that eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Just as Libra wishes, and he launches all those hands towards our main character, beginning to surround him. However, right at this moment, the scene shifts to Sundaya's battle, and Tao is startled as Sundaya appears right in front of him with an incredibly furious expression and then throws a punch that sends that blonde guy flying far away. Wait, what's going on here? You want me to give up, right? But I won't give up. I can't give up. I'm so tired of losing everything without ever being able to do anything. From now on, whether it's my mother or myself, I'm going to protect everyone with these very hands. You have passed the trial of fame. The first believer of Ophiuchus has been born. It's about time. The first believer has been added to the scripture, the Gospel of Ligum. You may use your skills to check the records. And with that, our main character shatters all those hands as if they were nothing. Hey, but what's happening? Hey, isn't that Ligum's power? How is he doing that? And countless beams of energy from our main character begin to destroy all those hands, even shattering the planked fabric of that dimension. And our main character begins to walk up the steps of the pyramid, destroying the places he steps on as his body overflows with energy, while he wonders if he can really use the power written in his own Bible. And the system then announces that the Gospel of Ligum, chapter 1, verse 1, in the beginning, there was a man named Ligum. He was the one who destroyed and escaped the tower I was imprisoned in. I'd love to give you a beatdown right now, but I need to take care of a few things first. Wait, is that Heaven's curse? The weapon of Ligum? The sacred armory has been revealed with the shattering of the mysterious space. Get out of the way, you fool. And our main character begins to break apart the entire area and pulls his sword out from within, shattering all the chains. This is terrifying. He used pure strength to pull out Heaven's curse. The grip feels amazing. It's been 20 years, but I've never forgotten. Long time no see, Demean, Heaven's curse, SSS rank, one of the 8 great holy relics and Ligum's masterpiece. It seems that not tasting the blood of a calamity for 20 years has made you shrink, but don't worry. And in that moment, one of the Calamity's hands tries to consolidate, grab our main character, but, guys, he just stabs it right through the hand with an incredibly terrifying smile. Is there a problem? Are you done? If you really want to pick a fight, you should at least make it count. And he cleaves the hand in two with a powerful slash, not only severing the hand completely, but also causing the ground beneath it to start shattering, and all the other captives and the saints try to protect themselves until something catches Kevin's attention. And when he looks back, guys, our main character had created a giant crater with his attack. What's wrong? Aren't you a famous member of Libra? Even insects fight back when they're about to be crushed. Come on, do something. And the other guy trembles in fear, unable to utter a single word. And Gun tells him with a grim face, "So, will you give up? Or will you fight to the end?" Seriously, guys, this was the best chapter ever. This chapter was absolutely insane. And do you guys remember that the last video ended the moment our main character got his legendary weapon, Heaven's Curse, back? And then he unleashed a devastating attack, carving a massive crater right into the middle of the area, while he held his sword and said, "Are you going to give up or fight to the end? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you the strongest of Libra? Weren't you the one who said that even insects squirm when they're stepped on? Come on, try and resist." And that side character was completely stunned, just trembling nonstop. Our protagonist then spoke up, "I'm different from the others, so I never intended to surrender. But what about you? Will you surrender or fight like a man? Ah, quick, hurry up, everyone charge and kill him now." And the monsters immediately rushed toward our protagonist. However, he simply swung his sword with immense power, completely devastating the area. And a few hands rose from the ground, trying to grab him, and they crushed Ligum, while that side character spoke up, "Ha, now what are you going to do?" However, you guys, our boy simply sliced that entire space in half and said that this is the real way to fight. "It's been a long time since I've used this pretty little thing." And Kevin immediately began to use a power on his sword, while Hugo also started channeling his skill. And they created a gigantic fire meteor. Because that space had now been shattered, they had finally regained the power of the gods, and they all got into a fighting stance. Pertino looked at them. "What the hell is this? You guys, hurry it up." Shut up, Gun. What? How could they have escaped? I already cut off all contact with the divine spirits. Damn it, I have to dodge. But wait, what is that? And just then, Kevin dashed at an insane speed toward the side character, unleashing a massive slash with his sword, while the guy was completely terrified. However, from inside him, a black mass started to ooze out, and that thing blocked Kevin's attack, while he wondered what it was and quickly backed away. What a shame. I didn't want to meet you under these circumstances. Huh? Who are you? Wait a minute, Jean-Louis. It's been a while. Kevin, I have some urgent business with this man. Ferio, you're not planning on running away, are you? We were supposed to say, take care of them, right? Well, fine, I'll give you another chance. And right. Then, bolts of lightning with pitch-black hands began to appear everywhere, as he continued, "But I want you to offer your divine spirit as a sacrifice if you complete the mission. Got it? Jean-Louis, the Saint of Cancer, has activated a skill borrowed from Libra, equivalent exchange, using Ferio as the sacrifice. You guys, for anyone who doesn't understand, they changed Ferio's name to Ferio, but it's all good." Meanwhile, our protagonist said, "That's so. That madman's name is Ferio. What now? Is he going to give him another nickname?" Even Kevin commented, "He even changed the guy's name," and the side character transformed into a hideous monster. You guys, appearing right in front of Pratinia and Kevin. My God, that monster is hideous. Yeah, you're right. That guy is really ugly. However, at that moment, the side character began to scream, and our protagonist thought that he was overflowing with energy. Is it because he's enhancing his body? And just then, Gun began to receive a huge surge of energy and wondered what was happening. Physical enhancement in progress, 85% complete. Your progress has exceeded 80%. The side effects of the enhancement have disappeared. Your physical abilities have been improved. Oh my God, this is way too much power for what was clearly just a light attack before. Maybe I should swing my sword harder, just to see. and the side character lunged towards Gun, but he simply moved his sword with incredible speed, but the guy looked terrified. And then the scene cuts to outside that space, while Jimung was wondering what was happening in there. Could this be what he meant by causing trouble in the sanctuary? Sir, Gun, don't tell me you're fighting the Saint of Virgo? And just then, the entire area began to collapse, and Jimung was completely horrified. My God, the palace has been blown to bits. Hey, the Saint of Virgo was the one who just blew up. Huh? Wait, who are you? Could it be you? But the scene showed the side character, foaming at the mouth and defeated. However, Gun simply said, how long has it been since he became indurated? This much stronger? I can't even control my own power. Damn it. And the monster on the other guy's body said that if he now has 85% of his power, just how strong will he be when he recovers 100% of it? It's going to take some time for me to get used to this. Hey, you bastard. The monster destroyed everything, you guys. It completely destroyed the sanctuary. What a tragedy. But then, the scene cuts to someone else saying, so, Ferio was attacked. Devastating raids. Our efforts to turn the saints against each other. Even the betrayal. Insiders. The entire plan failed. How ridiculous is that? What a disgrace. These lowlifes can be wiped out without a second thought. Why are you just standing there? If you have a mouth, then say what's on your mind. Weren't you the one who told me to accept this? I was just doing my job. But then, at that very moment, someone snapped their fingers and asked if he was messing with her, and just like that, Julian was quickly bound by chains and fell to his knees. Oh no, no way, I'll never use it. And the one who did this was our badass Gazelle, as she said she hoped Julian would succeed next time. Where do you think they'll go? Kevin will just claim he's innocent. So, where will they go next? Could it be? But then he goes back to Timo, just back and forth. Over and over, and Hugo immediately asks if it was Scorpio who stabbed Gun at the Demon Tower, and Kevin confirms that it must have been him. What happened to the poor bastard, you ask? He lost a whole damn arm, and then he starts shaking the guy. The poor fella is still in shock, asking if they shouldn't calm down and analyze things more carefully. After all, it could have been anyone. God, was it really him? But what about the dagger from the mysterious civilization? Ah, wait a second. Speaking of the dagger, if we're going to destroy the Demon Tower anyway, what's the point of it even being there? I'm gonna beat you up in front of everyone, and they just keep arguing right there. This poor security guard is stuck cleaning up the entire mess in Kevin's sanctuary. Meanwhile, he says that the dagger from the mysterious civilization there, talking about sounds familiar. Once, I secretly investigated a few star clusters to find the insiders, hiding among the stars. And that's when I found it. I found these artifacts 5 years ago while investigating the Scorpio Saint. Every single one of them was connected to the mysterious civilization. The Scorpios are dangerous. They're on the verge of becoming creatures that threaten humanity. However, just then, someone was approaching from behind. When they turned to see who it was the big boss Ayura, walking up with a very serious expression. Ah, you must be the daughter of Sagittarius, right? You don't agree that the people of Scorpio could be a threat to different humanity? Well, what did you just say about Scorpio? That they're dangerous? I was at their sanctuary before I came here. Harley helped me out a lot. She seems like a good person. Don't you think you're judging them a little too quickly? Well, there you have it, folks. I thought Scorpio was Cancer, but it turns out Scorpio is Raiden. What? You were at the Scorpio sanctuary. Why? Why would you go there? Meanwhile, Gum and Hugo are just standing there calmly while the poor guy looks completely broken. Hey, should we go get something to eat? Yeah, okay, sure. And then the scene cuts to a shop that looks like a cafe with a lot of stressed out people. One guy is taking pictures, but then someone smashes a cup, looking absolutely furious, and says this whole thing is driving him crazy, and it's none other than Gum. Damn it, why can't I control my power? The monster is tearing everything apart, guys. Ligu, are you doing this on purpose? I may be a saint, but there's a limit to how much I can turn a blind eye. Damn, you're so cool. And the girl looks at the handsome guy. As for poor Kevin, Sagittarius, what the hell are you doing? Look at how your daughter is behaving. And poor Hugo is crying, while our boy remains perfectly calm. But then he simply places his hand on Kevin's head, and the poor guy starts screaming. Let me go, you bastard, let me go. Body enhancement complete. You have shed your weak human body and have taken the first step toward a divine body. I felt this during the last battle too, but it seems my body has gotten much stronger. It's going to be difficult. To get used to this, you should have just kept your mouth shut. Now suffer. Huh? But what are you doing with? And then he starts crushing both of their heads as they beg. Let me go, you bastard. Let me go. And Ayura, looking gorgeous, just watches the entire scene unfold, snapping pictures while saying, I can't believe he can hold two saints, as if they were toys. Ah, but whatever. He tosses them both aside, while Ayura says that Harley asked her to give our main character something. Hey, she asked me to give this to you. The wooden pen of origin cannot write a lie. Traces of the manuscript can be found. Ligum, this is one of your 8 great divine artifacts. I never expected to see it here. The manuscript. This is an item from the Trial of Wisdom. The final trial. The Trial of Wisdom. Acquired 1 manuscript to record the actions of Ophiuchus, 0 out of 1. And then he thinks to himself that the Scorpio from the past was always avoiding him. Well, guys, I think she's the main character's wife. Why would she have this? I thought she hated my guts. Demung. The shipment from the underground warehouse has arrived, hasn't it? Ah, that's right. The items related to the nameless civilization. I'm sure some of them are connected to Scorpio. Ah, Lee Gun was right. I'm certain Scorpio is connected to that mysterious civilization. I've confirmed that she was talking to a being from that civilization a while ago. I've seen Harley attack you before. 20 years ago, she was always putting poison in your food, and you just eat it happily, while someone was putting something in his food. And Kevin kept screaming that it was definitely her times who attacked Lee Gun at the Demon Tower, but Gun just stood there, watching poor Kevin putting something in his food. He wondered what the hell it was, and then Kevin declared it was obviously a precious health tonic. He said Gun needed to be in top condition after dealing with countless calamities without any help from the gods. After all, when you fought for me, you probably weren't using your full strength. That's why I mixed this health tonic into your food, so you don't have to thank me. And then Hugo shot back. So, the stuff times you times put in his food is a health tonic, but what Scorpio puts in is poison. My bad. Let me just check if that's a tonic or poison. Hey, don't touch Lee Gun. And they just kept bickering, while poor Gun could only watch the whole thing unfold. And then Yuha snapped a super cute picture of him. But then Jimong said, I'm so ashamed. I can't believe the Virgo faction would plot against the other saints, even as a part of the Heresy Inquisition. Well, I saw this coming. Even though he did some reckless things to start an internal rebellion in the Holy Ground, he didn't try to persuade you, because he'd even cast aside his own subordinates. But who is he, really? From the very beginning, the rebellion was just a ploy to gather the saints and make them fight each other. That's right. They wanted to use the information they found during the investigation to make the other saints suspect Virgo. Their plan was perfect. It was as if all the evidence was fabricated to point directly at Virgo as the culprit. However, the fact that damn old man confessed so easily is what makes me the most suspicious. Besides, I can't say for sure if the person who attacked me at the Demon Tower had white hair or not. In that case, I'll need to look into other suspects too, like Libra, Cancer, and Scorpio. You want to model